Hey everyone, and welcome to Slumber Reads. Tonight we have the best horror stories of June 2026. Roughly 9.5 hours worth of stories. I hope you all enjoy them. If you do, please be sure to drop a like rating. Let's see if we can reach 1,200 likes on this one. I think if everybody took just a quick second, we could get there. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated. We are roughly 100 subscribers away from 137,000. Anyways, sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax, enjoy the 9.5 hours of horror stories with no mid-roll ads. Except for the ad break after this intro, there will not be any more ad breaks after that one. Also, really quick, these stories are placed in no specific order, but we had a ton of amazing stories this month, so I figured couldn't really go wrong just randomizing them. And as always, I hope you all have a great night. I grew up just outside of one of those classic American national parks, the kind with endless pines, postcard-worthy mountains, and plenty of local stories. The only thing that sets us apart is that every October, like clockwork, the rangers shut down one trail for exactly 5 days. Black Pine Trail. Officially, the signs and brochures say it's for seasonal animal migration patterns. Nobody in town really buys it, and around here, we call the 5 days the closure. If you ask older people about it directly, they get weird fast. I'm serious. You'll see grown adults completely change their tune once that trail is mentioned in any capacity. The only person I know of who talks about it with little to no apprehension is my grandfather, an ex-park ranger. It's been this way since I was on the job, he'd say. Some folks went missing on the trail around the same time, and soon after, the signs went up every season. Most people in my generation think it's just small-town superstition, the kind of thing people invent out of boredom to scare each other and get tourists to buy shirts at a gift shop. I was the same, but I don't think that anymore. Not after what happened when some friends and I decided to go on that trail during the closure. There were 4 of us who decided to look into the stories and legends surrounding the closure. It was me, my friends Eli and Mara, and my cousin, Connor. Although it was Eli who pushed us into actually going. He'd found a bunch of old forum posts about the trail closure after spending the night with my grandfather and me, and got obsessed with the idea that the park was hiding something. Illegal dumping, cult activity, secret wildlife relocation. He had whacked out theories for everything. 3 weeks before the trip, he sent us a thread from some dead forum. The title was, "Anyone know why Black Pine Trail really closes?" Most of the replies were jokes. Government spy elk, secret military base, meth lab in the woods. But a few weren't joking. One comment just said, "My uncle was an eco-consultant there in the 90s. He quit after 1 season working there." Another said, "The reason they keep people out is that they're waiting for something to leave." That one stuck with him. From there, he dug through archive news articles and found missing persons cases loosely tied to the area. He even drove up the park twice to question rangers. They, of course, told him to get lost. Unlike Eli, Connor thought this whole idea was hilarious. My cousin had been a bit wild since forever. A troublemaker, with the scars to prove it. Literally. You can still see the knife scar above his belly button from back in high school. Luckily, he grew out of it after military school. Or, that's what he convinced everyone was the case. "This is either going to be the coolest thing we've ever done," he said while stuffing beef jerky into his backpack, "or we're going to find out park rangers are covering up some type of unethical animal breeding experiment." Eli snorted. "Protected by black budget park rangers." Connor nodded solemnly. "They probably wear night vision goggles to watch." Mara snickered, but it sounded forced. Nervous. That should have tipped me off. Mara wasn't paranoid. She was practical. The kind of person who brought extra batteries for everyone because she knew we'd forget them. If she got anxious, there was usually a reason. Still, Eli kept pushing, and we all caved. We got to the park around 4 in the afternoon. The sky was overcast, with low gray clouds hanging over the mountains. Black Pine Trail itself, however, sat near the northern end of the park, farther from the tourist areas and campgrounds, so there weren't many people around even during normal months. But during the closure, nobody. We could tell we were at the right place because there was a barricade that stretched across the trailhead with bright orange signs zip-tied to it. It said, "Trail closed, authorized personnel only." Someone had also scratched words into the wood beneath the sign. "Please don't stay after dark." Connor grinned. Okay, that's some commitment to the bit. Eli looked real excited and started taking pictures. Mara and I just stared at the forest. Seems like we both felt unnerved. You guys notice how quiet it is? And that was why. There was little to no sound as soon as we reached the tree line near the trail. No birds, no bugs, just this weird, dead stillness. Undeterred by Mara's words, however, Connor decided to hop the barricade. "Well," he said, "no point in just standing around, right?" Seeing how we were already there, and Eli was already jumping over the barrier, Mara and I followed suit. The trail itself started normally enough. A bunch of trail pines lined along a rocky dirt path with occasional wooden trail markers. It was really serene, apart from the deafening silence, which still had me bothered. It felt like the deeper we went, the more the forest swallowed sound. Conversations died quickly because speaking loudly suddenly felt wrong somehow. At one point, Eli clapped his hands loudly just to test the echo, and Connor started whistling loudly to annoy Mara and me. It worked quite well. After about an hour of constant talking, we decided to take a break and eat some of the snacks we brought. Mara, Connor, and I took a seat next to an old trail marker that had some wooden stump seats around it. Eli, however, said he wasn't too tired, and he'd scout ahead. A few minutes later, we heard him shout out, "Guys, come check this out." Concerned, we all stood and went to catch up with him. About another half a mile in, we found Eli standing next to a still-running Ranger truck taking pictures. It sat crooked beside the trail, as if somebody had parked in a hurry, and the driver's side door was open. Connor approached first. "What the?" "What?" I asked, rushing over. He pointed at the side of the vehicle. Deep scratches gouged through the paint. 4 parallel lines ran from the hood to the back door. The metal around them had curled outward slightly. "What do you think did this? A bear?" "That doesn't look like a bear's claw to me," Mara answered. Failing to notice our concern, Eli started to climb halfway into the truck, much to my displeasure. "Let me see if I can find some ID or something," he said, now reaching into the back seat. "Wait, we shouldn't..." The radio inside crackled suddenly. All of us jumped in response, and Eli retreated from the vehicle's interior. Static hissed through the speaker for several seconds. Then a voice broke through briefly. "Northridge." More static. "Don't let..." Silence. Then came a knock. Talk. A sharp and thick bang came from somewhere deeper in the trees. Connor looked upward. Maybe it was a woodpecker. Then the sound again. Another knock answered closer. Then another. Mara stepped closer to me. "I think we should head back to the parking lot." I nodded in agreement, but our 2 other friends looked displeased. Eli was especially upset by our apprehension to continue. "What? Come on. We've barely gotten anywhere. The trail is still another 10 miles long. Don't let some random noises get to you." We looked to Connor for his input, hoping he'd agree with us. All he did, however, was shrug and say, "I mean, we can keep going for a bit." but we should watch out for animals. I'd rather not end up like the side of that truck. We pleaded with them to reconsider, but Eli was unshakable in his misguided determination. Mara and I stood there for a bit, torn on what to do. We could go back by ourselves, or we could stay together as a group. We chose the latter. The shoes started appearing about another half hour later. At first it was one pair of muddy running shoes hanging from a branch over the path. Connor chuckled nervously. I didn't know gangs could claim national park territory. Maybe there actually is a meth lab. But then we saw another. Then dozens. Hundreds. Some brand new, some rotted to nothing. Even a tiny pink rain boot 20 feet up. Tangled next to a hiker's boot coated in dried blood. Mara stopped cold. Nope, we're leaving. Eli, for once, looked shaken too. Yeah, that's seriously messed up. Even worse was that tucked into a small grotto nearby, we found a abandoned campsite. While looking around, we found what was probably the tent hanging shredded between trees. On top of that, there were coolers split open, and various lawn chairs were tossed around. Connor took a look at the fire pit, crouching beside it. This hasn't been here long, he concluded. I looked to Mara, who was captivated by something near the opposite end of the campsite. I joined her, asking what was wrong. That's when I noticed it. A child-sized sleeping bag was partially dragged into the woods. Inside was the other pink rain boot. That's it. Eli, I'm heading back. This is messed up, Mara said, walking back and pressing her finger into Eli's chest. Eli seemed ready to argue, but before he got the chance, a whistle echoed from the trees. Oddly enough, it sounded like Connor's whistling. Perfectly so. But that couldn't be, since Connor was standing right next to us. We all stared at each other, and as Eli began to speak, another whistle came even closer, followed by a low, wet laugh. At this point, we were all genuinely freaked out, even if it was just a weird animal out there, or it was a person messing with us. We didn't want to stick around to find out. Connor was now soundly against moving on, so Eli had no choice but to join us in heading back to the car. But unfortunately for us, the sun had started to go down, so we decided to camp one night and leave at first light. This would be the worst decision of our lives. I know that camping out there during the closure sounds stupid, but at the time it felt reasonable. We were already miles in, and darkness was setting fast. Besides, none of us wanted to hike out with the limited light from our flashlights, especially with whatever could be out there. We made camp beside a narrow creek surrounded by dense pine. There was no way we were going to stay at the wrecked campsite. That place was creepy as hell. Nobody wandered far from the fire. Connor tried joking a few times, but nothing landed. Eli kept scanning the tree line with his flashlight, now looking more scared than any of us. Mara barely spoke at all. At one point she quietly said, "Have any of you seen animals since we got here?" Nope, not one. Other than the truck, knocking, and whistling, there was no evidence of another living being in these woods. But it didn't stay that way for long. That's because around midnight, I woke to movement. At first I thought someone from our group was up, so I shuffled and looked around. It was none of my friends, however. They were all still asleep in their sleeping bags. I panned my vision to the surrounding area, and that's when I heard slow footsteps from just outside the firelight. I sat up slowly. Across from me, Connor shot awake too. He heard it too, and started to unzip his sleeping bag so he could try to investigate. The footsteps stopped, and when they did, so did Connor. Then something landed beside the fire. A pebble. A few seconds later, another pebble hit Eli's backpack. Then another. soft little tosses, like someone trying to get our attention. I felt the need to do something, so I reached for my backpack, grabbed my flashlight, aiming it into the woods. Who's there? Nothing. Then from the darkness came Connor's whistle again, echoing from just out of the flashlight's line of sight, followed by a little girl's voice. Hello? After hearing that, Connor was no longer frozen because he began to back himself toward Eli as fast as he could. Dude, wake up. Something's out there. Eli groggily opened his eyes. What? What are you talking about? He paused and pointed before continuing. What is that? Then we saw it. A shape high in the trees, much too large to be human. It was crouched among the branches, watching us with vacant, shining eyes. It grinned down with long, pale teeth stretched far too wide across its face. Mara woke up now from the commotion, immediately locking eyes with this thing, and screamed. Hearing Mara's shrill howling, we all broke eye contact with it and looked at her. Realizing my mistake, I turned my gaze as fast as I could to the tree line. But it was gone. Then came the knocking again. We had to get out of there. Now. We packed in under 2 minutes, leaving half of our supplies behind, and started down the trail. But we'd soon realized that something was off about it. For some reason, maybe because of how dark it was, the path no longer looked familiar. Landmarks like the trail markers or busted up campsite were missing. Connor kept checking the GPS device he brought. No signal, and I don't have the coordinates of the entrance. Eli looked panicked now. I don't understand. We went straight. We literally just went straight. That's how a trail works. Suddenly, in the dead of the night, we heard something that brought our frantic scrambling to a halt. Help! Human screaming, a man's voice, reverberated off to our right. I recognized it. That's the ranger, from the truck radio. We gotta help him, Connor said, moving towards the scream. Mara grabbed his arm hard. What? No. We don't know what's out there. Someone has to. Besides, maybe he knows how to get out of here. Connor, don't. Help me. Closer now. Desperate. Connor, clearly scared, still found the bravery to rip free from Mara's grip and run into the trees before anyone could stop him. Eli hesitated for a moment before rushing after him with Mara and me following behind, as we didn't want to be alone. We found Connor's flashlight first, just 50 or so yards in, still on, lying crooked in the dirt. I crouched down to examine the flashlight, while the others searched around for any sign of my cousin. However, while inspecting the light, something trickled from above and landed on my head. I looked up, squinting my eyes, and once again, I felt a drop hit me, this time on my face. I wiped it away and pointed Connor's flashlight up towards whatever was dripping. Oh, God. Connor. Hanging amongst the tree branches was one of Connor's boots. Fresh blood smeared on the laces. Before the others could look up at what I found in the dark just ahead of us, we heard Connor laughing. Eli looked elated and said, Connor, we're over here. What happened to you? Did you find the ranger? The laughing just continued, but the longer it went, the more off it sounded. It was as if something was physically pulling apart his voice as it moved between trees impossibly fast. Closer, farther, then closer again, until it was right in front of us. I looked at Eli and then Mara and uttered one word. Run. We ran in the opposite direction for what felt like hours. We could hear large and cracking footsteps breaking branches behind us at all times. Whatever this thing was, it was fast enough to keep up with us, and I was starting to think it was a lot faster. We eventually spotted a clearing in the trees ahead. We passed through it, hoping to get our bearings, but again, nothing looked familiar. This was when the creature came fully into view. Moonlight hit past the clearing, just enough to illuminate it between the trees. It was tall, at least 7 feet tall, maybe more. Its arms hung low enough that its fingers brushed the ground, and its skin, God, the skin. It looked like a patchwork of different skin tones, going from fair to dark, and stretched tightly over visible ribs and joints. The legs bent slightly backward when it moved, almost like a flamingo, but its head tilted slowly as it watched us. Curious. Patient. Then it smiled again. Its lips stretched and peeled, trying to get its mouth to open more and more. Mara whispered, "Oh my God." It seems like she noticed what I, too, would soon come to notice. Along this thing's neck, leading up to the chin, was a familiar-looking scar above an outie belly button. It was wearing Connor's skin. Hearing Mara's fearful whisper, it clicked and contorted. There was a violent jerking motion, then another, and with no other warning, it skulked towards us, launching itself forward in horrible, uneven bursts. The only thing I can relate it to is a spider wading across water. We were once again on the run. Behind us, I could hear impacts slamming into the ground as it chased us through the woods, but it never fully committed to chasing us. It kept circling, passing us, disappearing, reappearing ahead. It was as if it were toying with us, as if we were mice being chased by a cat. At one point, Eli screamed because something brushed his shoulder in the dark. When I looked back, I saw its pale fingers retracting behind a tree, along with a deep, inhuman cackle. Then it used Connor's voice again. "Guys, wait up." So badly I wanted to stop running, to look back and see my idiot cousin running with us. But I knew it was just that vile monster, mocking us. By pure luck, we crashed into an old ranger station. It was a tiny wooden cabin hidden amongst dense trees. The windows were shattered, and the door was hanging open. Needing a place to hide and rest, we had little to no qualms about rushing inside and proceeding to shove a cabinet against the entrance. The smell of the place hit first. A combination of mildew and something coppery. Old maps littered the floors, together with shattered equipment, and there were hundreds of tally marks covering the back wall. We waited for a while, trying to hear if our hiding spot was compromised, but after close to an hour, there was nothing. Seeing no other choice but to look around, we tried to find something that could help us. Eli went towards the back of the cabin while Mara and I stayed closer to the front. "Hey Jess," I heard her say, "take a look at what I found." I hurried over to look, and it appeared to be a journal near a sideways desk. It had ranger logs stamped faintly across the front. Water damage ruined most of it, but some entries were readable. The handwriting changed throughout the journal too. The earlier entries looked neat and professional, while the later ones looked rushed. Shaky. October 24th. Closure started this morning. The North Ridge team reported hearing knocking again around 0500. 3 distinct impacts spaced evenly apart. No wildlife movement observed anywhere near the trail. Not normal. Again. October 25th. Found another shoe hanging near mile marker 6. Child sneaker this time. Blue. Still clean enough that it can't have been there long. We searched the surrounding area for remains or missing hikers. Nothing. Miller says we should stop documenting this stuff altogether. I disagree. October 25th, 21:30, 9:30 p.m. Heard it for the first time tonight. Thought it was Alvarez outside the station. Sounded exactly like him. He was standing beside me when we heard it call my name from the trees. October 26th. The entire forest feels dead. Alvarez refuses to patrol after dark now. Says he saw something crouched in the trees near the old fire road. Wouldn't describe it. Just kept repeating. It smiled at me. October 26th, 23:47, 11:47 p.m. Something circled the station for over an hour tonight. Slow footsteps. Stopped whenever we checked the windows. Started again the second we sat down. Miller heard knocking directly outside the wall. October 27th. It mimicked Alvarez tonight. Perfectly. We heard him yelling for help down near the creek. Miller almost went after him. Good thing he didn't, because Alvarez was already dead. We found pieces of him this morning hanging from branches near the ravine. Mostly clothing. One boot, still tied neatly by the laces. The next several pages were badly smeared, like someone had grabbed them with wet hands. Then another readable entry appeared farther in. October 28th. It watches the station constantly now. Saw it clearly for maybe 2 seconds through the trees. Tall with patched skin. Why does it move like that? It tilted its head when it saw me looking at it. Almost curious. I want to go home. October 28th, 8 p.m. It comes down from the North Ridge every year. That's why they close the trail. Not to keep people out, but to give it an empty forest so it moves on faster. If it finds someone or something during the migration, it plays with them first. It learns their voices, their sounds, their fears. I think it likes when people run. The final page had only one sentence written across it repeatedly over and over in uneven handwriting. It has my voice. It has my voice. It has my voice. Mara shut the book, looking up at me, tears welling in her eyes. What are we gonna do? She asked. I didn't have an answer. All I could do was hug her and pray we found a solution. It appeared my prayer did get answered as Eli shouted, Hey! He shoved aside a pile of moldy papers and crouched beside an old radio console bolted to the desk. It looked ancient, dust-covered. Half the switches were missing caps, and one side of the speaker grill had been dented inward. I shook my head. No way this old thing still works. He ignored me and got busy flipping switches, and suddenly static hit the room hard enough that Mara jumped back. Holy Jesus Christ, she hissed. Eli snatched the microphone. Hello? Anybody there? Nothing but static. He tried again. We're hikers on Black Pine Trail. We're lost and there's... The radio spat, then snapped loud enough to make us all freeze. Someone answered. A voice came through, rough and buried under white noise. This is Ranger Holt. Who is this? All three of us stared at the radio. Eli nearly dropped the mic. Oh my god. Okay. My name's Eli. We need help, right now. You crossed the barricade? Eli looked at me nervously. Yeah. Listen carefully. Is it following you? None of us answered right away. Then somewhere outside the station... Talk. Mara flinched violently. Yes. The ranger cursed quietly under his breath. Alright, you need to head south immediately. There should be an emergency access road about 2 miles from your position. How do we get there? I asked, leaning toward the radio. You got a map? Eli nodded automatically before realizing the ranger couldn't see him. Yeah. Good. Write these coordinates down. I grabbed some dry paper scraps off the desk while Eli repeated the numbers aloud. The ranger spoke first, like he was in a hurry. 37.441 north, 119.77 west. Follow the ravine until... A soft electronic chirp cut him off. Beep. All three of us froze. Eli frowned. What's that? The sound came again. Beep, beep. Mara slowly turned toward me and my stomach dropped. I recognized the sound. Connor's GPS. It's still active somewhere nearby. Eli looked confused and asked, "What's wrong?" That's Connor's GPS. So, we can put the coordinates on that instead of using a map. The beeping continued softly, closer this time. Mara whispered, "Connor had it." Another beep sounded, then the ceiling creaked, causing dust to rain down right above us. Over the radio, Ranger Holt suddenly shouted, "Get out of the cabin now!" Something slammed onto the roof hard enough to shake the entire station. Mara screamed. Then came the knocking directly overhead. It kept going relentlessly as another impact slammed into the roof. Eli grabbed my arm. "Back door, now." We didn't have time to think about it. As the second we got to the door, something crashed through the rafters. Wood exploded inward, and pale limbs unfolded through the darkness inside the cabin. It had gotten stuck, giving us our opportunity to run. Eli practically ripped the back door off its hinges trying to get outside. Behind us, the cabin exploded with noise. Wood splintering, glass shattering, and underneath all of it, laughter. A mix of all the voices it had collected over its long life of stalking and killing. I glanced back once before we crossed the tree line. Something dark and lanky unfolded itself through the broken roof. Its long limbs bent at impossible angles as it tore through the cabin, and its head snapped at attention towards us. The game was over. There was no more hiding, just a wild pursuit. Branches tore across our faces as we sprinted downhill through the dark. Nobody knew where we were going anymore. The trail was gone, leaving only trees that covered the moonlight, forcing us to rely on our dim flashlights to guide us. It didn't take long for it to catch up to us now that it wasn't playing with us anymore. In fact, I was just able to glance over and catch a glimpse of its haunting visage rushing through the canopy. Mara kept her eyes on it too, and seemed to realize something. "It keeps pushing us left," she yelled. She was right. Every time we turned, it beat us there, shoving us in another direction, like it knew exactly where we'd end up. Then a voice echoed through the woods ahead. "Kids!" We all froze instinctively. "Kids, over here!" A flashlight beam appeared next, sweeping the trees. For one horrible second, I actually believed it was Ranger Holt. I thought we made it. Mara screamed out in glee, weeping as she ran closer to the light. "Wait, Mara!" We heard a sickening thud. She'd fallen into an inlet hidden under leaves and mud. For a moment she was still moving, trying to crawl back up the bank. But then the flashlight stopped moving. It slowly tilted sideways and the voice came again. "I'm here." There was a long pause between each word. Too long. "I'm here." Then the light blinked out and the monster landed beside her on all fours. It had used Connor's light to trick us. Noticing the darkness now enveloping Mara, we quickly turned our lights in her direction and saw its arms wrapped around her body as it continued to speak broken and disjointed words. Mara screamed my name as a long finger covered her mouth. Unable to think rationally, I slid halfway down the bank trying to reach her, but was stopped as Eli grabbed my jacket. I extended my hand and for 1 second, our fingers actually touched, but I was too late. The creature jerked backward violently, and Mara disappeared into the dark so fast it nearly pulled me down with her. I can still hear it. The dragging of her body, along with the horrible wet laughing between her muffled screams. The sounds moved deeper into the woods, gradually, like the thing wanted us to try and follow. I probably would have too, if Eli hadn't held me down when I tried to move. "Don't!" He screamed directly into my face. "Please, Jess, you can't die too." All I could do was scream and cry as he continued to press me against the floor. He started to cry as well. Despite the immediate danger surrounding us, we sat for a few minutes and wept. But our grieving was interrupted by Mara's voice, now ringing out from the forest. "Guys?" We both froze. "Guys, wait for me." The voice sounded exactly like hers, but there was no panic in it anymore. She giggled softly as another voice answered from farther away. "Connor's." "You coming?" Then both combined into one as the mimic started bellowing in the dark once more. We reached the trailhead at dawn. For whatever reason, after Mara was taken, it stopped chasing us. To this day, I don't know why. Maybe it was full. If it ate whatever it caught. Or perhaps it had its fun and wasn't interested in us anymore. 3 park rangers, along with Ranger Holt, stood beside the barricade waiting for us, armed to the teeth and blaring their car's sirens to the max. As soon as we passed the tree line, both Eli and I collapsed to the ground, exhausted. We had to be carried to their cars, and all the while they bombarded us with questions about what happened and what we saw. When we finally reached the vehicles, Holt asked, "How many of you went on the trail?" Eli couldn't answer. I barely could. 4, I whispered. He lowered his eyes briefly as another ranger muttered, "Better than last year." I'll never forget that sentence. Better than last year. They've done this before, and by how they acted, it's been a routine for a long time. When we tried to ask questions of our own, they refused to answer. At one point, Eli started screaming at them, "What is that thing?" Once again, no answer. As we drove away, I found myself looking back through the rear window toward the tree line. I wish I hadn't. It was there, peeking half hidden between the pines, smiling with an arm outstretched as if it were waving. Its chest rose and fell quickly, satisfied. And what made me once again start crying was that it was holding Mara's backpack, lifting it to and fro with every shift of its hand. The official story hit local news 2 days later. 2 hikers missing during illegal trespassing incident. Possible bear attack. Search efforts suspended due to weather conditions. That was it. Connor and Mara were declared legally missing, and the trail reopened after the 5-day closure period ended. Eli and I barely talk now. After what happened, we just couldn't face one another. We saw each other at school mostly, but last month he moved to Arizona with his family. Years later, I still hear things at night. I know it's all in my head, but I swear I can hear whistling and knocking at my window while I try to sleep. So, all of this leads to why I decided to post this in the first place. Well, I've been hearing about a group planning to host an event out on the trail to protest deforestation and construction on protected land. This usually wouldn't be a problem, but here's the thing. It's October, and Black Pine Trail closes again tomorrow. Carl was dead. He passed in the night, too weak from the cold and hunger to keep fighting. I couldn't blame him. I was about ready to go myself. Cold permeated every molecule of my being. The memory of what warm felt like had long since vacated my mind. Forming thoughts had become as hard as moving my fingers, purple from the frostbite that ate away at them. The only thoughts I still had now were those of hunger. Staring at Carl's corpse, it looked less and less like my friend, and more like another day on this earth. I lay down on the stone floor, my head cocked towards what was left of Carl. His pale gray skin was flaked with ice crystals, his tongue hanging out of his mouth, purple and bloated. I licked my lips at the thought of biting into it, aching for the feeling of anything in my stomach, anything to fill the void in my abdomen that screamed for food. "Carl?" I rasped, my throat igniting into hellfire at the effort. I waited for an answer. my ears straining against the howl of the wind for a sound, any proof of life. I closed my eyes against the hunger. Ted, you still with me, buddy? My eyes shot open. I stared at the corpse on the ground before me. His eyes were still glazed over, tongue still jutting out from his mouth like a plum ripe for the picking. Teddy, you did it. You lasted longer than me, old friend. His voice was as it had been when the blizzard hit. He still had the SoCal accent, with that nasally note Snow always gave him. When was the last time I heard that voice? It had been a couple of days. Or was it weeks? Carl? I croaked again, the strain almost too much to handle. That's right, Ted. Your good buddy Carl in the flesh. I blinked. His lips weren't moving, but that was Carl's voice. You won, Teddy. You remember our deal? Winner gets to eat the other person. Winner, winner, chicken dinner, right, dude? As a matter of fact, I couldn't remember the deal. I couldn't remember much of anything since we crawled into the cave. My stomach had resorted to eating memories. Anything to keep going. I attempted to respond, but my throat failed me, only managing a guttural moan. That's the spirit. Looks like the Tedster is still kicking. Look, I don't want you to die too, buddy. No reason for both of us to go, right? Carl had a point. He always was the smart one. He had booked the ski tickets at a steal after all. And why should we both die? God couldn't be that cruel, right? Taking out two friends who went out for a little fun in the snow? No. Now you're cooking, Teddy. Don't let me just go to waste. I wouldn't do that to you. My fingers tensed on their own, twisting into claws against the stone. My arms pulled. The sound of my jacket scraping the stone and ice filled my ears as I inched towards Carl. My sense of touch, long since killed by the cold. That's it, Teddy. You were nearly there. My legs followed behind me limply as I drew nearer, closer to Carl, closer to food. The smell of death began to permeate the air. It was intoxicating, better than any Thanksgiving dinner. Every pull towards his corpse gave me renewed energy. Carl really was a good friend. My fingers hooked into Carl's jacket. With one last heave, I pulled myself on top of him, my face pressed into the icy surface of his cheek. Way to go, Tedster. Hard part's over. Claim your prize. I licked my lips in anticipation, slowly forcing my jaw open, my frozen muscles popping and straining from underuse, lowering my teeth down until they touched the pale flesh of his emaciated jaw muscle. Nice, Teddy. Just a little bite. My jaw closed slowly like a hydraulic press. My teeth pressed into his flesh, meeting resistance as the pressure started to grow. The flesh gave like biting into frozen ice cream. My eyes rolled back into my head from the pleasure of eating. I had taken eating for granted. It was no longer a task that had little meaning. I would treasure eating forever, all thanks to Carl. My jaw slowly closed around the hunk of flesh. I chewed once, twice, then swallowed. A low growl of pleasure escaped my lips as I felt the flesh slide down into my stomach. That a boy, Teddy. Don't stop now. Food's getting cold. I started biting and chewing with new ferocity. It was a blur of motion the cave had not seen since the first day we entered. Primal hunger took over as I devoured Carl, as I ate the last gift he had ever given me. I ate Carl over the next few days, stripping his clothes and layering them on myself. I didn't shiver as much anymore. First was all of the flesh, his face, arms, legs, torso, even his butt. Then the soft organs. His heart was sweeter than anything I had ever eaten. It makes sense. Carl was a nice guy. By the time I had eaten his trachea, I could stand and walk freely around the cave. Look at you go, Teddy, looking just like Schwarzenegger now. Carl's voice echoed through the cave. The last thing to eat was Carl's brain. I held the rock in my hand, the sharp edges digging into my palms. Waste not, want not, Tedster. I wasn't going to waste any of Carl. The rock echoed off his skull with a dull crunch. I brought it down again and again, until I couldn't take it anymore, and began tearing his skull apart with my bare hands. The rock left covered in blood on the cave floor. As I wiped my mouth and sat back, I looked out at the cave's mouth. The snow had stopped. How long ago had it ended? How long was I eating Carl? I walked out into the gray afternoon, the sun already starting to dip towards the horizon. Stumbling, I followed it. I walked all night. Night turned to day, then back to night. I walked knowing if I stopped, I wouldn't get back up. The landscape around me was dead and infinite. All of the trees looked the same, their gnarled branches protruding like bony fingers down towards me. I walked until my legs gave out, face planting in the snow. My eyes got heavy as I lay there, my vision reduced to a pinhole as I drifted off into sleep. When I awoke, the first thing I noticed was the lack of cold. Warmth? A rhythmic beeping filled the air as I willed my eyes to show me where I was. No matter how hard I tried, how many times I blinked, I could only see white. I groaned, earning a shocked gasp off to my right. I spent the next 2 weeks in the hospital. I had been missing 3 months when the park rangers found me. Frostbite had destroyed my fingers, toes, and other patches of skin. My walk through the woods gave me snow blindness, which explained the gauze wrapped over my eyes when I awoke. Worst of all, I had lost almost 80 pounds, but thanks to Carl, I was alive. I was hooked to a feeding tube for those 2 weeks while I recovered. Doctors said I wouldn't be able to process solid food for a while after my stomach had gone so long without it, but I knew that was a lie. When they released me at the end of 2 weeks, I was a new man. The cops asked me questions about what happened. Where had I gone? How did I survive? Where was Carl? I didn't answer, unable to remember anything but the taste of Carl's flesh. That was something I would never forget, and something these people wouldn't understand. Carl had given me a gift, and I wouldn't waste it locked in a jail cell. They let me go, and I boarded a plane to California. The first thing I did when I got home was stop at my favorite burger joint. I sat in my car holding the biggest burger they had on the menu. Real food. I took a big bite and paused. It didn't have any flavor. I swallowed the hunk of meat disappointed. Maybe my taste buds hadn't come back yet. I ate the burger slowly, sitting in silence. As I took the last bite, I threw my car door open and vomited all of it back up onto the pavement. Maybe the doctor was right. I wasn't ready for solid food yet. I returned to my apartment, getting lost a few times along the way, sticking the key in the lock and giving it a turn. I saw her. She was more beautiful than I remembered. Ted! Her hand shot up, covering her mouth as tears flowed over her cheeks. Hey, Jess, I said hoarsely, tears welling up in my eyes. She ran over, wrapping me in a hug tight enough to split a boulder. Her words came flowing out like music to my ears. I had made it home. Thanks, Carl. Life returned to some semblance of normalcy. I was fired from my job. Not that I had a desire to work right now anyway. Jess put me on a liquid diet following the doctor's orders. The shakes and broths had no flavor, and left me hungry no matter how full my stomach felt. That was fine for the first week, but the longer I was home, the more frustrated I had become not being able to eat real food. The only real difference in my life was the dreams. I had 2 recurring dreams that filled my mind at night. The first, my teeth sinking into Carl's flesh, except in the dream he was sitting up, his dead eyes staring into mine while his mouth contorted into a wide smile. His teeth just a little too sharp. His skin pulled a little too tight. That's right, Teddy. Gotta get your strength back, buddy. He would coo as my teeth ripped and pulled skin and muscle off his bones. The second dream was something I couldn't remember seeing. I was walking through the woods completely nude. Snow and wind whipped past me, but I couldn't feel the cold. I could hear Carl's voice through the dead woods beckoning me closer. Here, Tedster. I'm just over here. I was trudging through the snow after him. His voice was different. The accent was gone, replaced by a malice I've never heard any voice utter. The voice never got any closer no matter how far I walked. I would call out for him in the same voice I'd had in the cave, a hoarse croak that echoed off the trees. I awoke with a start one night. How long had I been home again? Time was losing meaning. It's strange how meals help mark the passage of time. I reached over, placing a hand on Jess. Her soft, warm skin was a comfort. My stomach growled loudly as I traced the curvature of her arm. Maybe I could eat real food again. It couldn't hurt, could it? I padded softly to the kitchen, making myself a sandwich. Sitting down at the kitchen table with only the fridge light illuminating me, I took a bite. Nothing. No taste to speak of. Swallowing, I devoured the sandwich, savoring the feeling of food going down my throat. How's the sandwich, Teddy? I froze, looking around the dark kitchen, searching for the source, searching for Carl. I stood up from the table, an intense nausea flooding my whole body. Running to the guest bathroom, I barely had time to raise the toilet seat before a spew of greasy black bile erupted from my mouth. Yeah, I was never much of a turkey guy myself. Carl's voice echoed inside the small room. I heaved until my stomach was empty again. The hunger gnawed at my stomach like a rabid dog. Flushing the toilet, I sat on the floor and cried, my back against the wall as I pulled my knees to my chest. Cheer up, Teddy. At least you got to have it for a little while. I looked around again, alone in the dark. The cold linoleum pressed into my backside. Carl, where are you? I asked quietly. Where do you think, buddy? I couldn't let you just leave me in the cave, you know. I stood up slowly, backing myself into the corner. No, you're dead. I ate you. You let me live. His chuckle filled my ears. My skin went cold, goosebumps covering my arms. Did Carl chuckle? He always had the stupid laugh that could bring out a smile even on the worst days. But a chuckle? Unnerved, I went back to bed. That was the first time Carl talked to me, but not the last. The next few weeks were hell. I was starving. Jess left to go to a conference in LA for work, leaving me all alone, surrounded by food I couldn't eat without throwing up, unless it went through a blender first. The gray sludge in the blender had no taste. It had no substance. No matter how much I drank, I never felt full. I sat crying in the kitchen floor with the fridge door left wide open. The shelves were bare as I had blended every morsel of food and consumed it. Egg, ham, lettuce, cheese, even raw hamburger meat, jammed into the blender and blended to a puree. It didn't even scratch the hunger within me. Whoa, eating for two, buddy? Carl's voice taunted from everywhere. Please make it stop. I sobbed into the empty house. Oh, I can't make it stop, Teddy. You made your choice. You have to live with it. His voice was different, sharper, cruel and cold despite his teasing words. I hardly noticed. The growl of my stomach louder than the concern in my head. I crawled over the floor towards the trash can, knocking it to the floor and spilling its contents. In a frenzy, I began devouring whatever scraps of food that were left in the bag. How the mighty have fallen, Ted. I didn't care what Carl had to say, shoveling scraps of whatever seemed edible into my mouth. It had no taste. The familiar feeling of nausea hit me. I ran to the bathroom, Standing over the sink as a black bile projected out of my mouth. I cried, panting as I fought for breath. Looking up in the mirror, I froze. I watched in horror as a piece of intestine quickly retracted from my open mouth back down my throat. I blinked. My mind must be breaking, the starvation making me see things. I stared into the mirror. My shirt moved just a fraction, like a wrinkle releasing from the fabric. I tore it over my head, staring at my stomach, watching in horror. The intestine snaked its way around my bloated stomach. I couldn't let you leave me in that cave, Teddy. I was frozen. The only thought filling my head was the starvation that racked my body. My eyes fell on my reflection. The eyes in the mirror were not my own, sunken into my skull, ringed with black bags from exhaustion. My hair had thinned, stringy patches where a full head of brown hair had once grown, the intestine coiling around my abdomen. You need to eat, Teddy. You know what you have to eat. The intestine continued to coil. I could feel it sliding around my stomach, stoking the flame of my hunger. I heard the key sliding into the lock of the front door. It's supper time, Ted. The words echoing within my very skull. It was no longer Carl's voice. I heard the door open, Jess calling out that she was home. How long had she been gone? My stomach growled audibly in response. Remember our deal, Teddy. I heard Jess gasp as she entered the kitchen, its disarray startling her. Ted, are you here? She called shakily. My fingers tensed on their own, contorting into claws. Food's getting cold, the voice whispered within my soul. I wish I could say I fought it, that I snapped out of it and got help. I wish I could say I did the right thing, but I didn't. I sit in my kitchen typing out this account. By the time you find this post, and the crushed bones of the woman I love, I will be on a plane back to North Dakota. The hunger is gone for now, but it will be back. I can feel it moving within my stomach now. I won't let it win again. I'm going back to the cave, secluded from anyone else who I could hurt. Back to Carl. Back to where this thing came from. I'm sorry for the mess. I don't think I have had any privacy for a few weeks. I work for a third-party call center that operates out of a long shut-down department store in a walled-off section of a half-shuttered mall. The windows are all boarded up, and we have to use the metal doors in the back. We handle customer service for multiple businesses. So one minute I could be helping a woman reboot her Wi-Fi, and the second after the call ends, I mean that literally, I will be helping a man reschedule his refrigerator delivery. If there is one saving grace to this job, it's the variety. For many, though, that isn't enough to make up for the fact that we only get a 15-minute lunch and a cumulative 10-minute break time, including bathroom breaks. You want to make sure you use it because it can't be carried over to the next shift, but you get written up for going over the allotted break time. Turnover was so bad that experienced reps were spending more time training new reps than taking calls. Management started calling it a measurable loss of productivity. One coworker of mine, Sharon, sort of acts as our de facto HR. The branch can't even hold a legitimate HR employee, which should tell you a lot. Sharon's a middle-aged woman who used to work in social work, but this unfortunately paid better. A few weeks ago, she took it upon herself to fix the turnover problem. Her solution? A compliment jar where we write nice things about one another, and once a week, Sharon opens and reads them to everyone during the shift. She hoped that it would boost morale and get employees talking to one another outside the confines of work. Everyone groaned at the idea of another task to complete for the week, but she assured us that participation was encouraged but not at all mandatory. She just wanted everyone's hard work to be seen. At the end of the first week of her new experiment, Sharon gathered us all around and stood behind her desk. She reached her hand into the jar and pulled out the first folded up strip of paper and read it aloud. Tim is always patient with the assholes. I wasn't really sure who Tim was, and by the squeaking chairs and silence, I don't think many of us did. Someone finally broke the silence with a little clap. No one knew how to act after each compliment was read aloud, but in the end, we resorted to half-assed clapping between compliments like, "Alice makes the best coffee in the break room. Thank you, Emma, for fixing my headset. If you need to troubleshoot a TV, you can always count on Blake." People didn't really know how to act when their names were called either. Some stayed in their seats, others stood and gave an awkward wave to the crowd of colleagues. The whole thing seemed performative to me at the time, and I thought this would die out quickly. Sharon always took the jar home with her in the evening. A few days after the first reading, Sharon walked past my desk with the jar tucked under her arm. "Bill, how do you think this is going?" I looked around at the busy office, and then back to Sharon. "Well, no one is crying." She laughed. "I know all of this is corny," she said. "People are miserable here. We get screamed at for 8 hours. Then we go home and worry about the next day, wondering if anyone would notice if we didn't come back." "Management would notice." "Only if the call queue backs up." "You think this will fix that?" I asked as I pointed to the jar. There was no way in hell this office could keep that going. She shrugged. "Maybe it will get people to at least look at each other." By the next reading, I thought I was right when the first few were basically just praise for always being on time for work. It looked like the compliments were getting lazier. We had already run out of nice things to say to one another, and we were just grasping at straws to find something to add. Then there was, "If you think you're on a tough call, just look over at Josh." That one got a laugh out of me because Josh always seems stressed out of his mind. After that, more ended up being funny. "Madison, I love how your chair squeaks in rhythm with the hold music when you need a little break on the line." Sharon seemed so proud because it seemed this initiative was actually going to take off. To her credit, it really did seem like the office was a brighter place. There were more conversations between people on their breaks, and just a lighter general mood in the office. Over the next week, I found some of the conversations at work to be extremely awkward, but it was better than before. Anything was better than nothing. On Wednesday, David came up to me while I was getting a cup of coffee that Alice had brewed for everyone. "Are you having to leave home earlier to get here on time?" I finished my sip, cleared my throat, and asked, "I'm sorry?" "I mean, with all that road work on Laurel Street, do you have to leave for work earlier?" Now I know I didn't tell him where I lived. I only knew his name was David because he had a tag with his name on his cubicle, but the roadwork 2 streets down did delay me, and it was extremely annoying. "Yeah, do you live around there too?" "No, just read about it in the paper." David was a strange guy. Maybe I had mentioned my street before. The third week, Sharon confidently announced the reading of all the compliments. As she unfolded the first sliver of paper, she paused, furrowed her brow, and then chuckled before reading. "I'm happy that Alice got her oil changed over the weekend. That sound was really starting to bother me." The regular clapping commenced as Sharon looked up at the crowd. "Is that an inside joke or something?" No one responded, so she continued. "Tim, your son really seemed to enjoy the clown at the birthday party last week." "Elizabeth, your stylist was so right to suggest that color. I am so happy you changed your mind in the chair." "Blue curtains were the way to go, Alex. Much better than the green, especially with that rug. We gotta talk about the new bedspread, though." Each one Sharon tried to laugh off. "I'm so happy that this has led to some after-hours friendships." Sharon pulled the next slip and hesitated as she skimmed it. She frowned as she stared at the slip, looked up at the crowd in disbelief, and then back at the paper in her hand. This one is just for me," she said. Annoyed sighs filled the room as she searched for the next compliment. When my name was called, I was jolted to attention. "Bill, I love how you are so careful when you water the tomatoes in your vegetable garden. I think spraying some cayenne pepper in water on it will work better than the chicken wire. My fingers became numb and my chest felt hollow. I have never spoken to anyone here about my garden, and I have never posted about it anywhere. At the end of the reading, as everyone was rolling or shuffling back to their cubicles, Sharon tried to raise her voice above the noise. From now on, let's try to keep these workplace appropriate. On my way home, I checked the mirrors for anyone following me. I checked my fence for cameras or loose boards. Nothing. I monitored the jar this whole week, and I saw no one put in a compliment. But every morning, there are a few more in the jar. I wasn't the only one shaken by an intrusive message. The office has been quieter. People are hiding their phones and closing laptops as others walk by. There's less bathroom traffic, and people are taking fewer breaks than ever before. I even noticed a few people driving different cars to work than I remembered. It can't be just one person. I have my suspicions about a few. Of course, there was David. He knew where I lived somehow. Then there was Sharon. She always took the jar home with her. The only other weird conversation was with Ted, who told me that he thought peppers would grow better in my garden. When I asked if he was the one who left me the compliment, he laughed it off. No, I just heard about the tomatoes, and I thought we were in more of a pepper climate. That's all. I tried to talk to Alice when I saw her at the vending machine, staring at the rows of snacks, deciding what was going to get her through the rest of the afternoon. "You know this isn't normal, right?" I said. She tapped her card on the machine and began to punch in her numbers. "The compliments," I continued. "You've heard it. The curtains, your oil change, my garden. People are following each other." Her snacks fell. As she bent down to retrieve it, she whispered, "Don't." "Don't what?" She stood up and looked at me, her eyes darting to mine and then past me and back. "Don't make people think I'm talking to you about this." "Alice? Please," she said. "Don't make it worse for me." That afternoon I caught Blake following me. I pulled into my driveway, parked, and got out of my car. He pulled in and then began to back up like he was just using it to turn around. I motioned for him to roll down his window and yelled, "Blake, what the hell?" He rolled down his window an inch as he pulled off and yelled, "I was just trying to find something nice to say." I was dumbfounded. Did he really think that was appropriate? The day before the next reading, I decided to write my first real compliment. I wanted to prove a point. I folded it and dropped it into the jar. "Blake," I wrote, "I love how determined you are to find compliments, even if you follow people home to do it." I thought it would be read, and everyone would understand how out of hand this has gotten. That night I got a call from Sharon. "Hello?" "Hey, Bill." She was keeping her voice low. "I know you're upset, but you can't start writing stuff like that." "Sharon, Blake followed me home. He said he just wanted to find something to put in the compliment jar. This has gotten out of hand. I'm trying to stop this." "That's what everyone says." "You need to stop this." After a few seconds of silence, Sharon said, "I want to, Bill, but the regional office won't let me. They want to implement jars in other locations. Productivity has spiked at our branch, and turnover is almost non-existent." "But, Bill, listen. I have the jar at my house, and I am screening all the slips. You got one." "And?" "It says, 'Bill, I love how you inspected your fence the other day. It's important to take pride in what we have.'" I can't remember the rest of the conversation. I just stopped listening to what I was hearing and prepared for the next day. I actually drafted this last night, talking about how I wasn't going to go to readings anymore just to avoid the whole thing. But I decided not to send it. I didn't want to give them anything for today's reading. This morning I walked into work, and everyone was already sitting, chairs pushed together in anticipation like they were pigs at a trough, smiles on their faces. Sharon began with, "I asked us to keep things workplace appropriate. I went through all of these last night. Other than a few complimenting others on their new cars, I can't read any of these. Some booed, and a few stood and shouted that she was censoring our positivity. Sharon argued for a bit with the crowd and began to step away from the desk. As she did, Madison pulled the jar from her and took Sharon's place. Sharon kept walking out the door. Madison began. "You were so brave deleting their number, Emma, even if you did end up putting it back in your phone later on." Josh practiced the best apology in his car before he went inside the apartment. "Madison, I think it is so sweet that you still sleep on your husband's side of the bed." "Oh, guys, that is so sweet. Thank you for thinking of me," she continued, and I was happy to see we were almost finished. Madison went to put the lid back on the jar. Oops, found a couple of stragglers. "Sharon, you were so brave to leave before we were finished. I love how much faith you have in your breaks." Silence. I noticed some people glancing towards the metal doors. Others looked around, taking note of who seemed most uncomfortable. "Okay, everyone, last one for the week," Madison said. "Bill, I love how you still think strangers can help, even when Sharon can't." Some laughed and cheered while others simply watched me. I'm not sure if all this time their cheers are for the recipient or for the writer. I'm back home from my shift. I saw a strip of paper caught in my chicken wire. I bent down and grabbed it. "Bill, I love how careful you are about locking your door. Most people forget the kitchen window." I looked up at my window and saw the blinds move. I ran inside to find Blake in my kitchen. He looked embarrassed, like I had caught him stealing copy paper again. "Get out of my house." He smiled and said, "Your voice carries so well." I stepped towards him, and he stepped towards the door. "Excellent posture," he said. "Very protective of your property." He slipped out the door. As he walked off, he looked over his shoulder and said, "See plenty of nice things to say." I can't decide what to do. I can't get a hold of Sharon. Her phone is going straight to voicemail now. And if anyone from work is here reading this, I guess I should add a compliment. "Sharon, thank you for the compliment jar. I know you just wanted to help. Morale has never been higher." I work at a facility that contains gods. Or maybe contains isn't the right word. You can't really contain something that existed before the concept of walls. Something that remembers the first fire, the first prayer, the first human who begged for mercy. We don't have an official name. At least, not one we're allowed to use. Everyone just calls it CSP. Chain, Seal, Protect. That's our motto. Our purpose. And before you ask, no, I am pretty sure you've never heard of us. Nobody has. We don't even appear on government records, maps, or budgets. If we do our job correctly, the world never learns we exist. I'm posting this because I don't think anyone will believe me anyway. Well, that, and I've decided to start journaling. Apparently, it's supposed to be healthy. Helps you process your thoughts, organize your feelings, and all that nonsense. But journaling into a notebook sounds boring as hell. No offense to the suburban moms who write 3 pages every morning about their yoga classes and pumpkin spice lattes. But if I'm going to write about my day, I want an audience. And trust me, my days are worth reading about. I love this job. That's probably the weirdest thing you'll hear in this entire story. Most stories like this start with someone who hates their job. They're trapped, desperate, forced into it somehow. That's not me. Okay, that's only partially true. I wasn't exactly forced to join CSP, but they didn't give me many alternatives either. The way they recruit people is actually kind of genius. They don't look for the best candidates. They don't look for the smartest people, the strongest people, or even the most qualified. They look for people who are already half dead, people with no future, people with no family, people nobody would miss. That's what I mean when I say half dead. You are not actually dead. Your heart still beats. You still wake up every morning, but your existence has already faded from the world. Nobody calls, nobody checks in, nobody notices when you're gone for a week, or a month, or forever. You've already been forgotten, so you might as well be halfway in the grave. That's the kind of people CSP recruits. Because when you work at a facility dedicated to chaining, sealing, and protecting things that shouldn't exist, employee retention isn't exactly great. And if one of us dies, well, it's easier when nobody comes looking. Well, I wasn't always half dead. I had a family once. Not a good one, but a family. Getting into the details would take an entire post and probably trigger another mental breakdown, so let's skip the trauma dump. All I'll say is that I left, and I never looked back. And as far as I'm concerned, even if they all perished, it isn't my problem. After I left, things got worse. I hit rock bottom, tried to end it all, and then ended up under state supervision. Officially, they called it counseling, mandatory sessions, evaluations, therapists asking the same questions in different ways, hoping I'd eventually give them the answer they wanted. It didn't work. Mostly because I lied through every session. At least, I thought it was counseling. Turns out it was recruitment. A few weeks after my treatment ended, I was taken. Kidnapped is probably the correct word, though CSP would likely prefer something cleaner, like acquisition or transfer. I woke up in a concrete holding cell with no windows, no clock, and a single metal table. There was a glass vial sitting on it. Across from me sat a man in a gray suit. He gave me two options. The first was simple. Drink the vial, a painless death. Quick, clean, guaranteed. The second was employment. Join the facility. At the time, I thought it was some kind of sick joke. Then he explained what CSP actually was, and that's when I learned the real reason nobody knows about the organization. Because once you know it exists, you don't get to leave. You either become part of the facility, or you never leave at all. And despite what you might be thinking, I didn't choose the vial. Funny how that works. You can spend years wanting to die, convinced there's nothing left for you, and then the moment someone gives you a reason to keep going, suddenly death doesn't seem so appealing anymore. Or maybe it wasn't the purpose. Maybe it was pure spite. Part of me wanted to outlive my parents, to keep breathing long enough to know I'll never attend their funerals. Whatever the reason, I signed the contract. That was 2 years ago. Since then, I've been promoted 3 times. Not because I'm exceptional, not because I'm some genius monster hunter or elite operative. I'm just the only idiot left alive to promote. Most of my coworkers are fresh recruits. Every few months, a new batch arrives, looking confused, terrified, or numb. Some think they've joined a secret government agency. Some think they're being punished. A few are actually excited. Those are usually the first ones to die. Out of every 500 recruits, maybe 15 make it past their first year. Of those 15, maybe 5 survive their second. After that, the numbers get so small nobody bothers tracking them. So either I'm incredibly lucky, or I'm like a cockroach. Ugly, stubborn, and impossible to kill. Personally, I'm betting on the cockroach theory. Before I tell you what happened last week, you need to understand how gods actually work. First, CSP doesn't imprison gods. That's a common misconception. Humans are incapable of imprisoning a god. Trust me, we've tried. When we say a god is contained, what we really mean is that it's being managed, kept satisfied, kept predictable, kept from wandering off and collecting worshippers on its own. How the containment division accomplishes that is beyond me. I work in retrieval, not containment, and I have no interest in transferring. The mortality rate over there makes our department look like a retirement home. I'm one of the 3 heads of the retrieval division. One of the other managers has survived 4 years. The third has survived 3, which basically means they're better cockroaches than I am. Our job is simple in theory. Find newly emerged gods, negotiate with them, offer them a deal, a place to stay, worshippers, protection from rival entities and human interference. In exchange, they stop kidnapping people. Most gods don't want to destroy humanity, they just want attention. The problem is that gods attract worship the same way a fire attracts moths. Lost people, lonely people, desperate people. A god will whisper into their dreams, promise them purpose, and before long they're gone. That's why whenever you see a cluster of mysterious disappearances, odds are good a god is involved. Gods are classified by the number of active worshippers they possess. D class, 500 to 1,000 worshippers. C class, 1,000 to 5,000. B class, 5,000 to 10,000. A class, 10,000 to 20,000. Anything above 20,000 is considered S class. Anything above 500,000 becomes SS class. And anything beyond that, well, humanity stops pretending that it can control it. At CSP, we currently house 2 S-class entities and a single SS class. The lower classes are so numerous that nobody bothers counting them anymore. Anyway, the reason I'm journaling all this is because my therapist won't stop bothering me. Surprisingly, CSP has its own mental health department now, which is honestly more terrifying than most of the gods. Every month, they drag me into an office, ask me how I'm feeling, and pretend they're surprised when I tell them I'm feeling terrible. Apparently, surviving 2 years in retrieval isn't normal, and the fact that I can casually eat lunch while discussing casualty reports is a sign that I've developed unhealthy coping mechanisms. Their words, not mine. So this is my compromise. I'm not writing in a notebook like some depressed Victorian poet. I'm putting everything here instead. If nothing else, maybe it'll save the next poor idiot who gets recruited. Or maybe it'll just give future psychologists more material to argue about after I inevitably die. Either way, everyone wins. Now let's get to the reason I'm writing this in the first place, with what happened a few hours ago. A new assignment came across our desk. People were disappearing in the Sahara Desert. Now normally, that wouldn't raise any alarms. Hundreds of people vanish in the Sahara every year. The desert is massive, unforgiving, and very good at hiding bodies. What caught our attention was the increase. Normally the annual number sits somewhere between 250 and 500 disappearances. Last year it hit 600. This year, it had already reached 700, and we weren't even halfway through the year. Something was taking them, which usually means a new god has appeared. Our team was dispatched immediately. Unfortunately, I had another problem. I needed a new assistant. Again. I really need a new assistant, Jacob, I said. Well, Jacob is one of the other 2 cockroaches. Managers, I mean. And his name isn't actually Jacob. Neither of us use our real names here. CSP is very particular about keeping our identities separate from the organization. The fewer connections there are between your real life and this place, the better. If something gets out, nobody can trace you back to the facility, or the facility back to you. Mine isn't either. I named myself after a hair shampoo I used as a kid. Don't ask me why. It was the first thing that came to mind when they asked what name I wanted on file. Jacob looked up from his paperwork and sighed. No. No? No. And why is that? Because this is your 20th assistant this year. I pointed a finger at him. That statistic is incredibly misleading. How? Because it implies I killed them. Jacob stared at me. I stared back. Fine, I said. Most of them died on my missions. Exactly. It's not my fault the recruits keep dying. I'm not their mother. That's probably what worries me. I glanced at the dock. 10 minutes until departure. If I missed the helicopter, Jeff would leave without me. The pilot already hated me for reasons that may or may not involve an incident with an ancient fertility god and a fuel truck. Please, Jacob groaned. Fine, take Sean. A young man sitting nearby immediately looked horrified. Jacob shoved him toward me. He's from my division. If he dies, Nairi, I'm not giving you another assistant. Deal. I left before he could change his mind. Sean hurried after me toward the helipad. The poor guy looked like he was walking toward his execution. Statistically speaking, he kind of was. My retrieval team consists of 56 people. 7 are part of the command team. Myself, Sean, and 5 senior operatives responsible for actually negotiating with gods. The remaining personnel are security. Their job is simple: get us to the god alive, keep us alive while we negotiate, and get us back alive afterward. On paper, it sounds easy. In reality, it's usually the hardest part. We arrived at the Giza Pyramid. Normally this place is packed with tourists, but not today. Our team had the site shut down under the guise of renovations. We entered through a route the public doesn't know about. Not the path that leads up into the pyramid, but the one that descends beneath it. The ancient Egyptians were remarkable builders. Unfortunately, something had decided to use their masterpiece as a feeding ground. We encountered the first layer of worshippers near the entrance. They moved wrong. One man had both of his legs bent in directions. Legs aren't supposed to bend. Yet he sprinted toward us anyway. Another dragged himself forward with a broken spine. The security detail opened fire. 10 bodies hit the floor before they got close. We pushed deeper into the tunnels. The second layer was worse. 50, maybe 60 worshippers rushed us at once. Some crawled across the walls and ceiling like insects. One dropped directly in front of me before Elena, my security captain, put a bullet through its skull. Another came from above. I shot it in the head, and it landed at my feet. "Move!" I shouted. We ran. The third layer was the last known layer, and that's where we found the god. It resembled a massive stone statue stretching from floor to ceiling like a trunk of a gigantic tree. Thousands of worshippers circled it in endless loops, chanting in a language I couldn't understand. I locked eyes with one of them. The problem was, it didn't have any. Only empty sockets stared back at me. The instant it spotted us, a gurgling screech erupted from its throat. A sound so wrong it barely resembled anything human. Then every worshipper in the chamber began screeching. Thousands of voices echoed through the cavern. "Greetings, my lord," I said, stepping forward. The intelligence briefing had classified it as a C class. It wasn't. Not even close. The thing was at least A class, which was a problem because I had brought a C class team. "Greetings, my lord," I repeated. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then a voice whispered directly into my ear. "Lowly human." I resisted the urge to jump. The thing was at least 50 feet away. "What brings you to my sanctuary, human?" it asked. "We represent an organization dedicated to assisting divine entities." The lie rolled off my tongue so smoothly, I almost impressed myself. Still, peaceful containment beats becoming toast. "Assisting?" The god stared at me. "And why would a god such as myself require assistance from lowly humans?" "Because, my lord, people are going to stop coming here." The god tilted its stone head. "And why is that?" "The pyramid is being renovated. Humans won't be allowed inside it for a long time." The god's stone face twisted. Its worshippers began to twitch. "No pilgrims?" "Not for some time." "No wanderers?" "No." "No offerings?" "No." The god's voice sharpened with every question. Then it shrieked. Thousands of worshippers turned toward us at once. Gods are prideful creatures. Deny them admiration for even a single day, and it wounds their ego. Tell them new worshippers will stop coming altogether, and the reaction is rarely pleasant. I cleared my throat. This is why we're here, to provide assistance during this unfortunate period. The god fell silent. Continue. The statue leaned forward, its massive face stopping only a few feet from mine. I could smell incense, blood, and something far older than either. We can provide housing, worshippers, protection, maintenance, and a stable source of followers. What makes you think I will believe you, little human? I gestured toward the empty entrance. Today's visitor count? The god didn't respond. 0 worshippers arrived today. Still nothing. And tomorrow won't be much better. The statue slowly straightened. I could practically hear it thinking, which was terrifying. God's thinking is usually bad for humans. And what would you demand in return? It finally asked. Very little. Nothing is ever little with humans. Fair. The worshippers resumed their circling, their feet scraping softly against the ancient stone as they moved. I reached into my bag and removed the sealed scroll. We've prepared a formal proposal. Before the god could respond, I handed it to Sean and shoved him forward. Huh? Was all Sean managed to say before he stumbled into one of the worshippers. Several of them immediately grabbed him and dragged him toward the statue while he screamed. The scroll floated from his hands before it reached the ground. The god read it. I have no idea what was written on it. Nobody in Retrieval does. The scrolls arrive sealed from the containment division. They're written in some ancient language only gods can understand. We aren't allowed to open them. Rumor says reading one drives humans insane, and I've never been curious enough to test that theory. Quite a proposition, lowly creature, the god snarled. For a moment, I thought it was going to reject the offer. Then it laughed. I accept. And with that, a blinding light filled the chamber, causing all of us to close our eyes. When I opened my eyes, the statue was gone. The worshippers were gone. The cavern was empty. Another successful mission. We returned to the helicopter. I was halfway on board when I realized Sean wasn't with us. I looked around, counted heads, counted again. Still no Sean. I sighed. Sorry, Jacob. I already knew he was going to kill me. Not literally, probably, but it wasn't my fault. The god had decided to keep him. The entity now resides on the 44th floor of the facility under a long-term containment agreement. Sean lives there too. He's one of the worshippers now. Last I heard, he spends his days walking in circles and chanting in a language nobody understands. Officially, he's listed as alive. Personally, I think that's debatable. Still, that's not what has me irritated. What has me irritated is what was waiting for me when I got back. A new assignment. Apparently, while we were dealing with the pyramid, something showed up in Antarctica. Normally, that wouldn't be my problem. Antarctica is usually containment's territory. If something decides to crawl out of the ice, they can be the one to deal with it. Unfortunately, somebody upstairs disagreed. The report was thin. Too thin. Just 3 pages. A satellite image, a casualty estimate, and a single sentence highlighted in red. Possible divine emergence confirmed. Retrieval team required immediately. I remember staring at that sentence for a long time. Not because of the assignment, not because of the location, because of the casualty estimate. The last team that went there was erased, never to be seen again. It was a containment division team, and apparently, just because I was a 100% success rate, the people upstairs think this is something I can handle. Side note, I can't. The previous team vanished into thin air, never to be seen again. which means whatever we're going to find in Antarctica already has them. And if that's the case, there's a decent chance my next assistant won't be the only one who dies. Honestly, I should probably get some sleep before we leave. The helicopter departs at 6, so 8 hours from now. At least that means Jacob won't get the chance to kill me. By the time he receives the report, I will be long gone. Antarctica is waiting, and for the first time in a long time, I'm not looking forward to a mission. Part 2. So I got a new boss. Well, got is a crazy way to put it. Forced into the arrangement is probably more accurate. I have a lot of feelings about the situation, and unfortunately, most of them are terrible. The rest are alcohol related. So this feels like the perfect time to sit down and write everything out before I convince myself none of it actually happened. The short version is that Antarctica went very, very wrong. The slightly longer version is that over 10,000 civilians disappeared, 405 containment personnel vanished trying to investigate, and for reasons that still escape me, management decided I was the right person to send after them. Apparently surviving previous deadly encounters qualifies you for future deadly encounters. Human resources should really stop using that metric. To explain how any of that led to my current employment situation, we need to go back a few hours, to the moment a casualty report landed on my desk. Missing. Containment Division personnel, 405. Civilians, over 10,000. I stared at the report. 10,000 civilians was tragic. 405 containment personnel was a staffing problem. Before you judge me, understand that these numbers directly affect my workload. According to the file, scientists stationed throughout Antarctica had been disappearing for the past 3 months. In the first month, 3 entire research stations were abandoned. One moment, they were there. The next, they weren't. No distress calls, no evacuation requests, no bodies, just empty facilities and missing personnel. In the second month, 4 more stations vanished. The third month, 5. This month wasn't even halfway over yet, and 2 more stations had already gone silent. That was why containment responded so quickly. Normally, Antarctica buys you time. The continent is cold, remote, miserable, and generally hostile to human life. Emergency responses aren't exactly convenient. But when entire research stations start evaporating off the face of the planet, people suddenly become very motivated. A containment division task force was dispatched almost immediately. 405 personnel. Every single one disappeared. I was lucky I'd been in Egypt. Otherwise, that would have been my team. And somehow, I don't think I'd be reading this report right now. I would have been part of it. There are only a few things capable of making an entire containment division team disappear without leaving behind a single body, an SS-class entity, another containment division team, or Antarctica itself. Honestly, Antarctica had the highest kill count out of all 3. People romanticize the place because it's covered in snow. In reality, it's an enormous frozen death trap that occasionally allows scientists to visit before trying to kill them. You fall into a crevice, you're gone. A blizzard rolls in, you're gone. You take one bad step in the wrong direction, congratulations, you're now part of the landscape. Unfortunately, my money wasn't on Antarctica. Something was down there. Something powerful enough to erase entire facilities. Maybe a god. Maybe something worse. Maybe something even the CSP didn't know. As ridiculous as that sounds, several incidents over the last 3 months suggested CSP wasn't nearly as informed as it liked to pretend. Gods had started disappearing from containment. Not escaping, disappearing. One day they'd be present, the next they'd be gone. Days or weeks later, they'd casually return as if nothing had happened. Whenever they were questioned, the answer was always the same. We had offerings to make. That was it. No explanations, no details. The lack of answers wasn't unusual. Most gods barely acknowledge that humanity exists. Talking to one is like trying to interview a hurricane. They generally don't care what you think and have no interest in explaining themselves. The only exception was a river god Jacob's team had recovered from the Amazon last spring. The thing loved hearing itself talk. Most gods treated interviews like talking to ants. It treated them like podcast appearances. When asked where the others were going, it gave us exactly one answer. The one with wings and a million seekers calls upon us. Then it refused to elaborate. Containment had dismissed the statement. I didn't, because I noticed patterns. Over 3 months, 10,000 civilians had vanished. Hundreds of personnel had disappeared, and gods were leaving containment facilities for mysterious gatherings. Either the universe was experiencing the world's strangest coincidence, or something beneath Antarctica was powerful enough to summon gods. Neither possibility improved my day. I had 6 hours before departure, so I headed for the library. The library wasn't actually a library. Calling it a library would be like calling a nuclear weapon a flashlight. Technically not wrong, but missing several important details. Over a century ago, CSP made a deal with a god living somewhere in the Himalayas. The arrangement was simple. It would provide a fraction of its knowledge in exchange for access to information twice every 100 years. Most people considered it one of the worst deals humanity has ever made. Personally, I thought those people were idiots. Most of CSP's understanding of the Celestial came from deals exactly like this. Besides, from what I understood, the exchange benefited us far more than the god. Imagine spending 5 minutes talking to an ant colony and giving it centuries of your accumulated knowledge in return. That's basically what happened. The god got a conversation. Humanity got a shortcut through several thousand years of trial and error. After a few hours of searching, I focused on the statement from the Amazon god. The one with wings and a million seekers calls upon us. The library returned no results. That got my attention. The 44 floors of information never return 0 results. Ever. Everything leaves a trail, especially gods. They're far too arrogant to hide it. If they could, they'd write their names across the moon and expect humanity to thank them for the view. I tried searching for winged gods instead. Thousands of entities appeared for winged entities, but none matched. The more I thought about it, the less sense the description made. Gods don't have wings. Not real ones. Their forms exist for accessibility. They need followers. They need worshippers. Floating permanently above humanity would be the supernatural equivalent of opening a restaurant in the middle of the ocean. That's when I realized the thing being described probably wasn't a god. Unfortunately, that realization only led me to something worse. One of the historical texts contained a section titled Origins. According to the book, the gods hadn't simply appeared, they had been created. One passage immediately caught my attention. The makers descended from heaven and raised the first gods from among lesser beings. I'd never heard the term before. Makers. The chapter provided almost no explanation before abruptly ending. Another book mentioned 3 objects descending into Antarctica thousands of years before recorded civilization. They weren't meteors. They didn't leave craters. The illustration on the next page nearly made me drop the book. 3 winged figures emerged from the ice. Their bodies were covered in eyes. Millions of eyes. My stomach dropped as the Amazon god statement echoed through my head. Not seekers. Eyes. The translation had been wrong, or perhaps the god had intentionally used a word that meant both. The beings in the history books had a name. Angels. When I searched the library database for them, only a single result appeared. 1 page. The library contained millions of books and somehow only possessed a single page about angels. That terrified me more than anything I'd read all day, because it meant somebody had gone out of their way to erase them from history. According to the document, angels existed before the gods. They had been created directly by the Creator and originally maintained reality itself. But then they got bored. I stared at the sentence for several seconds. Bored. The document compared their behavior to humanity. We were supposed to protect the world, yet we'd spent most of our existence damaging it. According to the page, angels weren't much different. After existing for millions, or perhaps billions of years, they simply stopped caring. They lost interest in reality, lost interest in purpose, lost interest in everything. Somewhere along the way, they started creating gods, not because they needed to, but because they were bored. And apparently, cosmic beings are just as capable of making terrible decisions as everyone else. This was insane. CSP barely possessed the resources necessary to manage some gods. Several entities remained cooperative solely because they felt like it. An angel? One of the original 3? Forget containing it. We probably couldn't even annoy it. If what I'd read was true, then Antarctica wasn't dealing with an SS-class entity. We were dealing with something far older, far more powerful, something that gods themselves answered to. I glanced at the clock. 3 hours until departure. There was no way in hell I was keeping this to myself. I folded the page and headed for the elevators. The board of directors occupied the 102nd floor. Most personnel never set foot there. The directors were usually too busy to meet without weeks of scheduling and enough paperwork to kill a small forest. I didn't have weeks. I barely had 3 hours. By the time the elevator doors opened, I was practically jogging. Most of the directors were off-site, which left me with exactly one option: Mr. Stonehill. Unfortunately, Stonehill sat above the head of containment and held a permanent seat on the board. He was also a snob, though that hardly made him unique among upper management. I knocked once. "Come in." The door slid open. Stonehill looked exactly as he always did, like a snake that had somehow learned how to wear a suit. I placed the page on his desk. "Sir, I think I've found something connected to Antarctica." I explained everything: the disappearances, the gods, the books, the angels. When I finished, he glanced at the page and sighed. The facility already knows about angels. I felt irrationally offended. I'd spent hours discovering information he apparently already had sitting in a filing cabinet somewhere. "Then you know what's beneath Antarctica?" "No." The answer came immediately. Because if an angel were involved, none of this would be happening. I frowned. Stonehill leaned back in his chair. "Gods care about followers. Angels don't. They existed long before gods, humanity, and civilization. They do not need worshippers. No need for sacrifices. No need for attention." He shrugged. 10,000 missing humans would mean nothing to them. I looked down at the page. The Amazon gods said they were being called. Gods say many things. I hated that answer. Then what's happening? The entity is gathering followers. His expression hardened. And every hour we waste debating it increases the body count. I stared at him for a moment before asking the question that had been bothering me since I entered the office. "How do we know it's gathering followers?" I asked. "What if it's just killing people because it wants to?" That actually got his attention. For several seconds he considered the question before shaking his head. If something powerful enough to erase 400 personnel killed purely for amusement, humanity would have disappeared long ago. I hated that answer. Unfortunately, hating it wasn't going to buy me any extra time. Before I could argue, the office door opened. Stonehill's assistant stepped inside. "Sir, Transport is ready. Stonehill nodded, then looked at me. The conversation was over. Your aircraft leaves in less than 2 hours, Miss Nyeri. I grabbed the page from his desk. Stonehill had already gone back to his paperwork. As far as he was concerned, Antarctica contained another god, another mission, another problem. Nothing more. I knew the CSP viewed personnel as grains of salt, so his indifference didn't surprise me at all. We reached Antarctica surprisingly quickly. The aircraft was mostly automated, which wasn't standard for CSP operations. They usually insisted on keeping a pilot on board. This time they didn't. Personally, I figured it was because if all 800 of us vanished, they'd still be able to recover the plane. The CSP loves cutting costs, which is funny considering none of us get paid. People hear secret government organization and imagine unlimited budgets. The reality is less glamorous. We live in CSP facilities, eat CSP food, wear CSP uniforms, and usually die before retirement. For the few who somehow survive long enough to retire, there is a pension waiting for them. Most never get the chance to collect it. On the bright side, healthcare is free, so I try not to complain too much. The automated aircraft landed roughly 2 miles from the anomaly. 800 security personnel accompanied me. My negotiation team consisted of 20 specialists selected from various departments. Normally, I'd also have an assistant. Unfortunately, my last assistant is technically still classified as alive, so I don't qualify for a new one. We approached the entrance of a massive ice cave carved deep into the Antarctic shelf. At first, nothing seemed unusual. The tunnel descended in layers, each one deeper than the last. We passed the first level, then the second, third, fourth. Nothing. By the time we reached the 6th level, several members of the team were visibly relaxing. I wasn't. Something had erased 405 containment personnel. It was here. We simply hadn't found it yet. Then we reached the 7th level, and everything changed. The cold didn't bother me much. Our suits were designed for Antarctic deployment and could withstand temperatures that would have killed an unprotected human in minutes. What I saw did. The walls were covered in bodies. Thousands of them. Frozen men and women embedded directly into the ice. Scientists, containment personnel, civilians. Some looked terrified. Others appeared completely calm, as if they'd simply stopped moving and frozen where they stood. The tunnel stretched ahead for miles, and every inch of it was lined with human beings. Nobody spoke. Nobody needed to. I stared at the frozen faces surrounding us, then into the darkness waiting ahead. This was bad. So unbelievably bad. Because I finally knew one thing for certain. This wasn't a god. Gods need followers. They need worshippers. They need people they can influence, manipulate, and communicate with. Freezing thousands of humans inside a glacier where probably nobody could ever reach them served no purpose. We continued downward. Level 8, Level 9, Level 10. The bodies never stopped. The deeper we went, the older they became. Scientists gave way to explorers. Explorers gave way to soldiers. Soldiers gave way to people wearing clothing from civilizations that should not have existed. Some of the corpses looked thousands of years old, yet somehow remained perfectly preserved, as if the ice itself refused to let them decay. By the time we reached the bottom, nobody was speaking anymore. At the center of the cavern stood something larger than a mountain, a winged figure covered in eyes. Millions of them. Chains wrapped around its body and disappeared into the ice. For one brief, glorious moment, I thought it might actually be imprisoned. Then I noticed the chains. They were divine. The same material found within gods. The realization hit immediately. The gods hadn't worshipped this thing. They'd chained it. A loud crack echoed through the cavern. One chain snapped, then another, then thousands of eyes opened. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't even move. The light pouring from the angel's countless eyes was so bright that I instinctively shut my own. For several seconds I remained frozen in place. Then I heard the commotion around me. Some people were laughing, others were crying. A few had fallen to their knees and started praying. Several were screaming for everyone to open their eyes, while others couldn't stop talking about how beautiful it was. Then came the running, the screaming, the gunfire, and the sounds of hundreds of trained personnel completely losing their minds. I didn't need to see what was happening, and I refused to die like this. Think, Naeri, think. Then an idea came to me. I know where the gods are. The cavern fell silent. Even the screams stopped. My heart nearly exploded. I swallowed hard and repeated myself louder. I know where the gods are. A sound echoed throughout the cavern. Laughter. Not human laughter. Something deeper, older. The laughter of a creature that had watched continents form and civilizations turn to dust. A mere human bargains for her life. The angel sounded genuinely amused. You are quite entertaining. I forced myself to keep talking. If it was speaking, it wasn't killing. At the moment, that was good enough for me. Weren't they the ones who trapped you here? The laughter grew louder. You believe they trapped me? You believe chains can imprison me? For the first time, I risked opening my eyes. I immediately regretted it. Millions of eyes stared back. Every single one focused on me. I remained because I wished to remain. The angel shifted one of its wings and the entire cavern trembled. Chunks of ice broke from the ceiling and crashed into the darkness below. The gods occasionally gather and strengthen the chains. They imagine themselves powerful enough to contain me. The laughter returned. I find the spectacle entertaining. It relieves my boredom. I looked around. People were still disappearing. Others continued walking toward the angel despite every survival instinct screaming at them to run. This thing wasn't trapped. We were the ones imprisoned with it. Then the angel's attention settled on me once more. The cavern became silent, but human. Millions of eyes narrowed. What will you offer to relieve my boredom? I had a feeling there wasn't a correct answer to that question. There were only disappointing ones, so I did the only thing I could think of. I told the truth. I belong to an organization that houses gods. Its purpose is to keep them in check. For a moment there was silence. Then the angel laughed harder than before. The cavern shook violently. Entire sections of ice collapsed. Thousands of frozen corpses shattered against the floor like glass. Humans keeping gods in check? It laughed again. Now that is genuinely intriguing. Then the laughter stopped instantly. Millions of eyes focused on me. Perhaps, the angel said. My eternity has finally become interesting. The chains rattled. Cracks spread across them like spiderwebs as the cavern shook around us. People screamed while ice collapsed from the ceiling. I looked around desperately. 800 personnel, 20 negotiations, thousands of frozen corpses, humanity's greatest containment organization, and none of it mattered. Then the angel made me an offer. Promise to relieve my boredom, and I may continue tolerating humanity. May, not will. May. The kind of wording lawyers and supernatural horrors absolutely love. Around me, people continued dying. 800 soldiers, 20 negotiators. Entire teams vanished while the angel waited for my answer. I'd love to tell you I accepted because I wanted to save humanity, That would sound heroic, but it would also be complete nonsense. The truth is, I was terrified. Everyone else was already dead. The mission was over. The expedition had failed. The only thing I'd accomplished was becoming slightly more interesting than the thousands of corpses frozen into the walls around me. The angel didn't value me. It wasn't choosing me. I was just the newest thing in existence that hadn't become boring yet. Unfortunately, that was still a much better position than everyone else's. Maybe refusing would have saved the world. Maybe accepting doomed it. I didn't know. What I did know was that I wasn't ready to die in a hole beneath Antarctica, so I made the only decision that benefited the person I cared about most. Myself. Okay, I said. I agree. Just make it stop. The world turned white. When I woke up, I was inside the aircraft. The engines were running. The autopilot was already returning us home. The seats around me were empty. No soldiers, no negotiators, no pilots. The angel had never accepted my terms. It had offered its own. As soon as I returned this afternoon, I found myself standing before the board of directors trying to explain why I was the only survivor. What happened there, Agent Nyeri? Madame Lenny's voice cut through the silence. All 8 board members, including Stonehill, were staring at me. It was an angel. The room immediately became tense. Several directors inhaled sharply. Others exchanged nervous glances. They're all dead, I continued. But in return, the angel accepted our terms. Several directors visibly relaxed. The agreement isn't permanent, I added. The relief vanished instantly. Not permanent? What do you mean, Agent? Madame Lenny asked. I swallowed. I think only the angel can explain it. Then the conference room doors opened. Every head turned. A young man stepped inside. Dark hair, perfect smile, eyes that seemed far too bright. For a moment, nobody moved. Nobody breathed. The young man looked around the room, his smile widening as he took in the expression staring back at him. Then he tilted his head slightly. Someone promised me that you all would keep me entertained. His gaze drifted across the conference table. For a moment, he looked almost disappointed. I suppose we'll find out if she was telling the truth. Now, if you're wondering, yes, he came back with me. I know what I said earlier. The aircraft was empty when I woke up. It was. There were no pilots, no negotiators, no soldiers. I never said there were no angels. Looking back, it's probably a good thing CSP decided to save money and remove the pilot, explaining why I'd returned to the aircraft with no crew and a perfectly healthy man wearing normal clothes in sub-zero temperatures would have raised some uncomfortable questions. So that's how I ended up with a new boss. Funny how life works. One day you're trying not to die beneath Antarctica. The next, you're apparently an assistant employed to entertain an immoral cosmic horror older than civilization. Although assistant probably isn't the right title. If he's the boss of Stonehill, then technically we are all assistants. The way I see it, humanity didn't stop an extinction event beneath Antarctica. We negotiated a performance review, and eventually, every audience gets bored. Part 3. Jacob returned 3 weeks later, and he was pissed. I was sitting in the cafeteria enjoying what was supposed to be a peaceful lunch break when the doors slammed open, hard enough to make half the room jump. Jacob walked in covered in scratches, mosquito bites, and what I sincerely hoped was mud. The Congo mission had apparently gone badly. From what I'd heard, he'd spent part of it wrestling a lion after it wandered into their camp. Then his team got eaten alive by mosquitoes before they even reached the god. After that, they still had to negotiate with the thing. Honestly, it sounded exhausting. Unfortunately, the moment Jacob spotted me, I knew exactly where all that frustration was going. I had enough time to think, oh no, before my sandwich disappeared. 1 second it was in my hand, the next it was flying across the cafeteria. Then I was flying across the cafeteria. Jacob grabbed me by the collar and hurled me over a table. I hit the floor hard enough to reconsider several life choices. "What the hell?" I shouted. Several employees immediately stood up and started leaving. Nobody gets involved when managers start fighting. It's one of the unspoken workplace safety policies everyone follows. "We had a deal, Nairi." He looked genuinely furious. Jacob normally had the complexion of a corpse. Somehow, he'd managed to turn bright red. It was honestly impressive. "Sean is still alive," I said. "Yeah, on paper." "Paper is what determines whether he's alive. You and I both know he's only classified as alive because he's physically inside the facility." "That still sounds alive." Jacob looked like he wanted to throw me across another table. "The report says you shoved him." "I did." "You shoved him toward a god." "We were negotiating." "You used him as a sacrifice." I climbed back to my feet and stared at my ruined lunch. The sandwich had done nothing wrong. That's a very loaded word. "Nairi." "What?" "You shoved an assistant into a supernatural entity." "And?" For a moment, Jacob stared at me. I sighed. "Look, I didn't know the god was going to keep him. I don't even know what was in the contract. None of us know the ancient language. For all I know, the contract could have included a section about complimentary assistance." Jacob opened his mouth. "That's not the point." "It kind of is. The point is Sean is walking in circles on floor 45, chanting at walls." I shrugged. The god did something outside the agreement, outside standard procedure, and outside my knowledge, which means that this is a containment problem, not a Nairi problem. The surrounding cafeteria had gone completely silent. Jacob looked genuinely conflicted because, unfortunately for him, I had a point. A terrible point. A morally questionable point, but still a point. "I hate you," Jacob said. "That's fair." Then he grabbed my backup sandwich off the table and started walking away. This was such a bad start to the week. Jacob had stolen my backup sandwich, thrown me across the table, and somehow managed to make Sean's situation sound like my fault. I picked up my tray and dumped what remained of my lunch into the trash. 3 weeks had passed since Antarctica. 3 weeks since I'd brought an angel back to the facility. Yes, everyone knows about him now. That had somehow become my problem too. I was halfway through mentally drafting a complaint to Human Resources when the cafeteria went silent. Not normal silent. Not coworkers watching two managers argue silent. The kind of silence that makes you immediately think, "Oh, for the love of God, what now?" Jacob stopped dead in his tracks. The anger drained from his face so fast it was almost impressive. His eyes moved past me towards something behind me. Around us, employees started standing up. A few lowered their heads. One woman dropped her tray, and nobody moved to pick it up. The entire room had suddenly become very interested in not attracting attention. I sighed. I already knew what that meant. I turned around and immediately understood the problem. The angel was standing in the doorway. He looked the same as he had in Antarctica. Tall, pale, perfect. The kind of face ancient civilizations would have carved into mountains and then started wars over. He was wearing a CSP employee badge. I don't know why that bothered me more than anything else. The badge even had a photo. And a name. Angelo. Which was probably the most angel name an angel could possibly have. Someone had apparently convinced an eldritch celestial entity to sit still for an identification photo, fill out employee paperwork, and accept a name badge. Or maybe he'd requested one himself. I wasn't sure which possibility was worse. For some reason, he'd developed a habit of appearing wherever I happened to be. Meetings, hallways, briefings, the gym, my apartment. I still wasn't sure how he'd found my apartment among the thousands of CSP apartments spread throughout the facility complex. That particular incident had resulted in several uncomfortable conversations with facility security. Apparently, security can't issue trespassing notices to ancient celestial entities capable of rewriting reality. As if that wasn't enough. I'd also developed strange scars running across my left leg. They'd appeared 3 days ago. The medical department had no idea what had caused them. Personally, I suspected the angel. At this point, blaming the angel had become my default explanation for most problems. The angel glanced around the room, looking curious and interested, like he was watching a peculiar educational documentary. Then his eyes landed on me. His expression immediately brightened. "Oh," he smiled. "There you are." I closed my eyes. Not because I was scared, because I was tired. Around me, the cafeteria somehow became even quieter. Jacob slowly looked at me, then at the angel, then back at me. "Why is it always you?" he whispered. I ask myself that every day. The angel started walking toward us. Everyone immediately moved out of his way. Nobody wanted to end up on the angel's list of hobbies. Unfortunately, I'd already lost that privilege. He stopped directly in front of me and stared for several seconds before tilting his head. "You are injured." I glanced at the bruise on my arm. "I'm aware." The angel followed my gaze. His eyes settled on Jacob. Jacob visibly tensed. Honestly, I couldn't blame him. The angel studied him for a moment before looking back at me. "Did he do that?" The entire cafeteria froze. Jacob stopped breathing. A few employees looked like they were preparing evacuation routes. "No." Jacob relaxed. "He only threw me across the table." Jacob immediately stopped relaxing. The angel blinked. "Oh." For several seconds he appeared to think about that. Then he turned toward Jacob and smiled. "Is this injury deadly to humans?" "No," I said. I was starting to get annoyed. The angel had a habit of asking questions like this. Over the past week, he'd asked enough questions to fill an entire library. Most of them were concerning. Some were merely annoying. A few had resulted in emergency meetings. How many bones can a human lose before it becomes a problem? Why do humans become upset when they are lied to? Can sadness be measured? Why do humans celebrate surviving another year? Why do humans enjoy horror stories? How much of a human can be removed before it affects productivity? How many employees can I duplicate before CSP notices? Those last two questions alone resulted in 3 emergency meetings, 4 containment reviews, and a facility-wide employee census. Then there were the questions directed specifically at me. Would you inform me before dying? If I prevented your death forever, would you still dislike me? Why do you become irritated when I watch you sleep? Those questions bothered me, not because I thought he was threatening me. The angel didn't really understand threats. The problem was that every question sounded genuine, like he was honestly trying to understand why the answers weren't obvious. And unfortunately, I had somehow become his preferred source of information. Or, as Stonehill liked to put it, his lab rat. That is good, the angel said. It would be inconvenient if you died. He pulled out a chair and sat beside the table Jacob had thrown me across. Nobody had invited him. Nobody was going to stop him. What are you doing? I asked. Eating lunch. You don't eat. I have been informed that lunch is a social activity. I stared at him. He stared back. The cafeteria remained completely silent. The angel glanced around the room. Have I interrupted something? Nobody answered. Good. Then he leaned down and picked up the remains of my sandwich from the floor. He examined it carefully, his brow furrowing. This appears damaged. I looked at the sandwich, then at him, then at Jacob. You owe me 2 sandwiches now. I sighed. My week had somehow gotten worse. That lunch break was the most awkward experience of my life. The angel spent 20 minutes learning how to chew. Not eating, chewing. Apparently he'd already understood the concept of consuming food. What fascinated him was the process of turning food into smaller pieces first. Jacob sat across from us, glaring at me the entire time like I'd personally unleashed this disaster onto humanity, which, in my defense, was only partially true. I inhaled my replacement sandwich in 3 bites just to escape. By the time I reached my office, I was already mentally preparing several complaints to HR that I knew nobody would read. Unfortunately, something was waiting on my desk. A report. I opened the folder. Missing 5,317 residents. Location: a small city in Nevada. Classification: B-class god. I stared at the report for several seconds before closing it. Then I opened it again. The number stubbornly remained the same. 5,000 people don't just disappear. At least they're not supposed to. 3 hours later, I was sitting in a briefing room explaining our plan to the B-class god under control. A B-class entity wasn't world-ending, but it was still more than capable of wiping out a city if left unattended. By the time the briefing ended, we had assembled a response team consisting of 400 security personnel, 6 negotiators, multiple research specialists, and enough equipment to invade a small country. Everything was proceeding normally, which should have been my first warning sign. We were already boarding the aircraft when I noticed movement near the loading ramp. I closed my eyes, counted to 5, then opened them again. The angel was still there. Of course he was. He stepped onto the plane like he belonged there. Several security officers immediately moved out of his way. One of the negotiators actually turned around and walked back down the ramp. I couldn't even blame him. What do you want? I asked. The angel looked genuinely surprised by the question. I wish to accompany you. It is boring here. This isn't a field trip. You said humans enjoy traveling. This isn't traveling. It appears to involve travel. I pinched the bridge of my nose. Around us, nobody was speaking. Nobody was moving. Nobody was volunteering to tell an eldritch celestial entity that he couldn't board the aircraft. The angel tilted his head. I am coming anyway. I sighed. Unfortunately, that wasn't really a statement I could argue with. Technically, I outranked most people in the organization except the board members. Practically nobody outranked an ancient celestial horror capable of rearranging reality whenever it got curious. 10 minutes later, we were airborne. The seating arrangement was interesting. By interesting, I mean everyone had crammed themselves onto the opposite side of the aircraft. 400 trained security personnel, 6 negotiators, and multiple researchers were all squeezed together like terrified sardines. Meanwhile, Angelo sat beside me with an entire row of seats empty around him. It looked less like transportation and more like a quarantine zone. The angel seemed completely unaware of this, or worse, completely aware and enjoying it. He stared out the aircraft window for several minutes before speaking. Will this god be entertaining? I looked up from my mission briefing. I'd prefer if it wasn't. Why? Because entertaining gods usually kill people. He considered that for a moment. Humans seem very opposed to being killed. I stared at him. That's a groundbreaking observation. Thank you. The fact that he wasn't being sarcastic somehow made it worse. I returned to my report, but I couldn't shake the feeling that bringing him along was going to become a problem, a very large problem, and considering our mission already involved 5,000 missing people and a hostile god, that was saying something. The flight lasted 4 hours, and they were 4 very long hours. At some point I fell asleep, which turned out to be a mistake. I woke up because someone was staring at me, not in the normal way, not in the creepy coworker way. I mean, directly staring at me from 6 inches away. I opened my eyes and nearly launched myself through the ceiling. The angel was sitting beside me, leaning forward and watching me with intense concentration. What the hell? Several nearby security officers jumped. The angel, meanwhile, looked pleased. You make unusual noises when sleeping. I rubbed my face. People do that. You stopped breathing 12 times. That's called snoring. You appeared to be dying. I wasn't. The angel nodded thoughtfully. You are weird. Thank you. I was so annoyed I briefly considered throwing myself out of the aircraft just to end the conversation. He sat back unbothered by my expression. Across the cabin, dozens of employees immediately relaxed. Apparently, everyone had been waiting to see whether I was about to be dissected. The rest of the flight passed in relative silence, which should have worried me. Whenever things become quiet around the angel, it usually meant he was thinking, and whenever he was thinking, someone ended up filing paperwork. Lots of paperwork. We landed just before sunset. The city looked normal from the outside, and that was what bothered me. It was just a normal Nevada city sitting in the desert, peaceful, quiet, and empty. The moment we entered the city limits, I knew something was wrong. There were cars parked in driveways, lights still on inside homes, food sitting on restaurant tables, and a school bus abandoned in the middle of an intersection. It looked like the entire population had simply stood up and walked away. Nobody spoke as our convoy rolled through the streets. 400 security personnel suddenly seemed inadequate. Eventually we stopped in the center of town and I climbed out of the vehicle. The silence hit immediately. There were no birds, no insects, no wind, nothing. A city wasn't supposed to sound like that. One of the researchers approached carrying a tablet. We found where it started. Where? The church. Quite fitting for a god, honestly. Then again, gods could be anywhere. One time we found one underneath the Paris catacombs, so a church was comparatively normal. The church stood at the edge of town, small, white, and completely ordinary. Security teams established a perimeter, while researchers unloaded equipment. The angel wandered past all of them. Nobody tried stopping him. A few people actively moved out of his path. He stared at the church for several seconds before frowning. That immediately got my attention because the angel rarely frowned. What? He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked toward the sky, then the church, then the empty streets. His expression became strangely uncomfortable. I know this one. The way he said it made my stomach drop. We are currently outside the church waiting for the final breach order. The angel hasn't taken his eyes off the building since he arrived. I've seen him curious. I've seen him confused. I've seen him amused. This is the first time I've ever seen him look concerned. If I'm being honest, that's making me consider several alternative career paths. Anyway, they're calling us in. I'll update this journal if I survive whatever is waiting inside. Part 4. Final part. I survived. I realize now that survival and success are not remotely the same thing. Looking back, I should have taken the angel's concerns more seriously. You know the god? Yes. That was not reassuring, not even slightly. The angel looked at the church the same way someone might look at a former coworker they absolutely hated. That is unfortunate. I stared at him. What does that mean? He was quiet for several moments before smiling, and somehow that was even worse. It means your chances of survival have decreased significantly. Nobody laughed. The angel seemed genuinely confused by this reaction. Then he raised one hand and pointed toward the church. It is one of the gods that believe it could imprison me. For the first time since Antarctica, genuine excitement entered his voice. The smile on his face widened, and widened, and widened, until it stretched from ear to ear. Several security officers instinctively stepped backward. I couldn't blame them. The expression wasn't human. It wasn't even close. "Why are you smiling?" I asked. Honestly, I just wanted him to stop. The angel's eyes remained fixed on the church. "Do you believe in heaven?" I blinked. "What?" "Heaven," he repeated. "Do you believe humans go there after death?" I stared at him. I had no idea why he was asking that. Maybe it was because we were standing in front of a church, or because he didn't think we were going to survive. Then again, most of what he did made absolutely no sense, at least not to humans. "Why would I?" I asked. The angel blinked. "Why would you not?" I shrugged. "All the gods I've met live on Earth. If they're here, who's in heaven?" To my surprise, the angel laughed. Not loudly, just enough to make me immediately uncomfortable. "You are intelligent," he said. "I've been told otherwise." His smile widened slightly. How far can his face actually stretch? "If humans do not go to heaven, where do you think souls go when they die?" Thought about it for a moment. The honest answer wasn't particularly complicated. "I don't know." The angel waited. "If I had to guess, somewhere maybe. That's usually how religions explain it." I had never been particularly religious, much to my parents' disappointment. The angel tilted his head. "They do not." I frowned. "What?" "When humans die, their souls dissipate and cease to exist." He said it with the same tone someone might use to discuss the weather. Suddenly everything felt very quiet. I stared at him. The angel stared back. Around us, security teams prepared equipment, checked weapons, and finalized entry plans, completely unaware that the angel had just casually informed me that the afterlife wasn't real. For several seconds, neither of us spoke. Finally, I shrugged. "Okay." "Yeah." "You do not seem upset." "Should I be?" The angel studied me carefully. "Most humans react poorly to that information." I was genuinely too tired for this conversation. "Why?" "Because they fear death." "That sounds like a future me problem." The angel stared. I continued. "If I'm dead, I really can't do anything about it." The silence stretched. Slowly, the angel leaned forward. For the first time since I'd met him, he looked genuinely baffled. "You are remarkably unconcerned about your own mortality despite repeatedly surviving situations that should kill you." I shrugged. "Being concerned about death won't stop death. Everybody dies eventually." The angel continued staring at me. I had the distinct feeling I'd given the wrong answer, or possibly the most interesting answer. Unfortunately, with him, those were usually the same thing. Finally, the preparations were complete. We made our way toward the church entrance. Well, security teams established positions around the building. After a brief discussion that mostly consisted of people arguing over who had to go in first, the security personnel breached the doors. The moment they swung open, every conversation died. The church was bigger. Much bigger. Not slightly bigger or architecturally impressively bigger. Impossibly bigger. The interior stretched far beyond what the exterior dimensions should have allowed. Rows upon rows of pews extended into the distance, disappearing into a dim golden haze. Hundreds of civilians filled those seats. Then I realized it wasn't hundreds. It was thousands. Every missing resident was there. 5,000 people sat perfectly still in neat rows as if a church service was underway. Nobody spoke. Nobody moved. They simply stared forward with peaceful expressions on their faces. The sight would have been comforting if it weren't so deeply wrong. At the far end of the impossible sanctuary stood a massive figure. At first I thought it was a statue. Then it moved. The thing towered over the congregation, its body partially fused into the floor beneath it. Thick roots, or maybe veins, spread outward from its lower half, disappearing through the stone as if the church itself had grown around it. Its head resembled that of a goat, crowned with twisting horns, while its body was covered in dark feathers like some grotesque bird. Human hands protruded from the mass of feathers, pressed together in prayer. The entire thing looked wrong, not horrifying in the traditional sense, just bizarre in a way that made my brain struggle to process what it was seeing. Its enormous hands remained clasped together as thousands of worshippers mirrored the pose. Every missing resident knelt in perfect silence, staring toward the thing at the front of the church. Thousands of people praying, thousands of people worshipping, and at the center of it all sat a god. "Why are you here, human?" Its voice echoed through the sanctuary despite the fact it hadn't raised it. 5,000 heads remained perfectly still. I stepped forward before anyone else could. "We have a proposition. Humans are going to notice that an entire city disappeared. We can help you keep your current worshippers, but you need to cooperate." The god tilted its head. "Or?" I sighed. "Please understand. If the government discovers what's happening here, they'll eventually respond by removing the problem." That wasn't technically true. The government wasn't the problem. We were. CSP generally handled situations like this. If a god refused our agreements, we didn't negotiate forever. We erased the problem from the map. The god's expression darkened. "Remove?" They wiped the entire location off the map. A long silence followed. Then the god blinked. "I see." Surprisingly, it didn't seem particularly concerned. Its gaze drifted past me, past the security teams, past the researchers, past everyone. Then it froze. The change was immediate. Its pupils widened. The feathers along its body puffed outward. For the first time since we'd entered the church, the god looked genuinely afraid. "Wait, is that..." A voice answered before I could. "Yes, it's me." The angel stepped forward. For the first time since entering the church, the congregation reacted. Thousands of worshippers shifted uneasily. The god stared. The angel stared back. Recognition flashed across both their faces. Then the god's expression twisted into horror. Unfortunately, the god recognized that smile. "And I remember you." The angel's grin widened. The smile on his face was entirely wrong for the situation. The god recoiled. For a moment, I forgot that I was looking at a god. Fear is a remarkably universal expression, and whatever history existed between these two, the god wanted absolutely no part of it. The deity surged to its feet. Roots tore free from the stone floor with sounds like breaking bones as it rose to its full height. "What have you done, you fools? You let him here." The entire church shook. Thousands of worshippers suddenly stood all at once. 5,000 people moved in perfect synchronization. My stomach dropped. This is bad. The crowd surged toward us. Security personnel immediately formed defensive layers around the negotiators, researchers, and medical teams. Training took over. Orders were shouted. Rifles came up. Then the first wave hit. Gunfire erupted throughout the church. The sound was deafening. Hundreds of rifles opened fire simultaneously as the congregation rushed forward like a living tidal wave. Bullets tore through pews and shattered stained glass windows. People screamed. Radios exploded with overlapping orders. The worshippers didn't stop. They just kept coming. And through all of it, the angel stood there smiling at the god, like he'd finally found something interesting. None of this matters anymore. The mission had changed. Negotiation was over. Containment was over. Now we were moving to demolition. I pushed through the chaos toward the altar, clutching the demolition charge against my chest. The device wasn't much larger than a backpack, but it carried enough firepower to bring down a building if placed correctly. Unfortunately, there were several thousand extremely motivated civilians between me and where I needed to put it. I shot at the civilians. I'm not proud of that. I'm also not dead. Unfortunately, those were the only two options available at the time. Security personnel fought desperately to hold the crowd back, while I slipped through gaps in the fighting. A woman grabbed my arm. I fired. A man lunged at me from between the pews. I fired again. Somebody tackled one of our researchers to the floor, and I fired a third time. I didn't stop moving. Stopping was how you died. By the time I reached the front rows, my ears were ringing from gunfire, and my lungs felt like they were on fire. The air smelled of smoke, blood, and burning gunpowder. The god saw me immediately. Of course it did. Its massive head turned toward me as I sprinted between shattered pews. Around us, gunfire echoed through the impossible sanctuary, while thousands of worshippers surged through the defensive line. Somewhere behind me, security teams were still trying to prevent the situation from becoming even worse. They were failing. The charge suddenly felt very small, and the god suddenly felt very large. Behind me, the security teams were buying time with bullets. Ahead of me sat an angry deity, and somewhere to my left, the angel was laughing, not helping, just laughing, which somehow made the situation even worse. I reached the base of the altar and dropped to one knee. My hands were already moving, pulling the charge free, arming it, and setting the timer. For one glorious second, I thought I might actually pull this off. Then the god moved. One moment it was 20 feet away. The next, a massive hand filled my vision. I threw myself sideways. The hand slammed into the floor where I'd been standing. The impact sounded like a car crash. Stone exploded outward as the shock wave hit me like a truck. I lost my footing and flew across the sanctuary. The last thing I saw before impact was the demolition charge sliding from my hands. Then I hit a wall. Hard. The stone cracked around me. Something inside my shoulder made a noise shoulders aren't supposed to make. For several seconds I couldn't breathe. I slid to the floor in a shower of dust and broken masonry, while pain shot through every part of my body. Everything rang. My ears, my head, my teeth, the entire world. Through blurred vision, I spotted the charge lying near the god's roots. Still armed, still ticking. The god saw it too. "Eat dirt," I muttered. Then the explosion detonated. The blast lit up the sanctuary like a second sun. The shock wave ripped through the church. Stone pillars shattered, stained glass vaporized. Entire sections of the floor erupted upward. The god let out a sound somewhere between a scream and a roar as fire engulfed the altar. Then gravity remembered its job. The ceiling began to collapse. Chunks of stone the size of cars tore free overhead. Cracks raced across the impossible sanctuary as the entire structure groaned around us. People screamed. The remaining worshippers scattered. Security teams threw themselves behind whatever cover they could find. I managed exactly one thought. Is this how it ends? Then several tons of debris came crashing down on top of me. Everything vanished in a flash of white. For a moment, I was certain I was dead. Then I opened my eyes. I was standing in the middle of a field. Tall grass stretched endlessly toward the horizon, and above me the sky shimmered gold and silver. filled with stars that drifted across the heavens far too quickly to belong to any real night. There was no church, no gunfire, and no screaming. There was only silence and the god. The goat-headed deity stood several yards away, motionless among the grass. Its enormous form seemed different somehow, less solid, less real, as though I was looking at a reflection instead of the thing itself. I stared at it, looked around, and then looked back at it. What the? The god inclined its head. Hello, human. The deity's feathers rustled despite the absence of wind. You stand at the edge of a doorway. Your body remains elsewhere. That explained absolutely nothing. Am I dead? No. Oh. The god seemed disappointed by how calmly I accepted that answer. For several moments, neither of us spoke. Then it stepped closer. You travel beside a dangerous thing. I immediately knew who it meant. The angel? The god's expression darkened. I waited, and eventually it spoke again. When the first voice shaped the world, every star, every god, and every living thing was given a name. I frowned. Okay. Most names are forgotten. Its gaze settled upon me. Some should remain forgotten. The grass bent around us as though something vast had shifted beneath the earth. Then the god recited, Before the throne and before the sky, before the first star learned to fly, a voice bestowed both fate and seal, a word no servant may repeal. Find that word and make it real, and even heaven's hounds must kneel. The field fell silent. I waited. The god waited. What does that mean? The deity blinked. The one you call angel wears many names, but only one was given. Something about the way it was said made my stomach tighten. The stars above began to fracture as thin cracks spread across the sky. The field around us started to dissolve, and the god's voice echoed through the growing darkness. Find the name spoken by its creator, and even the oldest servant must listen. The world split apart around us. I stared at the deity. Why are you helping me? For the first time, the god hesitated. The cracks widened, and the grass dissolved into drifting fragments of light before it finally answered. Because I remember what it was before it was given a purpose. The field shook beneath us. The god's eyes remained fixed on mine. And because some things should never be allowed power. The world shattered. The last thing I saw was the goat-headed deity staring directly at me before everything went dark. For a brief, glorious moment, there was nothing. No pain, no collapsing church, no angry gods, and no angel. Then consciousness returned, immediately followed by regret. I opened my eyes to the familiar sight of a hospital ceiling. Unfortunately, there was also a face approximately 6 inches from mine. At this point, I was beginning to suspect the angel simply materialized next to unconscious people for entertainment. Oh, he said, you survived. I stared at him. The angel stared back. Neither of us spoke for several seconds before I finally sighed. Can you stop doing that? Doing what? He leaned back slightly. Not enough. My head was ringing, my vision was blurry, and every part of my body hurt. Breathing hurt, thinking hurt, existing hurt. The angel tilted his head. Are all humans this weak, or are you the exception? I closed my eyes. Good morning to you too. He was silent for a moment before speaking again. Why are you like this? I opened one eye. Why are you this interested in me? The question came out more annoyed than intended. Then again, nearly dying probably gave a person the confidence to ask questions they normally wouldn't. The angel considered it. You repeatedly place yourself in situations that should result in your death, despite possessing remarkably poor instincts. The room remained silent. I waited. Eventually he continued. You are very fragile, yet you continue succeeding. I find this unusually entertaining. Of course he did. I am writing this from my hospital bed now. According to the doctors, I suffered a concussion, a dislocated shoulder, 3 fractured ribs, and enough bruising to qualify as modern art. Apparently, getting bruised beneath several tons of collapsing cement isn't recommended for long-term health. The angel is currently sitting across the room. For once, he isn't staring at me. Instead, he's staring out the window and I have no idea why. A few minutes ago, he informed me that he intends to accompany me on future missions. Apparently this was not a request. Normally that would be the most concerning thing to happen all day. Instead, I keep thinking about what the god told me. The warning, the name, and the fear in its voice. The god wasn't afraid of us. It wasn't afraid of our weapons. It wasn't afraid of being blown apart. It was afraid of the angel. That should probably bother me more than it does. But what bothered me instead was something else. When I first met the angel, he felt completely alien. Not hostile, not friendly, just distant. Like a force of nature pretending to be a person. Now I'm not so sure. A few weeks ago he wouldn't have understood sarcasm. Now he uses it. Poorly, but he tries. When I first met him, he never asked questions. Now he asks them constantly. Most of them are deeply concerning, but they're still questions. The strangest part is that I think he's started lying. Not well and not often, but I've caught him doing it. Tiny things. Claiming he wasn't curious about something immediately before asking 27 follow-up questions. Insisting he doesn't care what people do before getting visibly annoyed when Jacob injured me. Pretending he wasn't waiting outside my hospital room after being told visitors weren't allowed. The lies are obvious. The fact that he tells them at all is not. The angel claims he does not experience human emotions. I believed him. Now I'm beginning to suspect he's trying to. I don't know why that possibility unsettles me. Maybe because I've met plenty of monsters pretending to be gods. Or maybe it's because the angel has started looking less like a force of nature and more like a person. If something older than time itself is learning how to be human, I have absolutely no idea what happens next. Humans trust each other eventually, though, and if he learns to trust, maybe one day he'll tell me his name. That thought should have been comforting. Instead, it terrified me. A dark possibility entered my mind. If the angel ever trusted me enough to give me his name, I knew exactly what I would do with it. I'd tell myself it was for humanity. I'd tell myself it was a safeguard, a weapon of last resort, something to use only if he ever became a threat. But deep down I knew the truth. I'd keep it because I'd finally have leverage over something stronger than me. For the first time in my life, I wouldn't be the fragile one in the room. The realization made my stomach turn. The god warned me that some things should never be allowed to have power. Looking at the angel now, I'm starting to think it wasn't talking about him. I think it was talking about me. The angel just asked why I was smiling at him. I wasn't aware I was. Considering I've spent the last 10 minutes figuring out how to blackmail an entity older than civilization, that's probably not a great sign. Anyway, if I don't update this journal again, I've either completed my mandatory counseling, or I'm having another terrible day babysitting an entity older than time itself, for an organization that shouldn't exist. There are certain aspects to human existence that, while essential to society, seem to beg no curiosity from outsiders, as a result operating out of sight and out of mind. like many little atlases working in tandem to prop the rest of us up on their shoulders. In most cases, you can chalk up this particular brand of disinterest to an occupation simply being mundane. The logistics of garbage removal or power line maintenance likely doesn't spark much intrigue in the mind of your average Joe. In other cases, though, a profession is ignored by the world at large not because it's boring, but because its mere existence is enough to elicit negative emotions of some kind. No field exemplifies this quality more than the grief industry. Everyone eventually has to engage with a business that deals in grief at some point in their life, but these brushes tend to get compartmentalized alongside the rest of the grieving process in people's heads. Your experience attending or booking a funeral is only clearly present in your mind as it's happening, quickly morphing into a blurry mess of a memory after everything is over and done with, as if you were in some sort of altered state of mind throughout the entire process. This effect has left the funeral industry sitting next to the uninteresting but essential category of enterprises we just spoke about, which is a shame, because the grief business is anything but uninteresting. As a third-generation funeral home proprietor, I feel qualified to speak on behalf of our industry to tell you some of the odd and noteworthy aspects of our trade. The things I'm about to share with you aren't exactly secrets. If you were to stop me or one of my kind on the street and ask us about the finer details of our craft, we wouldn't hesitate to share them with you. But by virtue of funerals being the tacit taboo that they are, these situations just never seem to occur, and the knowledge and stories never end up leaving our community. Perhaps the power of the internet will allow some of these vignettes to finally escape our little slice of humanity. When I was 12 years old, my dad, who had long been in charge of our family's business, began giving me some small responsibilities at our funeral home. No doubt setting in motion the process that would eventually lead to me taking over his role one day in the distant future. I was tasked with arranging flowers, printing memorial pamphlets and prayer cards, and various odd jobs that the few funeral attendants and assistants employed by the home were normally entrusted with, such as pulling weeds in the garden or cleaning the windows. Well, the funeral home had been in our family for about 60 years at that point, having been purchased by my grandfather in the 1940s. It had been in operation since 1912. Well, the rickety Edwardian building frequently gave me the creeps in my younger years. There's never been any reason to believe that the structure may be haunted in any capacity. No specters have ever been spotted wandering the narrow hallways, nor have any disembodied voices been heard calling out to lone workers burning the midnight oil. No, a potential haunting isn't necessary to make one feel a little unnerved in a place dedicated to housing and mourning the dead, but these heebie-jeebies felt by my younger self would fade over time. You'd be surprised how normal anything can feel if you're around it for enough time. Out of all the little obligations given to me by my father, my favorite one by far had been greeting guests, doing a job that involved not only working with adults, but also directing them in some manner gave me a sense of importance rarely felt by a 12-year-old, even if the extent of my power had simply been to tell guests which hallway they had to walk down. On one of these occasions, when I was entrusted with greeting the guests attending the day's funeral, something unexpected would happen. An event that would go on to have a permanent place in my mind as a light bulb memory. It was an unseasonably hot autumn day at the end of October. I was stationed a few meters away from the front door and guests had been streaming in at the usual pace. The short periods of downtime were split up by large groups and solo guests alike, passing through the threshold and then waiting for me to tell them what they should do next. The guests themselves were dressed in varying levels of formality, as always. Everything from inappropriately flashy tuxedos to crassly casual t-shirts and jeans could be seen clothing the individuals walking into our home. But one thing would be consistent. Everyone would be wearing black. While other cultures don different colors and periods of mourning, the standard in Western culture is black. Even if guests have different ideas of what formal wear is, they are generally pretty consistent when it comes to following this one rule. You will see the odd person strolling in wearing bright blue jeans, but even those individuals usually accompany it with a black shirt. On that particular day, though, somebody walked in wearing an outfit I had never seen before in a funeral setting. It was a lanky blonde man donning a fancy, well-tailored suit, every piece of it colored offensively bright red. I remember back then thinking it resembled how a stop sign might look at night when a car's headlights reflected off of it, almost luminescent, drawing your eyes as if it were a grand neon light and you were some lowly insect. He walked up to me and began to speak with an odd cadence, as if English were not his first language, but at the same time, not making any perceptible mispronunciations or grammatical errors. He simply asked, "Where's the body?" I hesitated for a second, and then told him where to go. I wouldn't say I felt that unnerved. No more than usual, at least. We were used to getting all types walking through our doors. He began to slowly saunter the hallway leading to the viewing room, right as my father entered the front door. He began to talk about some minor gardening problem that required my attention, but abruptly stopped as his gaze shifted down the hallway towards the man in the red suit. The color seemed to immediately drain from his face, and his mouth hung wide open like an idiot. A knot began twisting in my stomach. It's disconcerting to see a parent bulk in obvious fear. After a brief moment of stillness, he uttered, "Oh God," under his breath, and took off down the hallway that leads into the staff-only part of the building. A few seconds later, he emerged from the viewing room, cutting the man in the red suit off. He was carrying a cup filled with a clear liquid, which he promptly threw in the man's face. The man instantly dropped to his knees and began groping his face in obvious pain, but he didn't emit any sound at all. My dad then shouted, "Code white," and soon, funeral attendants were rushing out of various doors into the narrow hallway. At this point, the man in the suit had risen back to his feet and was attempting to walk forward, but my dad bent down and leaned his shoulder into the man's chest, like a defensive football player. Some of the attendants came up behind the man to restrain him from the back, but my dad shouted for them to come around the front to help him push. Soon, there were 4 grown men hunched over, pushing this one person as if they were trying to get a car out of the mud. The man in the suit seemed to not pay any mind to the crowd of shoulders that were pressing into his abdomen. He was laser-focused on the viewing room and kept trying to move forward, despite being pushed back at an increasingly swift pace. Soon enough, the kerfuffle was nearing the front door. My dad yelled out, instructing me to open the door and then close it and lock it behind them once they got outside. I got up, my legs shaking from the adrenaline, and held the door open as if the attendants were merely carrying a coffin or some other heavy thing outside. As they neared the threshold, the man in the suit grew more frantic, breathing heavily and moving erratically. Soon they were fully out of the building, as I did as I was told and locked the door. A few seconds later, I heard the lock jiggling, followed by my dad and the attendants walking in. The man in the suit, nowhere to be found. Everybody began walking off in different directions. Whatever had just transpired was seemingly over. I ran up and grabbed my dad to ask him what the hell had just happened, but he responded dismissively, telling me, "We'll talk about it when you're older." The day then progressed as if the man in the suit had never showed up. The commotion was upsetting enough, but that wasn't what forever cemented this event in my head. No, that would be the reactions from the other guests. You see, the viewing was in progress the entire time this was happening. Multiple guests were loitering in the front entrance area and walking up and down the hallways, yet not a single one showed any visible reaction to the madness unfolding before them. They didn't fully ignore it. I spotted at least a couple of them looking at the struggle, but they glanced at it in the same manner, One might point their eyes towards a clock on the wall, as if what they were seeing wasn't the tiniest bit out of place. Many years later, as I grew older and my responsibilities in our family business increased, my father would explain what had occurred that day. This was apparently a semi-common occurrence, not just at our funeral home either. Well, there was no documented history or information about these unwanted visitors, as they're commonly called. An oral history can be uncovered if you speak to the right people at FSAC or other such funeral service trade shows. These unwanted visitors typically stroll in wearing some sort of inappropriate color. In the West, they usually appear in either bright red or white, but my father told me he once spoke to a Chinese funeral director who encountered a visitor wearing pitch black attire in his home country, where white is the traditional color for funeral wear. Once inside, their only goal appears to be finding the recently departed lying in their casket. They've been known to string together simple sentences to aid in their search, but nothing more. If one tries to lead a conversation with one of these visitors, they'll simply respond with blank stares. Sometimes, though, no communication is needed, and they can find their way to the viewing area on their own. Usually, someone intervenes before they manage to find the deceased, but if no one does, they'll stop just before the casket and turn their head downward to observe it, much like any other mourner. After a moment, they'll start to sniffle, which soon turns into a whimper, followed by a cry, a sob, and finally, an ear-piercing wail. Neither my father nor I have ever encountered anyone who's experienced this firsthand, but the second-hand accounts we've heard say this wail very much resembles the desperate cry of an agitated newborn. That's where our knowledge stops, supposedly, and again keep in mind that this is all unverified second-hand info. Everyone who's experienced a visitor wailing seems to experience a momentary lapse in memory. When their awareness returns, the visitor is no longer there. According to these admittedly unreliable sources, in every reported case of a visitor wailing, a member of the funeral party present will end up dying in their sleep the following night. The medical causes for these deaths are supposedly inconsistent, the only commonality between them being that they all occurred when the victim was experiencing a period of deep REM sleep. It's more than likely this is merely a dash of urban legend sprinkled on top of a very real phenomena. But I'm not going to be the first death care professional to play Mythbuster with a potentially dangerous situation like this. I've experienced a grand total of 2 unwanted visitors in my life, one when I was 12 and a second when I was 27. I hadn't yet taken over the business at that point, but I'd long been fully shaped for the role by my father, and I was able to take his place when dealing with the intruder the second time around. After we got him outside, and a very startled administrative assistant had locked the door behind us, the visitor stopped resisting and just walked off around the corner of the building. I ran after him, but upon turning the corner myself, I couldn't find any trace of him. I walked back inside, determined this time to speak to some guests and hopefully understand why they once again didn't react at all during that brief period of pandemonium. Every single one I spoke to said the same thing in different words. Give him a break. He's grieving. I'm not entirely sure what mechanism could make rational, run-of-the-mill people so dismissively unaware of something so aggressively unusual, playing out in front of their eyes. But when you've been in this business as long as I have, you come to learn that groups of people grieving together can act highly unusual themselves. I've heard it described many ways, but personally, I like to think of funerals as having a sort of miasma hanging over them, an unseen cloud being breathed in by each and every funeral goer, making them all act in ways they otherwise wouldn't. Take an Irish wake, for example. In our corner of Canada, we tend to host these fairly frequently, and they all follow the same pattern. The family and friends of the deceased will arrive slowly over the first couple of hours. during which the activity of the group seems to be intense sobbing by every attendee, only being intensified as each member of the party pays their respects to the deceased. Imagine everyone you've ever known all together in a room crying uncontrollably at the same time. Slowly, though, as people who haven't seen each other in years stop wailing long enough to start conversating with one another, and as copious amounts of alcohol get passed around, the sobs slowly morph into laughs, and suddenly the whole event turns into a howling drunken party, all with a corpse lying in the middle of it. It's said that the Irish method is one of the healthiest ways of grieving, and perhaps that's true, because the oddities I've observed in conventional North American funeral viewings are far more bizarre. It's a somewhat common occurrence in the funeral viewings we host for a guest to freeze. It always starts with a person's movements gradually slowing, almost like a video clip that's been stretched out. Their eyes will start gyrating in an unnatural, erratic manner, not keeping pace with the body's declining tempo. This will go on until the affected individual becomes fully stuck in place. Their eyes stop gyrating, with the pupils rolling back and only the whites showing. A sufferer may be stationary at this point, but they may not be still. I've had employees tell me stories of freezing incidents in which an affected guest appears to be finely vibrating at a high intensity, almost like a mechanical toothbrush or a massage gun. While this might seem like some sort of extreme medical emergency, it happens to the complete indifference of the other funeral goers. And indeed, this whole situation can be resolved by an attendant simply walking up and shaking the affected person by the shoulders, as if they were waking them up. A situation that's much more difficult to deal with, however, is something we call a Wernicke's eulogy. It's not terribly uncommon for the person reading out a eulogy to occasionally stumble or falter. Not everyone is accustomed to public speaking after all, but very rarely. These mistakes will become more frequent, increasing until the speaker is confidently reciting complete and utter nonsense. This will be received by the rest of the guests as if it were a perfectly normal eulogy, and I've seen some guests start to join in with the speaker, muttering the same absurdities under their breath, much like a partitioner following along in a prayer. It's a relatively harmless thing, but it's notoriously difficult to deal with. An individual reading out a Wernicke's eulogy will not stop. They'll just keep going and going to an audience that doesn't seem to notice the time passing. If you attempt to stop them, the other guests will get upset, acting as if you needlessly put an end to a normal, heartfelt eulogy for their loved one. Because of this, funeral homes have to get creative when dealing with this problem. The most common practice is to set off the fire alarm. The loud, shrieking sirens, combined with everyone being rushed outside, is generally enough of a shock to the senses to break whatever mass trance was holding the guests. I've heard long-winded rants from those in my industry who have an affinity for mysticism about how these sorts of phenomena are supposedly due to the veil that holds our reality together, being at its thinnest in places and situations where life and death meet, and that these oddities are merely natural human reactions to a heightened metaphysical environment. Personally, I'm a little more skeptical. I think the explanation is much simpler. Grief is a very complicated and poorly understood process. I believe it hijacks the mind in a more extreme way than is commonly thought. I'm not sure anybody can completely grasp the concept of a person ceasing to exist. Every society on Earth is built around some religious framework that goes to great lengths to explain how death isn't actually an end, but rather just a change of some sort. Put a bunch of people in a room together who are all being faced with this impossible reality, and of course they're going to behave strangely. If you're reading this and rolling your eyes, assuming I'm making it all up because you yourself have attended a funeral and saw nothing amiss, that's undoubtedly because you were under the same spell as your fellow guests. To really see those oddities in action, you have to be an independent observer, watching a funeral progress from the outside. but this is an exceedingly rare position to be in. Grief is such a powerful thing that we're exceedingly wary of it, even when it's being experienced by others. It's sadly common for individuals to lose friends because grief made them into a sort of leper. That's how powerfully repulsed we are by it, at least in normal situations. What I'm about to tell you is a bit of a taboo in our profession. It's something that's known to most but acknowledged by none. I believe it's a perfectly natural phenomena, but one that's incredibly difficult to come to terms with. Perhaps as difficult as grief itself. As long as people have been dying, so too have they been practicing funeral rites. Even before they were fully human, 240,000 years ago, the Homo naledi, our distant ancestors, would bury their dead deep within the twisting passageways of the Rising Star cave system in modern-day South Africa. They would explore the darkest reaches of these caverns until they found an optimal human-sized slot in the wall that could serve as the permanent resting place for their deceased loved ones, above which they would etch various ritualistic symbols. They had to creatively place fires and use makeshift torches to make their way to these extremely hard-to-reach burial spots, an early indication of how much distance we prefer to have between us and grief. Many epochs later, ancient Egypt would present humanity with its first iteration of a funeral home. Just like today, they served to accommodate the complex and strange rituals people wanted acted out before they buried their loved one and moved on with their life. Just like Homo naledi, the ancient Egyptians kept these morbid activities of death relegated to the underground, with all known ancient Egyptian funeral workshops being found deep beneath the earth. While history's first morticians were toiling away in dark subterranean chambers to chart the way for the rest of us, the earliest known example of a disturbing unnamed human phenomena would be recorded. 1,323 years before the Common Era, Egypt's most famous pharaoh, Tutankhamun, would die at the age of 18. His reign was brief and uneventful. By all measures, he was a fairly insignificant leader of the new kingdom. His modern fame isn't a result of anything that happened during his short life, but rather what happened after his death. While most tombs of pharaohs were raided by grave robbers and subsequently left dilapidated and incomplete, Tutankhamun's tomb was pristine and untouched by a time when British archaeologists first came across it 100 years ago. Much of what we know about the funerary traditions of ancient Egypt is because of discoveries made in Tutankhamun's tomb. We know that his coffin was brought across the Nile while weeping commoners watched. We know that oxen pulled his furniture while his sarcophagus was carried into the Valley of the Kings by 12 men, adorned in fine white robes. We also know something else. The sobbing onlookers watching the procession across the Nile is a common point of history, but what isn't discussed nearly as much is what happened after. The mourners were likely arranged as part of the funeral, but once the coffin had fully crossed the river, many of the onlookers jumped into the wide body of water and tried to swim across. Many drowned, but some successfully made it to the other side, where they kept following the procession all the way to the mouth of the underground necropolis. As the cortege made its way into the passageway, the frantic convoy of peasants tried to follow them into it, having to be physically held off by guards. You could explain this situation by assuming these people simply held a deep affection for their deceased leader, but there's reason to believe this isn't the case. Throughout history, and into the modern day, you can find examples of regular people being insatiably attracted to funerals, watching them in the same way a cat might stare at a flock of birds from a windowsill. It tends to come and go in waves, almost like a fashion trend. You won't see it happen for years, and then suddenly, it'll be happening every day. This phenomena has no name. It's something never discussed by my kind, but anyone who's been in this business for more than a few years has likely seen it rear its head. For most of my life, I had never even heard of it, but that would change in 2020. Suddenly, the numbers of guests would start increasing dramatically at every funeral we put on. At first, I thought it was because we were in the middle of COVID, and people just wanted a reason to get out of the house. But then I started noticing onlookers standing outside the graveyard, watching bodies being lowered into the ground. Some of them had binoculars. Others were filming with their smartphones. Eventually, visitors began filming entire funerals with their phones. They'd walk up to the coffin to take selfies with the deceased, something I had never seen happen before. At one point, we instituted a no-camera policy, but visitors would keep taking pictures and videos anyway, just more sneakily. Some funerals would have lines out the door, often to the great surprise of the family who had organized it. Most of these guests wouldn't have a good answer when you asked them how they knew the deceased, and they'd have even worse answers when you asked them why they were there. By the end of 2020, our business began to function more like an art gallery than a funeral home. We had no idea how to stop it. The mourners would always be greatly outnumbered by the spectators, who were inexplicably and ferociously drawn to the whole process. I began to feel like we were acting out artists on the river Ganges for amused Western tourists. In one particularly dark moment, I even considered soliciting donations from them. Instead, we began screening guests before they arrived. It was easy to discern legitimate visitors from the funeral enthusiasts, who were promptly turned away. We had to hire 2 security guards, who would also accompany funeral processions to the cemetery to fend off these onlookers, as if they were paparazzi. It seemed to have solved the existing problems, but new ones would pop up. Break-ins became a frequent occurrence, made all the more disturbing when nothing was ever found missing. We ended up putting up bars on all the windows and replacing our doors with reinforced security doors. Perhaps the thing that unnerved me the most, however, was what I found online one day while checking our company's social media page. We got a request to be tagged in someone's post. It contained a grainy, low-quality photo of a coffin being lowered into the ground. It took a second to register, but I recognized the funeral party. It was one we accommodated. I clicked on their profile and was greeted with an endless gallery of photos and videos of funerals and funeral homes. I was shocked. I had assumed this was only happening to us, but this person seemed to frequent many other such establishments. This appeared to me like the profile of a disturbed individual, the sort that usually posts to a non-existent audience, but that wasn't the case here. Every photo I clicked on had hundreds, or even thousands of likes, with many comments discussing the finer points of whatever funeral-related thing was depicted in the photo or video. I tried clicking on the profiles of some of these commenters, and each led me to a similar page that also contained countless posts about funerals and funeral homes. Some of them were filming funeral vlogs, little 30-second vertical videos depicting the account holder visiting several funerals in one day. Others were showing off their collections of memorial pamphlets and other such funeral memorabilia. I spent a good few hours going down this rabbit hole. I found several voyeur snapshots of our own funeral homes among the endless photos and videos. There was something primally revolting about the whole thing, like it was breaking some unspoken code of human behavior, almost alien-like. I decided to attend OACFP that year, a small trade show aimed towards death care professionals hosted in my native Ottawa. I wanted to see how others had been dealing with this bizarre new interest in funerals the general public seemed to be fostering. To my disappointment, though, nobody seemed to want to talk about it. Every person I asked either changed the subject immediately or stopped talking to me altogether. The convention was hosted at the Brook Street Hotel, which has a large jazz bar just a few meters away from the convention hall doors. I decided to visit it late that night to see if I could buddy up to a convention attendee while they were a few drinks deep, and then bring up the subject while their guard was down. Luckily, I came across a group of 4 people, all draped in lanyards, who had obviously come from across the hall. I sat with them, and we began talking. They told me they hadn't known each other previously. All of them were funeral home proprietors who had met at the convention earlier that day. When the conversation hit a natural silent point, I felt it was a good time to bring up the subject of funeral enthusiasts. The silence then continued. Eventually, though, one of them began to speak. He was an older gentleman who ran a funeral home in Kingston. Unfortunately, much of what he said was information that I had already gathered by being in the middle of this phenomenon myself. There was, however, one thing he mentioned that I did not know. There's a pattern that can be found as to when this trend of funeral enthusiasts seems to pop up. Every single recorded instance appears to occur during periods of mass death. War, plagues, natural disasters. Every time people started uncontrollably flocking to funerals, it either preceded or happened during a time of great tragedy in humanity. When I returned home that night, I consulted my research to see if there was any substance to this theory. Sure enough, Tutankhamun died just 1 year before the onset of the Hittite plague, which would ravage Egypt and the rest of the ancient world. A medieval case in France I found, which had originally been labeled as an example of mass hysteria, occurred the same year the Black Death reached Europe. I then opened the CBC app on my phone and saw a headline that said the COVID death toll had reached 2 million. After reading all of this back, I'm not even sure why I'm sharing this with you. Maybe I'm just in need of somebody who's willing to listen to all this morbid talk of death and grief that seems to make its way into every facet of my life. Like people who are grieving, those of us who work in the death care industry tend to be isolated from the social fabric that weaves the rest of you together. The business of grief can be lucrative, but it's monetizing the worst period of your life. Telling someone you run a funeral home gives them the same feeling as telling them you're a divorce attorney or a payday loan officer, even if I'm adamant that we truly are helping people. The funeral enthusiasts began to peter out in 2023 as COVID died down. I was glad to see it stop and for things to go back to normal, but a tiny sliver of me deep down felt a little sad to see the only legitimate fans of what we do go away. Maybe I'm just chasing after a taste of that attention again, as depraved as that might sound. In any event, if you are still reading this, then you were at least interested enough to make it all the way to the end of my gloomy little rants. And if that's the case, then there's at least one person out there who cared enough to listen, and for that I'm truly grateful. Thank you. Those who celebrate Father's Day usually have a fun story or two to share about a bonding moment. I've been meaning to write here for some time, but needed to get into the new rhythm with my family. A lot has happened these past few weeks, but I'll never be able to see my father in the same light again. My family and I have been pretty insular from the outside world as far back as one could expect. My great-grandfather moved our family to the outskirts of nowhere, Wisconsin, to live out the family business of trapping and hunting. We've stayed in the same remote area ever since. It wasn't much, but it gave us enough food and income to sustain ourselves. Folks around here don't trust much of the world outside the great woods, and have come to trust our neighbors instead. You'd think in such a remote part of the world, you'd be pretty close with your family. Well, you'd be wrong. All my life, my father went out into the woods surrounding our pasture hunting for game. It didn't matter what he'd be after. Deer, elk, pheasant, even black bear. Any excess meat or hide we'd sell to local markets, or trade with neighbors. Despite this, Hunting kept my father away for most of my life. He missed every important period of my life. My mother gave birth alone in the hospital while he hunted in the woods with my older brother, Rhett. He wasn't there for my first steps, never helped me with schoolwork, Little League baseball games, a no-show. He didn't even bother coming to my graduation earlier this year. The only semblance of father-son dynamic was he'd come home each night and give me a hug. No words, just a 10-second embrace and, occasionally, a kiss on the forehead. He'd always smell weird, like old grass, dirt, and body odor. I could see the lifeless, ragged look in his eyes from a long day. His absence would be worth it if he actually knew how to hunt. Despite how long the family has been in the hunting game, I've never seen him bring home a single prize. No deer, no elk, not even small game like rabbits or squirrels. Was he just messing around in there? I knew he was in those woods because I would hear his rifle constantly. Even in the dead of night, I'd hear the piercing roars of his Winchester 94 off in the distance once every few hours. I used to think he must have seen something in those if he fired off a few times every 7 or 8 hours or so. Dad and my older brother Rhett never took me on their hunting trips. They always told me I wasn't ready, despite practicing with a rifle since I was strong enough to hold one as a 6-year-old. I was good too. The purposeful distance never helped them. Thankfully, Rhett was a much better hunter than Dad. Most days, Dad and Rhett would venture into the woods together like clockwork, but it would never be Dad to make the kill. Rhett always brought in the big game, and supported us financially. In the evenings, I'd help Rhett out with skinning, processing, and packaging the meat. Rhett and his wife, Jess, recently moved back into our home. Rhett was 30, and was preparing to be a dad of his own. Jess was in her 3rd trimester, and while Rhett was working his butt off to be a provider, our dad was always out in those woods, wasting the days away from his family. Rhett and Dad often took shifts so that one might have an opportunity to rest. It was difficult to not be resentful, even with his occasional evening hugs. Those don't make up for lost time. I recall one night when I was 16, talking to Rhett about Dad's disappearance. We didn't talk too much about our feelings, but what's an older sibling meant for if nothing else? Rhett, I mumbled, why does Dad not want to be around me? I recall Rhett pausing his hands, looking down pensively at the young elk hide he'd been cleaning since noon. He does want to be around. Dad does love us. He really does. He just... Rhett exhaled sharply. It's not my place to say. Not yet. Just know he is doing everything he can for us. For you. He and I both do. You'll understand when you're older. Rhett hugged me close once he saw how watery my eyes were from frustration. I didn't know at the time, but Rhett was right. Even if he seemed non-existent, he was out there doing the best he could. I know they say it's the thought that counts, but it would have been nice to be near him growing up. Everything changed about a month ago when I turned 18. I had just graduated high school, and was still considering what to do with my life. I initially wanted to join the family business, and hunt alongside my brother. But if I couldn't join in, maybe go off to community college, make a name for myself, make Dad proud that I became something other than some Voyager wannabe in the Midwest. Last month, in the early morning while Rhett was out in the woods hunting, Dad came into my room. Time to get up, Will. Get dressed. There's something I need to show you. I got up groggily, waking up with another head full of messy brown hair. What do you want? I'm not in the mood today. My dad sat at the foot of my bed. I know it's been hard. It's difficult for me to explain, but there's a reason I'm always off in those woods. I think you're old enough now to understand better. Just know that whatever you're about to see, I've done it for you. Rhett's been pushing me to take you out into those woods earlier, but he knows my reasons for waiting. Happy birthday, son. It's time I took you hunting and taught you our family business. Great. Finally 18. And my first gift from my father was work. Something felt off, though. Dad always seemed weary, but never this invested into my own personal life. I grabbed my jacket, brown cargo pants, boots, and got out the door. For the first time ever, I went hunting with my dad. Our trek into the big woods took over an hour. Pine trees loomed over us, blocking out the sun as we ventured further and further out into the woods. It was pretty barren, and we never ran into or saw any animals worth shooting. Eventually, we reached a tall deer stand used for hunting with elevated range. The tower stood several meters over the ground, standing solidly in place by the massive iron poles and wire anchoring the structure to the earth below. The windows were covered by camouflage blinds, blending the box-like structure into the spring foliage around it. The only way into it was a shabby wooden ladder. It was a bad time to admit to my dad that I was afraid of heights, but I wasn't about to blow my one chance. Entering the hunting stand, I was sat amazed. Hundreds of pictures lined the walls inside the room. Some recent, some old. Family pictures. Looking closer, I realized they were pictures of important moments of my life. Pictures of me as an infant, me wearing an oversized Little League uniform before my first game. Pictures of me in bed sleeping as a toddler, my first bath. Church events, all with me front and center. Mom and Rhett were in them too, but it was clear that I was the focus of this collage. Dad? What is all this? He looked at me, smiling softly. Will, I know I haven't been around too much. Not spending time with you, not seeing you crawl as a baby, not being there for your first steps. Seeing you grow, it was heartbreaking. All I want to do is protect you, but... He paused, voice cracking. There can only be 2 hunters at a time for this thing, and I didn't want to subject you to what I've had to do these past 18 years. I'm getting older and I want to spend time with you. The real you. And I can't keep doing this forever. It's time you take over. Dad, what are you... I was interrupted by a hollow cracking noise coming from the woods. It sounded far, like a dead tree falling down. Only there was no loud crash, just more cracking. Hold that thought, son. Let's get this done quickly. I've fixed the rifle at its head. I need you to see what I've been hunting all these years. I shimmied over towards the rifle. It was postured with a metal rest, fixed towards a dark region out into the woods. Looking through the scope, my heart dropped. Far off into the woods was a gangly figure, splayed out across the forest floor. A body without a head. Its old-timey clothes made it stand out like a sore thumb in these woods. Whoever this was, they wore corduroy pants, an ivory-collared shirt buttoned all the way up, and a dark gray, withered suit jacket one might see in a production of Oliver Twist. I jolted backwards, twisting my head so fast it almost gave me whiplash. Jesus, Dad, what is that? It's not what it looks like, son. Look closer, son. What do you see? In horror of the fact my dad could be a murderer, I turned back around through the scope. He was right. Looking closer at his arms, it seemed human-shaped, but I've never seen forearms extend that far past a man's knees. Its middle finger was noticeably longer than the others, all 7 of them. Its knees were off too, not inverted like a dog or a bird. Its knees were splayed perpendicular to its torso. Strangely enough, its corduroy pants seemed to be tailored specifically for whoever or whatever this was. The cracking noises persisted. It took me a minute, but it was apparent that the shifting sounds were emanating from the mysterious corpse. What exactly am I looking at? Son, the rifle should be aimed directly at its head. No matter what you see, I need you to pull the trigger. Waiting too long will only put us in danger. What? Dad, please, what's going on? I don't... The body shook viciously, its headless frame spasming on the forest floor, crunching with each jerky motion. Now, Will, the second you see its eyes, pull the trigger. I grabbed the rifle, trusting the man I once barely knew in a situation I barely understood. Peering through the scope, I saw what he meant. The top of its skull was slowly reforming. It would be inaccurate to say it was regenerating, like a lizard growing its tail. Instead, the bloodied mud and earth beneath its wound seemed to slither towards the headless corpse's neck, forming first into an oblong shape, and morphing slowly into what resembled a skull, a human skull. Do you see its eyes, Will? I could feel my heart pounding, watching whatever this thing was slowly creep its way back to life. Its massive middle finger began twitching, whipping backwards towards its forearm like a scorpion's tail. Its chest began lifting up, breathing, its ribs almost piercing the white shirt it wore. At long last, the head had returned. Its long neck seemed to struggle, lifting its head up slowly. I've seen freaky monsters in comic books and movies, so I was expecting the worst, bracing for whatever this beast was. Its face shot right up while reclining. Dark blue eyes met mine. It spotted me instantly, as though it knew exactly where I was. There was something familiar about its gaze, though. Looking closer, I realized it had my face, down to every minute detail. What the... Now, Will, yelled my dad, sitting right beside me with his binoculars. Take the shot now. The not me's face bellowed out a hollow noise, like a broken siren, its voice piercing my brain, though it spoke no words. Its arms slowly dragged up, bracing itself to stand up. I pulled the trigger. The bellowing stopped. I closed my eyes while pulling that trigger, but there was no mistake. Its head was blown clean off. There was a minute of silence between my dad and I. Dad broke the silence first. Good shot, son. We spent several hours up in that box. He explained everything that night. Whatever that thing was, it had been following our family for generations. Dad thinks it's an alien. Our great-grandfather called it a doppelganger. Whatever it was, it used the visage of the youngest man in our family. It left unattended. It would sink closer to whoever's face it wore. It never reached any of our family members because each and every day, 2 members of our family would go out and hunt it down. Its body barely took any damage, aside from the head. It took time to regenerate, but would always regenerate. This is what my father had been hunting all these years. Hunting the not me for the entire course of my life. It was difficult, you know, my dad began. When you were born was one of the happiest days of my life. I chuckled. More than when Rhett was born? He laughed. Don't get too cocky. Before Rhett, that thing wore my face. Imagine trying to kill yourself over and over again. Thankfully, my father, your granddaddy, took most of that burden. When Rhett came into our lives, that beast changed. I don't know where its clothes come from, but its face always shifts into the youngest. It expects you to protect it, or at least neglect from attacking it. I don't know what it wants with us. All I know is that now it's after you. I turned back towards the body of the beast. Its body lay motionless, but I could see its splattered blood from across the trees slowly slither back toward the ground, in the direction of its husk. When you were born, Dad continued, it took your face, your infant face. I came out here each night, taking that thing down over and over again. Seeing your chubby infant face through that scope was like hell. Pulling the trigger was worse. I cried every day, knowing that it was like killing my son over and over again. That's why I have your pictures around constantly, to know what I'm really protecting, and to remind myself of the fantastic life you have. I may not be around much, but I'm proud of the man you've become. The beast out there is hollow, lifeless. It just imitates you, but it could never be you. I couldn't live with myself if that thing ever took you out of our lives. Or worse, tried to take the life you have for itself. I regret the time I spent not being near you, but it was worth it to preserve the man you've become, and the son I love so, so much. I hope you can forgive me." Of course I forgave him. I mean, the poor guy has been killing forest demons for decades now. Who wouldn't feel bad for the guy? We both spent several minutes tearing up, sharing our feelings while splitting a pack of Coors Banquet. He shared his excitement to start golfing as a pastime. He also shared his concerns for the future. Back when I was young, the beast would grow its head back once every 2 days or so. Nowadays, it's at least 3 times a day. It grows faster based on how old the person it personifies is. I was hesitant to start hunting this thing down each day, but I was happy that we got to hang out more. While he'd be around, he shared with Rhett and me that it was time for him to retire. There can only be 2 hunters at a time, boys. He constantly harped at us. Apparently I had an uncle at some point who tagged along with Dad and our grandfather as a third wheel. It didn't end well for him. When I'm not busy hunting, I get to hang out with my dad. Now that he's around the house more, we've gotten to catch up on a lot of lost time. Turns out he's a massive Red Wings fan, just like me. We even got tickets to a few of their games for next year. It was confirmed that while Dad enjoys his retirement, Rhett would take over as the main hunter for the beast in the woods. While I took over Rhett's job as the primary provider for the family's hunting business. Rhett went into those woods 3 times a day, just like Dad. It's been somewhat of a seamless process, albeit unnerving, knowing my brother was blowing my brains out across the forest floor each day. Things will be different now, though. Just this morning, Rhett's wife went into labor. They had a happy, healthy baby boy with dark blue eyes, a short nose, and dark brown eyebrows. A face that Rhett would soon grow uncomfortably familiar with. No matter what anyone tells you, please know that my wife is dead. We had been married for 4 years. She loved me enough to move halfway across the country with me. Leaving behind Maine and moving to a small rural town in South Dakota was difficult for her, but she grew to love our quiet peace of nowhere. Jess loved the slower pace of life that South Dakota granted, and so did I. It allowed me to focus more on our relationship. I nearly lost Jess once before. In college, my drinking got so bad that I stopped recognizing the man in the mirror. She stayed anyway. She helped me get sober. She gave me a future when I deserved neither. It was her kindness and patience that got me through, and when our life in South Dakota began, I made a promise to myself that I would make the most of every moment I had with Jess. 2 weeks ago, Jess headed back to Maine for a weekend girls' trip with her sisters, since she hardly got to see her family anymore. I supported her decision to make the trip, though I told her I would miss her like crazy. She smiled, leaned in for a kiss, and said, "I'll be back before you know it." Less than an hour after she left, I got a call from my fishing buddy, Sheriff Miller. "Hey Sheriff, you want to get together tonight for some fishing? The wife is out of town, so I'm free," I answered casually. A sober voice responded, "Devin, I'm real sorry to have to be the one to tell you this, but there's been an accident on Highway 9 by the intersection. I think you should come down here." My heart dropped as I hung up and headed out to Highway 9. As I approached, I saw the bright flashing lights of 4 police cars, 2 fire trucks, and 1 ambulance. My hands shook violently as I exited my car and jogged over to the scene. In the middle of the intersection, I could see a semi with its front end smashed in on itself and smoke rising from its exposed engine. I walked up to Sheriff Miller. When he saw me, he removed his hat, and with tears in his eyes, he said, "Devin, I'm so sorry." In a panic, I glanced past him to the torn-up cornfield just off the road. In the middle of damaged and flattened corn stalks rested the crumbled remains of Jess's 2019 Subaru. I screamed and wept as I saw the paramedics walk a covered stretcher to the awaiting ambulance. Even beneath the sheets, I could tell that the body it carried was mangled and bent in ways unnatural for the human form. Weeping, I fell to the ground as the sheriff knelt next to me. He told me he knew how hard this is, but he really needed me to come with him to the medical examiners to positively identify the body. So he helped me to his car, and we both followed the ambulance. I sat in the hallway for what felt like hours before they called me back to view the body. Tears again filled my eyes as they lifted the sheet. It was her. It was my Jess. The crash had knocked one of her eyes loose in its socket, and her jaw was mangled and hung loose. But it was her. The next couple of days were a blur of conversations with the funeral home, the local pastor, and Jess's family, who took the first flight to South Dakota. The funeral was on Sunday afternoon. The whole town came. The pastor spoke about the value of life and the sadness of death. As the casket was lowered to the ground, I sat there staring into the void. Slowly, family and friends began to leave, but not me. I stayed. I watched the workers fill the grave. I watched the last of the dirt disappear beneath the setting sun. And when I finally drove home, I did so knowing one thing with absolute certainty. My wife was dead. It was dark when I got home. My parents and Jess's parents both begged me to come over to the hotel so that we could grieve together, but I told them I needed to be alone. In reality, I didn't want them to stop me from drinking away my pain. Several bottles later, I sat alone in the darkness of the living room, as drunk as could be, but still unable to forget. That's when I heard the front door unlock. It took me a moment to realize what I was hearing. It was the low jingle of keys followed by someone fumbling to fit the key in the lock. Then a loud click. Next, the front door swung open, flooding the entryway with moonlight. I stared through groggy eyes as a familiar silhouette filled the doorway. A voice I never thought I'd hear again said, "Why is it so dark in here?" before calling out for me. "Devin, are you home, honey?" I couldn't believe my eyes. This can't be her. "Who are you?" I said with slurred words. At that, she jumped slightly, startled by my words coming from the darkness. She turned on the hallway light and saw me in the chair. "What do you mean, who are you?" "It's me, your wife," she said playfully before following up with, "Why are you sitting in the dark?" I had no words. I simply stared at her in disbelief. Her eyes glanced down to the empty bottles on the floor, and a frown formed on her face. "Really, Devin? I leave for 3 days and you start doing this again? I thought we were past this." I slowly stood to my feet and took a wobbly step towards her. "I don't know who you are, but this isn't funny. Jess is dead. Leave me alone." "What are you talking about?" She said in an annoyed tone, "I'm not dead. I was visiting sisters, don't you remember?" I stumbled forward towards her. "Jess is dead." She laughed. "Okay, you've definitely had too much to drink. I literally talked to you from Bangor yesterday." "You're not real," I mumbled as my eyes grew foggy and I collapsed in a drunken stupor. The next morning I woke up with a splitting headache. I wasn't sure how I had gotten to bed, but I lay there staring up at the ceiling. The grief of the last few days returned, and I sighed as the reality of life without Jess returned. As I pulled myself out of bed, I told myself I would go over to my parents' hotel later that day. As I got dressed, I noticed a strange smell in the room, not the scent of alcohol that I expected. Instead, it smelled vaguely of rotting leaves and mold. I cracked open a window before heading downstairs. My whole body tensed up as I walked into the kitchen, and there stood Jess. She was humming to herself as she poured a cup of coffee. I swallowed hard before opening my mouth. "Jess?" She turned and smiled. It was her face, her bright blue eyes, her bright white teeth, and dirty blonde hair. In that moment, I didn't know what to believe. 3 days ago I looked into the same face, broken and lifeless. But now here she was smiling at me as if nothing had happened. "Morning," came her energetic voice. I have to go into the office here shortly, but I made you some coffee and here's some aspirin. I'm sure you're feeling a bit hungover. All I could do was nod. Last night wasn't great. We can talk about it later, but it doesn't have to be a big deal. Let's just move on. Okay, sounds good, I managed to say. She walked by me to get to the garage. As she did, she kissed me on the cheek. Her lips were cold. I love you, she said as she walked out the door. For a moment, I just stood there in the kitchen. My pounding headache made it even harder to understand what was going on. Had I, in a drunken state, imagined that my wife had died? No, I couldn't have. I was there. I smelled the burning flesh and saw the body. But if I wasn't imagining her death, then who was I talking to? It looked like Jess. It sounded like her too. My memories tell me that she is dead, but my eyes tell me that she's alive. So which one do I believe? Maybe someone else can tell me, I muttered aloud as I reached for the phone. Hey, Devin. Sheriff Miller's jolly voice came through the phone. You want to get together tonight for some fishing? The wife is working a late shift, and I get done around 5 if you're free. Sheriff, it's Jess. What about her? The accident. Silence. Devin, what accident? Is Jess okay? I could feel anger boiling within me. What do you mean? You were there. Friday you called me to tell me she had died in an accident. We just buried her yesterday. He went silent again before saying, Dev, are you feeling okay? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Well, what I mean is we didn't have a funeral this weekend. At least not one I was aware of. And the last lethal accident around here was the Harrison family last summer. I opened my mouth to speak, but no words came out. Miller continued in a lower tone. Have you been drinking again? Look, if you need help, I'll give you the number of that rehab center in Middleton. Without another word, I ended the call. Next, I called my parents, and though I had seen them yesterday at the funeral, they claimed they hadn't left Maine in months. For the next hour, I scoured the internet, trying to find any news coverage of the accident, or an online obituary, but there wasn't any trace of the events of this last weekend anywhere online. I then found myself searching the house for the bulletin from the funeral service, or maybe one of the many "sorry for your loss" cards I had received. But there was nothing. No cards, no notes, not so much as a scrap of paper from the funeral home. Nothing. By noon I felt like I was losing my mind, and my last evidence of my wife dying could only be found at the funeral home, so I walked 4 blocks over to the funeral home. As I entered, I was greeted at the front desk by an elderly man wearing a 3-piece suit. Good afternoon, sir. How may I help you? He said in a shaky yet soothing voice. Yeah, hi. I was wondering if I have ever done any business here. He raised one eyebrow and asked, You've forgotten if you've done business with a funeral home? Yeah. I was just wondering if you could check my name against your files. Very well. What is your name? After giving my name, he typed it into the computer and said, It seems that this last Saturday you purchased 1 burial plot in the East Field. Is that ringing any bells? I nodded. Yeah, it is. Could you give me the lot number? I'd like to check that it's the one I wanted. He wrote it on a sticky note and handed it to me. I didn't really need the lot number. I knew exactly where Jess's grave was. I walked out into the East Field, but was shocked to find that the beautiful headstone that Jess's parents and I bought was no longer there. It was an empty lot. The ground had clearly been disturbed recently, but there was no headstone. I double-checked the number to be sure I was right, and it was. I found myself staring vacantly at the lot, and as I did, a small thought in the back of my mind began to grow. I must have made it up. By the time I walked home, it was nearing dinner time. As I approached my house, I saw Jess's Subaru in the drive, another detail disproved by memories. I took a deep breath and braced myself before walking inside. Seeing Jess still was a shock to my system. I could hear Jess. She was in the kitchen, humming to herself as she did in the morning. I could feel my heart beat faster as I walked. Jess had made herself dinner and was just about to start eating when she noticed me walking in. She gave me a wide smile and said, "Hey, how was your day?" This felt weird. I forced a smile. "It was good. How was yours?" "Incredible," she said as she turned to grab her plate. "What are you eating?" I asked awkwardly. "Oh, I needed some protein, so I cooked up a few of the steaks from the freezer," she replied as she took a greedy bite out of one of the steaks. I gazed at her uncomfortably before saying, "Jess, you're a vegetarian. You don't eat meat." At this, she stopped chewing for a moment and looked like a child looks when they're caught in a lie. We awkwardly stared at one another before she smiled and said, "Well, I'm just trying new things. Who knows? Maybe I'll become a carnivore instead." She laughed wildly with a mouthful of meat. "It's pretty good. You should try some." I shook my head, but she lifted the fork with a piece of steak to my mouth, pressing it gently against my closed lips. "Come on, you'll love it," she said with wide eyes. Reluctantly, I took a little nibble of the meat. "See? Isn't that so good?" The cheerfulness of her voice didn't match the violence of her eyes. For a while, she stared at me with her wide, unblinking eyes before turning and saying, "Well, that's enough for me. Time to go take a shower." I stayed downstairs until I heard the shower turn off. After gathering my courage, I walked up to the bedroom. In the master bath, Jess sat by the mirror in fresh pajamas, drying her hair. Her head turned to me as I walked in. I swallowed hard before asking, "Are you Jess?" Vacant eyes looked back at me before a toothy grin appeared. "I'm your wife," she replied. "That's not what I asked." She stared a moment longer before shrugging and turning back to the mirror. I turned and retreated to the basement, shutting the door behind me. I tried to calm my nerves with some TV. A few hours later, I finally felt brave enough to leave the basement. I might not want to sleep in the same room as her, but Jess acting weird wasn't going to keep me in the basement. I stood up from the couch and turned around. As I did, my blood froze. Directly behind the couch, standing as still as a statue, was Jess. I don't know how long she had been there. I hadn't heard the basement door open. She stood staring deep into my eyes, head slightly tilted to the right, with a gentle yet malicious grin on her face. "Oh, Jess, I hadn't heard you come down," I said nervously. Silence followed. "What are you doing down here?" she said in a melodic tone barely louder than a whisper. I had to get out of there. "I was just about to watch some shows, but my boss called me saying they need me to cover the night shift, so I gotta go." She glared at me in silence for what felt like an eternity before replying, "Okay, I hope you have a good shift." She then turned to the side to allow me access to the stairs. As I walked up the stairs, I could feel her warm breath on my neck as she followed close behind. Trying to stay calm, I found my wallet and keys before saying, "Bye, honey." She didn't respond. I resisted the urge to run to my car. As I turned the key, I breathed a sigh of relief. The real Jess would have known that I had been out of work for months. I felt convinced that that wasn't my wife, but I had to be sure. Jess stood in the window watching me as I backed out and pulled away. I had to know. I had to know what happened to my wife, and what was now in my house. And only one place could give me answers. So I stopped at the local hardware store and bought a shovel. I then waited till 1 a.m. when I was sure no one was out. Parking a little ways away, I cautiously walked to the east field of the cemetery. Something was buried in my lot. There was no headstone, but the dirt had clearly been moved. So I started digging. It must have been past 3 a.m. when my shovel hit the hard concrete of a burial vault. My lot had something in it. I took the time to clear off the rest of the vault lid before climbing out of the grave to run back to my car for a sledgehammer. Within the hour, I was covered in sweat, but the majority of the vault cover was gone or loose. Beneath the smashed pieces of concrete, I could see a coffin. The same deep red oak coffin I had picked out for my wife 3 days ago. When the opening was big enough, I took the leap of no return and began smashing the beautiful box with the head of the shovel. As I punctured the lid, the odor of death escaped and I recoiled in disgust. After holding back vomit, I returned to work and pried the lid open. My eyes widened as I peered inside. Buried in my wife's casket was the mangled and deformed body of a decaying deer. Its limbs were twisted and broken to fit in the box. Its neck snapped and violently bent to the side. Its lifeless eyes were foggy, and maggots crawled every inch of the carcass. On one of its antlers, it wore a ring. It was my wife's wedding ring, though it was covered with dried blood and fur. It was still as beautiful as the day I gave it to her. I don't remember the drive back to the house. I only remember standing in the driveway before dawn, staring at the kitchen light glowing through the curtains. Every instinct told me to leave. Instead, I went inside. The house smelled stronger now. Wet earth, rotting leaves. Something dug up and left in the sun. Jess was sitting at the kitchen table. She wasn't eating. She wasn't reading. She was simply waiting. Her eyes followed me as I entered. For a moment, neither of us spoke. Then she looked down at my hand, at the wedding ring. The smile slowly faded from her face. "Oh," she said quietly. The single word sounded more disappointed than angry. I took a step backward. "What are you?" I whispered. She tilted her head. The movement went too far, her neck bending several inches past what should have been possible. "I'm your wife." "No." For the first time since she'd appeared, she stopped smiling entirely. Something dark moved behind her eyes, but the voice tried to be kind. "You weren't supposed to dig." The voice was almost hers. Almost. I backed toward the door. She made no effort to stop me. Instead, she folded her hands on the table and watched. As I reached the doorway, she spoke one last time. "Devin?" I froze. "When you get lonely enough," a grin stretched across her face, "you'll come back." I left and never looked back. Since then, I've tried to move on. I'm working part-time in a new city in a different state. My wife is gone even though no one believes me. I'm both grieving and terrified because every now and then I get voicemails from unknown numbers. It's the same message every time. In the voice of my wife, barely holding back laughter, the thing says, "Devin, when are you coming home?" The lake on my brother's property has no bottom. Me and my brother live on 25 acres out in the middle of nowhere. He inherited it when our dad passed. Our mom and stepdad had already died a few years back, so it's just the two of us. When I say out in the middle of nowhere, I really mean out in the middle of nowhere. A 30-mile drive to the nearest grocery store, 40 to the nearest big city. But we like it. It's nice and quiet. My brother Carl is an artist. Not an artsy artist. He does design work for big companies out on the east and west coast. Does all his work on a computer. He can work from pretty much anywhere that's connected to the internet. Now, it costs quite a bit to get internet in the middle of nowhere. But it's possible, and he can more than afford it. Me? I'm Jake. I'm a shiftless, no-good, lazy layabout. At least that's what my stepdad always said. My bio dad, when he wasn't being an abusive drunk, would say pretty much the same thing. That's fine. I've made my peace with it. I keep busy by taking care of the place, doing the lawn care, the maintenance, painting, all the crap work that needs to be done. We have a pretty simple life. The strangest thing about this place is the lake. Well, it's actually just a glorified pond. It's about 80 feet across, and almost a perfect circle. Sinkhole, I'd guess. It's way out on the edge of the property past the gazebo. Officially, it's known on the maps as Lake 224, but everyone calls it Gasper's Lake, after some fella that lived here like 100 years ago. The water is unbelievably clear, way more clear than I would have ever expected, and deep. The thing is, I have no idea how deep it is. I heard rumors in town that it's bottomless when we first moved out here, but I paid it no mind. But you can't see the bottom at all. One summer, I had a fella from the state fish and game department come out and stock the lake with fish. I thought I'd do some fishing that fall, but it just didn't take. Don't know how or why, but come fall there wasn't a fish to be found. Didn't make any sense. If they'd died, I'd have seen them floating, right? Another thing is the light. Sometimes at night I could swear I see a glow come up out of the water. I got a nice little setup. I'd sit at the gazebo until late in the evening, grilling bratwurst and sipping cold beer from the cooler. But on the way back, that glow. A color that's just not right, you know? Not bright or anything. You can just barely notice it. But it's there. Anyway, my brother doesn't care about any of that stuff. He's got no sense of adventure, no curiosity. He's all about deadlines, meetings, and products. Sometimes he'll fly out from the local airport on a puddle jumper to go see a client, and leave me out here for a week or two. You'd never get me on one of those tiny single-engine planes. I kind of get the feeling he's embarrassed of me, but whatever. He flew out to North Carolina, or maybe it was Virginia, one week, and I had the place to myself, so I called up Earl. He's my drinking buddy. I called up Earl and said to him we're gonna find out how deep Gasper's Lake really is. He brought over his John boat, and I'd say about 300 feet of half-inch nylon rope. We were going to be real scientific about this. I tied a cylinder block to one end, and we marked off the rope in 10-foot sections. He backed his truck up to the water, and we got the boat in, and headed out to the center of the lake, and dropped the cinder block over. I figured it'd bottom out at 50 feet or so, but no. That rope just kept flying right on out. 50 feet, 100 feet, 150 feet, just kept going. Maybe we should tie it off, I asked. Yeah, that's probably a good idea, he replied. We got the free end of the rope tied off around the cleats and watched the rope keep spilling out. Every bit of the rope played out, and the boat resonated with a loud thunk. I pulled the rope a bit up out of the water, and could feel the weight of the cinder block on it. Earl? I paused. Earl, there's not any way this lake is 300 feet deep, I said. No way, he nodded. What the actual hell? We gotta get more rope, I said. My uncle's got a full industrial spool of half-inch nylon rope. 1,000 feet. There's no lake anywhere around here that's 1,000 feet deep, Earl replied. I grabbed the rope and started to pull it up. It was going to take a minute or two to pull it back up on the boat. Earl started winding it up as it came in. I got about 50 feet of it on board when it just stopped. Like just dead stop. I leaned back and pulled harder. Nothing. It felt like the cinder block had gotten caught under a ledge. I wrapped the rope around my forearm and gave it one good heave. Hung up on something? Earl asked. I guess so, I started to say when the rope tugged back. Hard. Threw both me and Earl off balance enough the boat flipped over. The water went over my head and I sputtered. Righted myself and broke the surface. Earl came up right beside me and got out a loud, "God dang it." We struggled to get the boat set right, but we got it. That's when I noticed the cleat had snapped right off. Rope and all had gone down into the lake. So, 3 days later, me and Earl were back again. We spent all afternoon setting it up. Got an electric motor to pull the rope back up and a pulley system at the end of a boom winch. It almost looked professional, bolted there in the back of his truck. Almost. Earl grinned and smacked our jerry-rigged setup on the side. I always knew those machine shop classes I took would come in handy. He backed up the truck and swung the winch over the water. It extended out about 10 feet. I tied off another cinder block, no shortage of those around here, and tossed it in. We watched the rope run and run, the spool spinning freely. We had it set up so it would spin in one direction but not the other, so we could winch it back up. The rope spooled out faster and faster. 200 feet, 300. It's still going, Earl said, incredulity in his voice. 400. No way, I said. Earl stopped grinning around 600. By 800, neither of us were talking anymore. The spool kept spinning all the way to the end. 4 minutes after I tossed the brick in, it ran out with another loud thunk. Hard enough the truck rocked backwards a bit. Jesus, Jake. What in the actual hell is going on here? That's 1,000 feet of rope. I have no earthly clue, buddy. There's no way it's 1,000 feet deep. I ain't got no more rope. Like, I guess I could order some, Earl said, but was interrupted by a loud groaning coming from the winch. Something was pulling on the rope. I could hear the strain of the fibers. The truck was practically vibrating. Then the front end of the truck started to rise up a hair. Jake, it's gonna take my truck, Earl yelled as he ran over and hopped in. He started the engine and began to pull away when all of a sudden all the tension let out of the line. I went over to the winch and turned it on and the rope began to wind onto the spool. It took a lot longer to pull it all up than I thought it would. But then I saw and smelled the cinder block. It was covered with a dark, glistening slime, something the color of rotting leaves mixed with oil, and it stank like, God, I don't know, a squished bug mixed with kerosene. I cut the line and let the brick drop back into the water. No way in hell I was touching whatever that was. Earl pulled his truck up away from the edge, got out and came over to where I was staring at the water. A camera, he said. What, like an underwater one? I asked. Yeah, I know a guy. He's got an underwater rig. A little robot submarine. He uses it to inspect bridge pilings, dams, and culverts for the state. It's rated down to 1,500 feet, but it usually doesn't get used that deep. Got lights and a camera. You can drive it around, he said. Sounds like a plan, I said. But Earl, I paused. Isn't this more than a little bit weird? Like even for around here. Maybe we should call somebody. I don't know. Like an official? Jake, this is the most interesting thing that I've been mixed up in since Farmer Brindle's two-headed goat got loose in the dollar store. Look around. Nothing happens around here. I nodded. This place wasn't known for its excitement. I'm gonna call him. Get it out here, he said. I've got an old VCR we can hook it up to. Record what we find, I replied. Earl nodded. Good idea. The next couple of days passed without incident. I spent the time power washing the garage. I know, high excitement, but it's got to get done. Earl pulled up in his truck the next afternoon. It really was a pretty cool setup. The sub was about 4 feet long and had lights and a camera on the front that could be panned around remotely. We tied it off to the winch with the nylon rope. It had its own coil of cable for the camera that we sat on the tailgate. I made sure it had a full charge, Earl said, manhandling it out of the truck. It'll give us at least a couple of hours. Getting in the water took longer than it should have. The thing was heavier than it looked, and we kept second-guessing which end was supposed to go in first. I think the camera end goes in last, I said. That doesn't make any sense. How's it gonna see anything pointed in the mud? I didn't say pointed at the mud. I said last. As in, we lower in the tail first. Earl looked at me. That's the same thing. We went back and forth on it for a while before we figured out it didn't matter. The thing would right itself once it hit the water. We felt pretty stupid about that. Alright, easy now, Earl said. As we walked it to the edge, it was awkward. No good place to grip it. For God's sake, Jake, don't drop it. That thing probably costs more than my truck. We got it in without dropping it. Barely. Earl picked up the controller, and we watched it bob there for a second, listening a little to one side, and then it straightened out and sat there humming quietly. Okay, Earl said. Down we go. 300 feet down, it was dark enough that we snapped on the lights fully bright. All it showed was the rough stone on the side of the sinkhole. The water was still crystal clear. Around 400 feet, the walls changed. I almost missed it. Earl, hold up. Can you back up a little? He reversed the sub and we both leaned in toward the monitor. The rough pitted limestone we'd been watching for the last 10 minutes had stopped. What replaced it was dark and smooth, almost glassy. I looked at Earl, he looked at me. We both looked at the monitor. That ain't natural, I said. No, he said, just that. We stayed there a minute, both of us staring at the screen. The sub's lights caught the dark surface and threw back a dull reflection. Whatever it was, it went down as far as we could see. Earl's hand was still on the controller. You want me to keep going? He asked. I should have said no. Yeah, I said. Keep going. At 800 feet, the walls just disappeared. The sub drifted out into the open water, and I realized I'd been holding my breath. The sinkhole had been feeding into something else the whole time. A cavern. The sub's lights didn't reach the far walls, didn't reach the bottom. Just open black water in every direction. And the hole we'd come through sitting in the ceiling like a drain in reverse. Earl? I said. Yeah, he said. Neither of us said anything for a minute. The sub just hung there in the dark, lights cutting maybe 30 feet in any direction and then nothing. God, Earl said quietly. I wish I'd brought some beer. I laughed. Couldn't help it. Then stopped. Keep going down? I asked. He already was. Can you point the lights down? I asked. Earl adjusted the controller and the sub nosed down slowly. The light swept across what I thought was the bottom of the cavern, and I squinted at the monitor. Something was down there. A tangle of shapes, thick and dark and piled on each other like cable left in a heap. What the hell am I looking at? Earl said, mostly to himself. The sub drifted lower. The shapes resolved a little. Thick as tree trunks. Some of them. Thicker. Coiled loosely over and around each other, tapering at the ends, widening in the middle. Some of them were moving, drifting, kind of like seaweed. Earl? I see it. One of the big ones began to uncoil. It peeled away from the mass, and as it moved, it revealed a surface beneath it, dark and rounded and covered in a texture I couldn't make sense of at first. It was dark and bumpy like an old avocado. I was still trying to figure out what I was looking at when it split open down the middle. It was an eye. Had to be 20 feet across. The iris was the color of old bronze, and the pupil was shaped like a triangle, and it was looking up at the sub. My stomach dropped straight out of me. Then the rest of them started moving. All of it. The whole mass coming apart into individual shapes. Eyes on every surface. Opening. Mouths, too. Rows of teeth catching the light, opening and closing on nothing. The cables, the arms, whatever they were, filled the cavern below us. The monitor went dark. Earl, we have to get out of here, I screamed, but Earl seemed frozen. I grabbed Earl's arm. He was still staring at the monitor. Earl, we have to go right now. The surface of the pond began to swell and boil, whirlpools and waves churning around.
He blinked, came back. We ran for the truck. We dove in and Earl started it up, but we didn't make it 20 feet before the back end lifted. It had come up fast. Nothing that big should move that fast. The tires left the ground and Earl screamed something I couldn't make out over the sound of the frame starting to give. I had opened the door and jumped out without even thinking about it. The ground came up quick and I landed with a wet crack as my ankle snapped. From the ground I could see the truck maybe 30 feet up, wrapped in something that looked like a giant black and glistening worm, being pulled toward the water. Earl was still in there. I know because I could hear him screaming. Then the roof caved in to the sound of shattering glass and metal forced beyond its limit. And then I couldn't hear him anymore, as the truck sank beneath the water. The VCR had landed a few feet away. I don't even remember Earl throwing it. I told the paramedics I fell off a ladder. Anyway, now I don't know what to do. My brother's due back in 2 days and the sheriff keeps coming around asking about Earl. The state inspection fellow wants his submarine back, and I don't know what to tell him. All I got is this busted leg in a video we took, and I'm not sure who I need to show it to. I think I'm going to call the governor, maybe the press. Should I call the FBI? What should I do?
I don't need to go right to the edge of the cliffs to see it. I lean my cane against the table. I need it less when I'm not actively climbing, and wander out towards the edge. The water is gunmetal blue, dark and deep as sleep. The waves are a steady rhythmic roar. The ocean's voice is strong. Not one day that I've been coming out to the cliffs has it faltered, even if waves are quieter when I come. It's like a great cat curled up and resting between hunts. Don't for a moment think that I am any safer than I was before. The water whispers as it laps against the rocks. Don't for a moment think that I can't reach you where you are. As I walk to a safe vantage point, a horn echoes out across the water. I flinch. I can't help it. From this distance, the boat is a tiny thing, just a speck on the horizon. I reach out, pinching it between my fingers, pretending that I can pluck it from the sea like a tick. I know what I would see if I was closer. It looks like a remarkably normal ferry boat, in most respects. There's no smoke coming from the smokestack, though. When it gets close, you can't see the crew. If it gets really close, you can see the wheels turning and the lines being pulled without anyone there to pull them. This far, I can't see any of the detail. I can only see the shape of the ship itself as it comes slowly, inexorably closer. They don't know where it comes from. Ironically, that's one of the main things that people do know about it. Whenever anyone new to town asks about it, that's the first thing that they're always told. It appeared on a Friday evening 10 years ago. School had just ended for the year, and my friends and I were celebrating. If you ask our parents, we were all collected over at Mollett's house for a sleepover, eating wat made by her mother, and cramming our mouths full of junk food and junkier movies before passing out in a comfortable haze of good food and the warm feeling of accomplishment at another year closed out. And we had done that. I could still taste the onion on the back of my tongue, mingling with the bright, prickly taste of the malic acid-coated candy that Ryan had brought by the bucketful. But we were 16 and 17, old enough to consider ourselves basically grown adults, and Mollett's parents were basically convinced by now that a lot of us were too lame to do anything exciting like drugs or have sex, which was true for the first one, and unfortunately not true for the latter one. It turns out boring people also have sex, just, boring sex. So they didn't mind if she went with us, and the beach was close enough that I could walk there without too much pain or discomfort. Not no pain. It was never no pain, not even then. But I'd already learned even back then that if I wanted to participate in life at all, I was going to need to learn to hurt. There was only so long that you could watch movies, and when the credits rolled, someone made the suggestion. One thing led to another, and we were shoving on jackets and fishing phones out of the couch cushions and making our way out into the cold night, on the path down towards the sea. I don't remember the walk there that well, nor our time on the beach before it came. It comes back to me in snatches and flashes. Mollett's bright laugh, like golden bubbles bursting in the night, my lungs aching from the cold, my hair tossed about by the wind, Sparrow winding it around their fingers, the fire Ryan built crackling, sparks drifting up like tiny stars in the night, the rough texture of Sparrow's denim jacket against my cheek, their body warm against mine. I wish I remembered it more. Even a scant decade later, the memories are hard to touch. They're all collapsed, down into salt and sea foam. I was curled up against Sparrow's chest, listening to Mallet and Ryan tease each other as they roasted marshmallows that we'd nicked from the snack cabinet back at Mallet's house. I was half asleep, full of sugar and roasted meat and alcohol that we definitely weren't supposed to have. Sparrow was idly petting my hair as they watched the fire, occasionally chiming in with the other two. I felt warm, like I was swathed in a thick blanket. The firelight made a soft orange bubble against the night. I remember that still, how it felt like nothing could touch me. I don't remember the joke that Mallet made. I wish I did. I remember so little about it now. Mallet said something, and Ryan laughed. His voice was starting to level out, the cracks getting fewer and fewer as his voice smoothed down into its adult shape. He had a scraggly beard, one that he used to run oil through every morning in the hopes of getting it to grow faster. He was laughing, and then the sound of the foghorn cut through the night. I remember the strange violence of it, the way my bubble popped around me, the night stretching its hands into our little cocoon. I sat up straight, startled out of the half-dreaming haze I'd been drifting in. Mallet had dropped the cooking fork, the tip in the fire. Her marshmallow started to smoke and char black, but she didn't notice. She was staring down the beach, towards the waves. "What the?" Sparrow said out loud. Their head was turned away from the fire, looking out into the night. Mallet pointed. Ryan turned to look. And I turned, following their gazes. I couldn't identify what the shape they were looking at was. It was too dark, and at first, all it looked like was a dark shape against the night, blocking out the light of the stars in the city. There were no lights on it, to help resolve it into something that made sense. Then the horn sounded again, and I realized it was a boat. A boat, aground at a beach with no dock, with no lights. I couldn't even see a red or a green light to tell me what side of the boat I was looking at. "We should go." I had never heard Ryan sound that nervous before. His voice wasn't shaking, it was just quiet, steady and quiet, like a hand gripping the back of your neck. It was that had me struggling to my feet, Sparrow helping me to my feet with a strong hand. They bent down, picking up my cane to hand to me. Mallet started throwing sand on the fire, stamping out the embers. I should say that despite all being 16 and 17, we didn't try to explore the boat. We didn't go closer. We didn't shout out, calling out to the sailors we thought had to be there. We didn't try to explore. We didn't antagonize. We didn't linger. We didn't. We didn't. I can look back 10 years later and regret that we didn't run immediately. I think at the time I'd thought that it might be an organized crime thing, or something. A silly thought of a teenager who'd hardly seen a gun in real life. But what would you have thought? A boat aground at a beach with no lights, totally eerie and quiet, miles away from the docks. I thought as long as we didn't see people, we would have time to collect our stuff and move away. I thought we had time to get away. What would you have thought? We collected our stuff the fastest we'd ever had. We didn't speak. Sparrow threw our food in a bag. Ryan grabbed Mallet's coat, throwing it on her shoulders. We left the beer. We shouldn't have, but We were 17 and scared. What would you have done? Silently, we picked up our things, pulled on our coats, and slipped away down the beach. We walked in tense silence, resisting the urge to look behind us. Sparrow helped support me without being asked, letting me lean against them, helping me find my footing. I was slower. The sand made me even more unsteady on my feet. I could feel Mallet's anxiety and frustration. She kept glancing back at me. My face felt hot. If you've ever been the most disabled person in a group, you might not know the prickling shame of it. Even if the people you're around don't say anything, it clings around the edges anyway, sticking to you like burrs to a coat. I clung to Sparrow, focused on ignoring the pain and keeping my footing. I was looking down at the sand, trying to make sure I didn't step on a rock and turn my foot. When I heard Ryan stop, I looked up and froze. For a moment, I thought we'd been turned around. It was impossible, but it was the explanation that best preserved reality as I knew it. Then my heart sank down to my stomach. I felt like the world tilted around me. It was coming home to find your house occupied by strangers. The boat was in front of us, dark shadow against the stars. I could feel Sparrow go tense against me. Mallet took a step back. Ryan stood frozen. Then as one, we turned, dropped our stuff, and started running. I ran. My legs screamed immediately. I didn't run as a matter of course. Walking took enough effort. But the cold, freezing fear in my chest was enough to prompt a sprint. Sparrow's hand was tight on mine. They were on the track and field team, and could easily outpace me, but they stayed behind, hand tight on mine like a vice as they tugged me forward. I don't think any of us had fomented anything approaching a plan. Sometimes the only thing you can think to do is run. If I'd known then what was about to happen, perhaps I would have. But then, that's always what you tell yourself, isn't it? We had turned and ran back down the beach, the way we had come. I remember looking up and seeing that the boat was gone, and feeling a weird flare of hope. I could see the bright sparks of the city lights outlined against the sky. There was a path somewhere among the ice plants and the sand that would lead back to the asphalt and streetlights. I had a thought somewhere in the back of my mind that surely that would mean safety. I didn't know what was happening, the way I would later. I just knew that something was terribly wrong, and the only thing to do was to be as far away from it as possible. Mallet and Ryan were running in front of us. I could barely see through the white flares of pain in my legs. I was going to fall, I realized. A kind of awful fatalism, I remember later. Adrenaline only goes so far. There's a point where it falls. My brain was full of a white, sticky fog. Pain has a way of driving out all other concerns. It's hard for me to describe what happened next. What happened and what was a product of pain and fear is hard to tell 10 years later. It looks like this in my memory. We were running, and I could almost see the gap in the ice plants where the pathway started when the foghorn sounded again. It was worse this time. If you've never heard a normal foghorn, they carry like no other sound in the world, like the bellow of some great undersea beast. When this sound went off, I couldn't help but think, somewhere through the haze of pain, that it sounded like a scream, an open mouth. It was followed immediately by another one, and this time my legs collapsed underneath me. I couldn't help it. It was past willpower and adrenaline, and down to the very mechanical limits of my joints. The limits of the pain my brain would tolerate. Sometimes your body will just not let you hurt any longer. As soon as I did, my hand slipped away from Sparrow's. They hadn't been expecting me to fall, and they weren't ready for it. I fell, collapsing down into the sand. The sound came again, and this time it was somehow louder. It filled the entire world. I curled up into a ball, covering my ears, which didn't at all manage to block anything out. I think I screamed. When the sound died down enough for me to open my eyes and look up, I saw a tableau that I can't forget. When I close my eyes, I still can see it. I see it when I sleep. The boat had returned. as impossible as that was. Like a tiger circling its prey. It was closer than it was before. It seemed larger than it had before. It loomed like a wall of darkness. The water was wrong. Near it. I don't know why I remember that. I think that sometimes your brain just grabs onto details. The water wasn't lapping against it like it would against a normal ship. It was just coming in gentle waves against the shore, unaffected by the presence of the boats at all. Mallet was the closest to the boat. I didn't see Ryan. I watched her walk towards the boat. I think I tried to call out towards her, but the horn sounded again and my voice was swallowed by the boom. She walked towards the boat. She didn't look back towards me. I turned that part over in my mind over and over again. She walked towards the boat and didn't look back. She walked towards the boat and then, like I said, I was half out of my mind with pain and fear. It's hard to tell what's real and what isn't. I can only tell you what I saw. She walked forward, towards the boat, and it looked like the darkness opened up. I saw something. A rope? I couldn't see. Curl around her hands. She didn't resist it. She walked forward into the darkness and was gone. Sparrow was closer to me. They were standing, staring at the boat. I watched them sway gently on their feet. They took a step forward, like they were going to follow Mallet into the dark. I made a sound that I'd never made before, some kind of wounded animal cry. I crawled forward. Sparrow! Sparrow! Sparrow turned. There was something strange about their expression. Something hollow and empty, like a doll. I reached out a hand towards them. Sparrow, please. To my immense relief, Sparrow came towards me. I couldn't stand on my own, even trying to lift myself up sent spikes through my flesh. They reached down, helping me to my feet. I buried my face into their neck and breathed for a second. Let's go, please. I hardly knew what I was saying. Sparrow didn't say anything. They just braced their grip on me and started walking towards the ship. What? It came out in a breathless little whisper. My lungs didn't seem like they wanted to work. They took another step forwards. I looked at their face, but their eyes didn't seem to want to focus on mine. Their eyes were dark. They were focused intently on the boat beyond. Sparrow, what? It's okay. I knew as soon as they spoke that something was unimaginably, awfully wrong. Sparrow didn't talk like that. Their voice was supposed to be high, fast, and sharp. They talked faster than they could get the words actually out coherently most of the time. They didn't talk like this, soft, empty, and slow. It's okay. Their skin was so cold against mine. We'll be there in just a moment. I tried to stop, pulling away. No, we need the street, Sparrow. We need... Don't you want to see it? They stopped, but they didn't turn away from the boat. Their grip was still strong on me. This time they looked down, and I had the awful feeling they were still somehow looking through me. Their faint smile was like no expression I'd ever seen on their face before. What? It's here for us, Sparrow said, with that same empty smile. They watch us, down in the deep below. They watch us with their eyes that aren't eyes down in the deep dark below the water. And they're tired of waiting. They have space for us down in the dark below the water, below the ocean's floor. Don't you want to see? No. I yanked away hard enough to slip out of Sparrow's grasp. I hit the sand and my vision went white with pain. When it had receded enough for me to understand anything again, Sparrow was standing in front of me. I flinched, but they didn't grab for me. They leaned down, pressing a soft kiss against my forehead, before they stood up, smiling that awful smile that wasn't theirs. Just look, they said, in that same dreamy, dead, dull voice. Just look. Can't you see? I shouldn't have looked. I know that. But as they turned away and started to walk towards the ship, swaying slightly as they moved like they were drunk, I glanced down towards the dark wall of the ship as well, The darkness was different somehow now. Instead of just being empty darkness, it seemed to ripple like water. It rippled and distorted, and for some reason, despite an alarm starting to go off in the back of my brain, I couldn't make myself look away. In the darkness, I saw something moving. I wish I could describe to you what I saw. I wish I could make it make sense to someone who hadn't seen it. Any description I come up with seems to pale in comparison. In the darkness, I saw something look back at me. I saw eyes, but they were not eyes. Eyes didn't move like that. They were not eyes, but they could see. They could see inside me. And they promised me things. They promised me darkness. That they had a space for me. There was a place below the waves, below the water, below the bottom of the ocean that was open for me. Humans couldn't live down there, but they promised me that I would live. They promised me that I would live forever. It was my legs that saved me in the end. As Sparrow disappeared, I tried to struggle forward, towards the welcoming, waiting dark, and ran up against my legs. I tried to brace some weight on my knee, and the resultant pain was like a white fire. There was no room for darkness or eyes when I hurt like that. I tried again, and that time, I think I fully lost consciousness for a moment. My ears were ringing. As soon as I could move or think again, I rolled over and threw up. When I looked up, the boat was gone. And that was that. What else was I supposed to do? I sat on the beach until the sun had started to turn the sky gray and pale and streak the horizon with orange and yellow. And then I got up and limped home. It took hours longer than it was supposed to. Somewhere in the chaos, I'd lost my cane and never did find it again. I made do with a bad one from Walgreens for a while after that. I found out later that we hadn't been the only ones to see the boat. That should have been impossible, of course, but we were beyond that now. I didn't understand the world that I lived in anymore. Why shouldn't a ship have visited hundreds of people around the city in a single night? It was no more impossible than anything else I'd seen. There was chaos, I think. I didn't see much of it. I didn't leave my bedroom for a while after that. Instead, I slept through most of the summer, putting my phone on Do Not Disturb so I couldn't be bothered by the masses of texts and news articles discussing the mass disappearance. It all seemed so distant, so unreal. I knew what had happened. I knew where everyone was. I knew at the bottom of the sea beneath the sand and coral was something hungry and old and waiting. Everything else was just so much theater and pageantry compared to that. I kept seeing the boat whenever I slept. It wasn't all the same dream. I could be in the city or swimming in the sea or walking on the beach. Wherever it was, at some point, I would look up at the sky and there it would be, a dark shadow against the blue sky. I would see it, and then I would feel it again, the touch of strange eyes and the opening of an abyss beneath me. I never told my parents about it. How could I? It wasn't the sort of thing that you could tell your parents. They wouldn't have understood. They wouldn't have understood what I meant when I said that they were still waiting for me. Their eyes were still on me. They still had a space for me beneath the waves. They were still watching me. I suppose it was fair that I watched them back. I turned away from the sea, beginning to walk back towards the pathway down to the parking lot. I don't need to stay now that I've laid eyes on it. It's not like it's going to move quickly. My phone rings. I fish it out of my pocket with one hand, unlocking it and holding it up to my ear. Hello? Sunshine. The voice is warm and gentle. How are you? I soften despite myself, even though I have to focus on still picking my way down the sand and rocks. Hi, Dad. Yeah, I'm okay. It's just my father and me these days. I'm long grown, but I still live at home. With my legs being what they are, and my father's age being what it is, we do a lot better supporting each other. Home aids cost money that neither of us have. We're not as close as we were before everything, but we help each other out. It's a living. When my father speaks again, he sounds concerned. He doesn't like when I leave without telling him at least that I'm leaving, and when I'll be back. Even if he's never even tried to prevent me from going wherever I want. It's not that he's a helicopter parent. He's just scared. I can't really blame him. No one in town likes their people being out of sight these days. Where did you go? Just out to the cliff. I'm heading back now. He tries to not sound disturbed, but he does. And did you see it? I nod before remembering that he can't see me. Yeah, it's miles out though. Should be months at least before it gets here. We have enough warning to prepare at least. You know, I don't like that you go out there, he says. This time his voice is gentle, like someone speaking to a frightened animal or a child. I bristle, despite myself. It's fine, Dad. Nothing's going to happen to me. It can't do anything at that distance. It needs you to be able to see it better for that. It's still a risk, he says. What if it calls you while you're all the way up there? You'd fall all the way into the sea. I don't know how to tell him that he's wrong. He knows I got close to it, closer than most people have, but he doesn't know that I was there. I was there and I watched my friends be swallowed. People think it just wants to drown those who it takes. There's not many people who have gotten as close to it as I have, and even fewer who have watched the things that I have seen. I wish that all it wanted to do was drown me. A clean death compared to it and what it wants. People have gone out to try and film it, capture it, bomb it. They don't come back. It makes me feel better to monitor it, I say finally. I like knowing where it is. Okay, he says finally. Just come home soon. It's the first night tonight. Okay, is all I can say. I'll be back soon. I'm finally back to my car. I set my cane on the empty passenger seat and pull out. Home is a lot more empty than it used to be when I was a kid. Downtown is full of dilapidated buildings and empty windows with signs advertising leases in them. There are walls where you can still see where the letters were pried off from the sign, discolored shapes from the sun. Other signs are bleached with sun and wind until you can hardly see what used to be there. Years on, I can't quite remember. Was that an ice cream store or a seafood restaurant? Was that a bookstore or an art studio? There are more homeless folks than there used to be as well. I see people sleeping under overhangs or beneath bridges. There are more encampments than there used to be as well. I pass one as I drive down the back road to my house. This one has been there long enough that they found some fencing from somewhere to encircle their tents with. There are a few gaps in the barrier, presumably for fleeing at speed if they need to. There's already someone outside, a tall woman with skin darker than mine and a bright pink shirt. She catches my eye as I drive by, but doesn't try to interact with me. It still makes a distressed twist go through my stomach. It's not safe to be homeless here these days. I guess I don't know if it ever was. I wonder as I drive if she's going to survive the night. It's night one, which means that everyone's in danger, but especially someone without a house, without doors to lock and hide behind. The city's done their own rituals since about year 2, when it became obvious that this was going to happen and keep happening, unless someone did something about it. I don't know all the details behind it. As I've heard it, they got someone from the university, marine biologists, oceanographers, folklorists, even some sailors from the local historical tall ship, and threw everyone in a room together until someone came up with an idea for what to do about the ferry boat. They do the ritual 3 times a year. 3s are important or something. It's a big ceremony for the town. They have hot dog vendors and everything. My father goes sometimes, but I don't. I'm pretty sure it doesn't do anything. Whatever I saw down there in the deep dark down below doesn't care about the little rituals with salt and gorse and sea champion. And then there's the rituals that other people do. Don't be surprised that someone came up with it. Wouldn't it have occurred to you at least? It takes people. It hollows them out of everything but salt water and shadow and drives them down to the darkness beneath. It wants people. For whatever reason. I have no idea why. I don't know who it was who first thought of it, but it's a kind of thing that people do. It wants people. Let's give them the people we don't want in the first place. I don't know anyone who for sure has taken part in the unofficial side of Night 1. I've never heard of anyone getting convicted for it either. Once you fall into the cracks, people don't put that much energy into looking for you and bringing you justice either. Perhaps you think I should help them. Perhaps I should. What would you do? My house is small. We downsized after my mother was lost. I don't think either of us could bear existing in the rooms where she had once walked anymore. It's small and green, and after I park, I walk in past my father's tiny vegetable garden. Tiny, still green tomatoes curl up steel wires towards the slowly fading sun. My father is sitting in the living room as I enter and lock the door behind me. Father has a charm hanging up by the door. I eye the little bundle of sticks and dried mallow and sea aster. I don't say anything. "Hey, sweet pea," he says. His eyes are hollow, but the ordinary hollow of exhaustion. My father hates Night 1. I think I do somewhere, but I haven't felt anything very strongly for a long time. "Hey, Dad." I lean over and press a kiss to the top of his forehead. "Staying up?" "I've got all the windows and doors locked and warded," he says for answer. "But you should go double check for me." My legs ache. I want nothing more than to sit. I go check anyway, like it has been every time for nearly a decade. It's perfect. When I go back, I sit down on the couch next to him, like I'm a child again. I curl into his side. Dad wraps an arm around me the way he always does. His skin is cooler than it used to be, but it's the ordinary cool of age. I still compare everything to Sparrow. I don't know if I'll ever stop. He's watching the newscast from the ceremony. I lean my head against his shoulder. Watching it again? He sighs. I don't know what I think I'm going to see. I shrug. Do you think it does anything? Sure, I say. Maybe. He accepts this answer and ruffles my hair gently before rising. I know he's going to triple check. Some nights he ends up quadruple and quintuple checking again and again until I make him some tea and make him sit down. He's a lot quieter than he is in my memories. The sea ate his smiles as well. The sea ate the heart out of the city. I think and sigh, and then pick up the remote and turn off the news. It's not until last night, when I'm laying in bed, that I let myself think what I really think the answer is. I don't think any of the rituals that we do work. Sometimes I meet people who think the violence that is done at the shoreline to those no one in the city cares about is worth it, if it keeps the sharks away from their door. I don't know how to tell them that I'm pretty sure it can't do anything. I have charms in my room as well. I've had them for years. It makes Dad feel better to make them. There are bundles and bundles lining the walls and shelves of my room. Bundles of rowan and aster and gorse and sea campion and seaweed. Dad trying different things over the years. Trying to find something that works. I have years worth of them, and not one of them has ever stopped me from feeling their eyes that are not eyes on me. I can feel them now. As I lay in bed and there's nothing else to distract me, they are watching me still, behind the walls and sideways of the sea. I feel their gaze like a thin line that stretches from my bedroom all the miles away to where the ferry boat moves slowly, day by day, closer. I wonder if Sparrow and Ryan and Mallet can see me wherever they are. I wish I could believe that the rituals people do work. I wish I couldn't say this about myself. But I know that, if it worked, I probably would be okay with giving people to the sea. But I lay there in bed and I feel it. I feel that same sense of pageantry and theater that I did that summer 10 years ago. The sense that everything we built is nothing but paint and foil and cardboard. It's a play that we do because it makes us feel better. Nothing more. Whatever I saw in the darkness that night isn't something that cares about salt water and flowers. If it's giving us space, giving us time to rest and recover, it's not because of anything that we're doing. It's because it wants to. It knows that there's so many of us that cannot leave. It knows that even if 1 year's pickings are slim, that it has time. Whatever has waited there for uncounted eons beneath the waves isn't something that needs to worry about time. I close my eyes, trying to ignore the sense of eyes on me. It can wait, I think to myself. It can wait as long as it takes to catch someone who it wants. I wish I knew what to do. Perhaps somewhere else. I'd be able to figure out how to get my friends back, how to drive the boat away forever, how to stop feeling the aching absence within my chest that I know is the space that they've prepared me for, still waiting for me to fill it. I don't. All I know how to do is lay in bed and close my eyes, knowing that when I sleep, I will once again see the yawning gaze of the eyes beneath the sea. The first thing I remember is the taste of salt water and blood. I awoke to the sensation of one flowing in through my helplessly ajar mouth while the other escaped from the fresh lacerations along my throbbing tongue. As the water entered my chest, I felt my lungs begin to burn, and I quickly forgot all about the bloody ache in my mouth. Powerful, eager waves, fresh from the depths of Poseidon's briny maw, tossed my limp, useless body like an angry child throws around their doll moments before getting placed in timeout. The key difference being that the Lord of the Ocean faces no such punishment for flexing his mighty influence. My arms and legs flailed wildly, as my body tumbled through the water, no longer bound to any whim of my own, but to the suggestion of Poseidon's earth-shaking tantrum. If my body could have properly functioned in all of that chaos, I would have thought he meant to play with me until the end of time. Evidently, though, he grew bored of our game, something I learned in the form of crashing pain as my back slammed against a hard, sandy shore. The blow knocked me unconscious again for another moment, and when I came to, Poseidon, his energy reinvigorated, was already using the mighty tide to pull me back into his domain. In an act of blasphemous defiance, I quickly flipped myself onto my knees, hacking up seawater as I did, and crawled with all my strength up that length of sand. My clothes felt weighed down by iron, and my body, weakened by my recent ordeal, was on the verge of collapse. Harsh, stinging rain lashed across my face as the wind screamed in my ears, telling me to give up. It would all be so much easier if I would just give up. I was certain the raging tide was going to defeat me, but I somehow managed to fight against it long enough to finally escape its grasp. Once free, I crawled another few yards up the beach before I tumbled onto my side in a state of unrivaled exhaustion. I closed my eyes for only a moment, not much longer than a blink, and when I opened them again, the storm had mostly passed. Rain still struck down upon me from the cloudy nighttime sky, but it had largely abated from its early fury, and the raging waves and tide had also grown more placid. The wind no longer howled terrible suggestions into my ear, and the curtain of clouds above broke up just slightly enough to allow some azure moonlight to slip down from the peaceful firmament. I forced myself into a sitting position, a task made almost impossibly difficult due to the weight of my soaked clothes. Though my brief siesta seemed to have given my body back some of its strength, though it had done little for the raging headache that now dominated the space within my skull. Looking around, I found myself in a long stretch of beach, the vast ocean, like onyx glass in the blackness of night, extended before me in one direction. In all others was only shadow and sand. Disoriented, thirsty, and shivering with the cold, I struggled to gather my thoughts while I sat on the frigid stretch of lonely beach. I couldn't remember how I ended up in Poseidon's playground. The only thing I knew was that I couldn't stay there on that beach. Exposed to the rain and the chill, I needed to find shelter as soon as possible. Regaining my bearings would come afterward. With this in mind and suddenly warmed by a fresh determination to escape the elements, I forced my protesting body to its feet. I was immediately hit by a wave of nausea that I was sure would lead to vomiting. My suspicion was quickly proven correct, as I soon found myself doubled over, bile and brine escaping from my open mouth. When my expulsion was over, I stood panting for several long seconds before attempting to spit excess vomit into the sand. My mouth, however, was too dry to conjure any saliva for the wanted action, and so the taste of puke remained. After giving myself a few moments to recover, I took a cautious step forward along the beach. My body screamed with 1,000 years of ache, and my legs felt like melted jelly, but I thankfully didn't seem to be seriously injured. I was lucky, more lucky than I even realized at the time. I only made it a few steps along the beach before I noticed the body. It appeared so suddenly from out of the darkness, seeming to materialize from the very essence of the gloom itself. At first it looked like it may have been an outcropping of rocks, or maybe even a jumble of seaweed, but after a few moments, its true identity became known to me. I scrambled toward the crumpled form with as much haste as I could, clumsily falling to a knee when I reached it. It was lying on the beach with its back to the sky, its face in the cold, wet sand. I reached a pruny hand toward its soggy shoulder, and shook it with what strength I could gather. "Hey," I said. "Hey, wake up." When the figure didn't respond, I decided to flip it onto its back. Upon doing so, I immediately realized two things. The first was that this person, judging by their clothes, was the pilot. The second was that they were dead. I reeled away from the corpse in a sudden tempest of shock and disgust. The body's vacant, watery eyes seemed to follow me as I went. They bulged out of the corpse's bloated head in a way that seemed like they were trying to escape from their home. I was only able to recognize the pilot from their uniform. I never would have been able to identify them based on the state of their corpse, which had already been ravaged by death and the sea in such a relatively short time. The presence of the dead pilot, while disturbing and tragic, at the very least helped me to settle my swimming mind. I remembered that I had been on a last-minute red-eye flight that was on its way over the Atlantic when we suddenly hit a particularly rough patch of turbulence. This apparently was too much to be concerned about, as the pilot, the same one now lying dead in front of me, hadn't seemed worried at all when announcing the possibility of a slightly bumpy flight. That was before the storm appeared. I returned to my feet and looked back in the direction of the ocean's maw, searching for something. The sinking wreckage, some supplies floating in the angry surf, a deployed lifeboat, maybe, but all I could see was more black. It was as if my entire world had been reduced to the inside of an inkwell, in which I was confined for all eternity. Never have I feared the terrible might of the ocean as much as I did in that moment. In the midst of that lashing rain, beneath the alien darkness of the nighttime sky, I suddenly heard a voice calling to me, sounding very far away. I likely wouldn't have even heard it had the storm still been at its worst. I followed the voice with my eyes. Approaching me from farther along the beach was a young woman, who staggered toward me with all the grace and speed that her worn, soaking body could muster. When she finally reached me, she was drained of her energy, and was reduced to heavy panting that prevented her from speaking for some time. "Are you all right?" I asked her, then realized I could provide a more apt question. "Are you hurt?" She shook her head then, finally catching her breath, said, "No, but I need your help. There's a man over here who can't stand. I think he has a broken leg." "Where is he?" "There." She pointed toward the darkness that she had just emerged from, and I immediately understood that I had asked another foolish question. I can't lift him by myself. Please, I need your help. The woman turned and made her way back in the direction from which she had come. I prepared to follow after, but remembering my original purpose for stopping there, offered one final glance at the body of the pilot. Where was once a corpse, now was only sand. The body of the pilot was gone. The woman yelled for me to hurry, knocking away any shock that I might have felt at discovering the pilot's absence. Brushing aside any hesitance, I followed her into the shadows, both of us struggling to make our way along the beach, until we came across another figure lying on the sand. For a moment I thought back to the dead pilot, but the pit this memory formed in my stomach was immediately dispelled when this new figure began to move. He groaned in his agony as he turned to look at me, his face awash with the anguish of his apparent injury. "Ah, thank God," he said. "Please help me. Get me out of here." "It's going to be all right, sir," I said, not knowing if that was true. "Where are you hurt?" "My legs," he yelled. "All right," I said. "We're going to help you, but we need to get you out of the rain first." "There's a cave nearby," the woman said. I saw it further inland. "We can take him there." "All right," I said. "Then we need to move now. I'll get him. You just lead us to that cave." I positioned myself behind the agonized man and wrapped either arm beneath his armpits and up over his shoulders. After signifying to the woman that I was ready, we began our trek through the darkness, her leading the way while I, walking backwards, dragging our companion through the sand. Soon the terrain became more rough as sand transitioned to less agreeable surfaces, and the sounds of his pain began. He groaned and yelled as I dragged his ruinous body across stones and branches and sharp thorns. Our trek seemed to go on for hours, during which my own heavy, exhausted body begged for me to abandon my charge and leave the man to his fate. I barely remember reaching the cave, which seemed to spring up out of the gloom like a waiting tombstone. Once inside, I placed the injured man against one of the cool earthen walls. The relief of losing my burden overwhelmed me so greatly that I too collapsed on the cave floor, my strength completely lost. I intended to only lie there for a brief moment while I recovered some of my energy, but soon the exhaustion that had overtaken me grew far too powerful, and I once again fell unconscious, my mind as dark as the surrounding cave. I awoke to the sound and heat of a crackling fire. I enjoyed its warmth, though inside I possessed a chill that seemingly no flame could ever chase away. When I opened my eyes, I saw the orange glow of the blaze, which rested just beyond the mouth of the cave. Sitting in front of the fire were two silhouettes. Behind them was nighttime darkness. I could see twinkling white stars beyond the figures' heads, indicating that the storm had finally ceased, but not much else. Sitting up required the immense task of ignoring my screaming head. I looked around, taking in my surroundings, while I waited for my mind to stop dancing. The chamber of the cave I was in, well, appearing to be fairly small, extended beyond where the light of the fire could reach. I didn't know how far it went, or what passage were hidden deep within the shadows, but the distant sound of dripping water told me that there was considerably more to the cavern than what I could see. I forced myself to my feet, rising as high as I was able. The low roof of the cave forced me to crouch to about half my full height, and shuffled my way toward the two figures in front of the fire. As I approached, I noticed the injured man lying near the blaze. He appeared to be unconscious, and in the flickering firelight I could see the gentle rise and fall of his chest. He had been stripped to his underwear, and I caught a glimpse of the pair of horrible bruises that covered either of his legs in huge blotches, looking like tattoos of raging hellfire. One of the silhouettes noticed me and turned in my direction. I recognized the look of the young woman, her face dancing in the shadows produced by the blaze. She offered me a concerned smile. "You're awake," she said. "How are you feeling?" "Everything hurts," I said, "but I'm alright." I looked at the unconscious man. "How is he?" "Broken legs." It was the other figure who talked. He was a burly-looking man with a bushy, thick beard of gray that matched the grizzle in his voice. The stranger kept his gaze on the fire as he spoke. "Both of 'em. Seems alright enough, though. Bones didn't break skin, and no bleeding far as I could see." I failed to suppress a frown. "Can't we do anything for him? Set his bones or something?" "You a doctor?" The stranger looked at me now. His eyes were as frigid as the fire was warm. "Ever set a bone before?" "No," I said sheepishly, answering both questions at once. "Setting bones without knowing what you're doing is dangerous," he said. "Could even be deadly." He gestured to the young woman with his chin. "You can ask the nurse all about that." I looked at her. "You're a nurse?" "Nursing student," she corrected kindly. "Only just finished my first semester. He needs more help than I'm able to provide him." "Then we need to get him out of here," I said. "You a good swimmer?" The stranger asked. I nodded. "I'm good enough." He grunted in some strange affirmation. "Good enough to swim across the Atlantic with him on your back? Because that's the only way you're getting him off this island." "How sure are you that this is even an island?" the nursing student asked. "Sure enough," he said. "Not much else out where we went down, but I suppose we can find out for certain in the morning. I'll look around this place come daylight, try to get an idea of what we're working with here." I looked at the man with the broken legs. "Hopefully he even lasts that long." "He will," the stranger said. His attention was back on the fire now. "Injuries don't seem life-threatening right now. Should be alright so long as we get rescued soon enough." "But who knows how long that could take?" the nursing student asked. "Don't know," he said. "We'll just have to wait and see." His words were less than reassuring, but they proved to be the last we would get from him that night. The stranger stared at the blaze in silence for a short while longer, then laid down in the brush and dirt near where he sat and seemingly fell asleep, his breath soon coming in a series of calm, relaxed snores. The nursing student and I stayed up for a while longer. The conversation between us was brief, with long gaps between words. We exchanged names, although I don't think I ever actually registered hers, and a few other details about ourselves. But besides these few short episodes, we mostly allowed the crackling fire and the distant crashing waves to do the talking. Eventually our conversation turned to the stranger. "Where did he come from?" I asked. My voice dropped to a low whisper. "I don't know," she said. "The storm came to a stop not long after you passed out, and then he kind of just showed up. Didn't even introduce himself. He helped me build the fire and brought our injured friend closer to it, where we looked over him and assessed his injuries." "Strange," I said. "Where was he during the storm?" "He hasn't told me. In fact, he hasn't said anything about himself at all. And that's really had me thinking." "What do you mean?" I asked. "I mean, do you even remember seeing him when we boarded our plane?" "No," I admitted, "but I don't remember seeing you or the injured guy either." I paused. "Why? Do you think he wasn't on our plane or something? How could he possibly be here with us then?" "I don't know," she said again. "I just get the sense that he doesn't belong. It's hard to explain, but I just feel a very uncomfortable energy from him." "Well, we'll keep an eye on him," I said. "He's been helpful enough so far. Could be that he's a little socially awkward is all. Maybe a bit of a loner." "Maybe," she said. "Maybe I'm overly exhausted and I'm just being paranoid, but something about this whole situation, this whole place, just feels wrong." "Wrong how?" I asked. You've been out cold for a little while, so maybe you just don't feel it yet, but I do. I just can't shake the feeling like we aren't welcome here. Like there's something watching us from the darkness, waiting for us to let our guard down, and I can't help but feel like he is a part of it. We both glanced in the direction of the sleeping stranger, then back to each other. Maybe I'll go with him when he gets the lay of the land tomorrow, she said. Try to get some information out of him, see if his story checks out. Let me go, I said. Our injured friend will need a medical professional to look after him. I told you, I've barely got 1 semester of nursing school under my belt, she said. I offered her a tired smile. That's still more experience than I have. I guess you're right, she said, returning the smile. Fine, but be careful around him, all right? There's no telling what he'll do when the two of you are alone together. She and I took turns staying on watch that night, my time spent awake, watching the darkness beyond our camp. Helped me to understand what she had meant when she said that something was off about our new home. Something definitely felt sinister about the place. Something that, even thinking back on it now, sends a chill racing all over my body. At the time, I figured it was possible the young woman's words had placed this sensation into my mind. But as I sat near the fire on watch, I couldn't help but feel like there was something, or some things, watching us. Watching me. From the heavy darkness. The nearby shore, the surrounding trees, even the depths of the cave where the water dripped into the abyss. Wherever there was an absence of light, there was an abundance of eyes, and they all were turned in the same direction. The stranger and our injured companion didn't stir for the rest of the night, until the coming of dawn when the former seemed to rise like clockwork. At the first trickle of sunlight, I was on watch when he awoke. He sat up with an almost inhuman roboticness that made my skin want to crawl right off of my body. Maybe the nursing student was right, I thought. Maybe something was wrong with the stranger. Or maybe her paranoia had infected me too. It was difficult to tell. The young woman and the injured man awoke shortly after, but the latter was in a state of such pain and agony that he was practically incoherent and drifted between states of consciousness the way parts of our plane surely drifted along the surface of the nearby ocean. The stranger didn't speak for nearly an hour after walking. He sat in his same spot, stoking the fire and resupplying it with fresh kindling, before abruptly standing and saying to nobody in particular, "Going to take a look around, see what I can find." "I'll come with you," I said, perhaps too quickly. He offered me an apathetic look. "Would be able to move more quickly on my own." "You're also more likely to hurt yourself and not have anybody to come help you," the nursing student said. She knelt next to the semi-conscious injured man and felt his forehead. I could tell by her grimace that he was likely running concerningly warm, despite what his intermittent shivers would have suggested. The stranger thought about this for a moment. "All right, but keep up." I nodded, climbed to my feet with a groan, and offered the nursing student and her patient one final glance before departing into the unknown with the stranger. I had the strangest fear that I would never see either of them again. This fear was later proved to be unfounded, of course. I would still see one of them yet, at the very least. I followed the stranger back to the beach, which looked so much smaller in the morning sunlight. The azure ocean, more inviting than its obsidian counterpart, was still just as imposing in its vastness as its nighttime self. Even in the light of day, it was obvious that the endless body of water could easily swallow us whole if it chose to, and I didn't intend to give it a reason to do so. I still saw no sign of the plane wreckage, and figured it had either long since sank to the bottom of the ocean, or had otherwise drifted beyond the gently crashing waves to a point that I could not see with my naked eye. The stranger drew a deep line in the sand with his boot. "Gonna get an idea of how far around this island is. See if we can make a full loop of it in a decent time." He started walking, not waiting for me, and I hustled to square up next to him. Each step through the heavy sand felt like trudging through a dense pool of water to my aching body, but the stranger hardly seemed to notice the extra effort. After that, we'd best head inland and look for a water source. That's most important of all. His words made me realize just how thirsty I was. The creeping pain of dehydration hurt more than any pangs of hunger that I felt. My head pounded with the absence of water. My pulpy, scabbed tongue screamed for mercy. "How long do you think we'll be here?" "Could be days," he said bluntly. "Could be years." Years? The word felt impossible on my swollen tongue. He nodded without looking at me. "Not every missing flight gets found. I heard about a flight filled with college students that went down over this very stretch of the Atlantic a number of years ago. They eventually had to give up the search, probably much more quickly than you'd like to know." I frowned at the thought, but said nothing. When the stranger realized he wouldn't be getting a response, he went on. "If we're going to be here for a while, then we're going to have to trust each other. That means no scheming behind each other's backs." These words brought me to a sudden halt. He did the same and our eyes finally met. To my surprise, there was no anger in the stranger's gaze. In fact, there didn't appear to be much of anything there at all. "I'm good at looking like I'm asleep, ain't I?" I waited a while to respond, not sure what to say. The words I finally chose felt weak, pathetic. "I'm sorry." He nodded and began walking again. I followed his lead. For what it's worth, I do remember seeing you on the flight yesterday. Can't say the same for the other two. Doesn't mean they weren't there, but again, for what it's worth. Are you saying you think they weren't on that flight? What I mean is that we probably have more to worry about than just getting food and water here, he said. I'll give that girl credit. She was right about this place. Something is wrong here. I didn't sleep a wink last night, despite what you may have thought. I was too busy keeping my ears open, too busy listening to all the strange sounds in the darkness, many of which you may have even missed. I felt that presence, felt its eyes on me. There was something out there, beyond the light of our fire, and it was watching us, make no mistake about it. An animal? I asked. He shook his head. We didn't speak much after that. We completed our loop in less than 30 minutes and confirmed that we were, in fact, on an island. Besides a brief few yards where we had to walk along the thicket, the beach remained uninterrupted, allowing for a straightforward journey along our circle. When we reached his line in the sand, the stranger stopped and looked at me. Well, that settles that. Next, we need to look for something to drink. A stream, some coconuts, anything. I heard some dripping water coming from somewhere in the cave, I said. I did too, he said, and I didn't like the sound of it. He didn't elaborate on what he meant. We doubled back and entered a less dense section of the thicket, searching for food, water, anything that could help sustain us. It was dark beneath that heavy crown of trees. The gloom made me think of the obsidian ocean the night before. I was suddenly reminded of the dead pilot, who had once lay sprawled out in the cold, wet sand before vanishing in an instant. I hadn't thought back to that moment since coming to the injured man's aid, but the memory had managed to conjure itself from the great, suffocating darkness and force its way back into my troubled mind. I considered mentioning what I had seen to the stranger, but thought better of it. To verbally recall such a wicked occurrence felt dangerous in a place such as this. The stranger led me past tree trunks and over top tangled roots, deeper and deeper into that arboreal labyrinth, until I could no longer see the beach through all the foliage. I tried not to show my hesitation in following the man, but in truth, I still struggled to trust him. Part of me wondered if he was luring me into that sinister collection of trees and earth, so that he could do to me what he had already done to the pilot's soaked, decaying corpse. I did my best to banish this thought, but it lingered. acting as a barrier between the stranger and me that kept me from straying too close to him. The world around me grew dark as the sun above us vanished. We seemed to walk for hours, though I knew this couldn't have been possible. The island wasn't large enough for us to penetrate its inland for longer than a quarter of an hour at most. If we kept on how we were, we'd eventually make it to the opposite beach from where we had started. I knew this to be true. It simply had to be. Except it wasn't. We kept going and going for countless minutes, hours, days, never finding the other end of the thicket. Darkness further enveloped us, obscuring our vision and thus our ability to perform our task, our entire reason for entering the forest in the first place. I could barely see the stranger in front of me, his form becoming more and more obscured by shadow with each step forward. I told him we needed to turn back, to find our way out of the forest. He remained deaf to my words. A sudden snapping of a twig stole my attention. I turned in its direction for the briefest of moments, imagining that my gaze reached its destination. It would be greeted by some dark, sinister form lurking in the shadows. When I saw nothing but more tree trunks and blackness, I cautiously returned my attention to the man leading me through the thicket. In that brief moment, the stranger had managed to disappear. "Sir?" I called, realizing I had never learned his name. My own voice sounded far away, muffled, as if the gloom itself were choking me. "Sir, where are you?" Swirling darkness, sounds of shuffling in the brush, the growing, thickening sense that stepping into this wood was a mistake. The thought that at any moment the thing stalking me, the presence that had been watching me since the previous night, was preparing to strike. I imagined the deep Stygian tide squirming up from the ocean and pulling the pilot into the frigid depths, and I knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that those same watery tendrils were coming toward me now, winding through the trees on their way to me, ready to drag me kicking and screaming and swallowing brine back to the waiting abyss. I grew dizzy. My vision became darker, merging with the gloom. Something was coming. Something was here. I felt a firm hand on my shoulder. Snapping out of my own panicked bubble, I turned and saw the stranger, his stern eyes looking at me through the gloom. He had somehow gotten behind me, or I had somehow gotten ahead of him. "This is useless," he said. "We can't see a thing in this place. Come on, let's get out of here." It took us barely a minute to find our way back to the section of beach that we had just stepped away from. Coming out into the sunshine, catching my breath and taking in that crisp ocean air, I thought that the worst of my ordeal was over. What I didn't realize, what I couldn't possibly have realized, was that it was only just beginning. I wanted to ask the stranger if he'd experienced the same overwhelming sensation that I had while in the forest, but I was afraid of his answer. As it turned out, I wouldn't have to be the one to broach the subject. We'd only walked a handful of steps before the stranger stopped us in our tracks and looked at me. I felt it too. I frowned at him. "Felt what?" "That presence," he said. "There, among the trees. It was the same presence that watched us all through the night. There's evil on this island with us. This much I believe without a shadow of a doubt." "What do you think it is?" "I haven't a clue," he said, "and I'm not sure I want to know." The camp was deserted, the fire in shambles. A few long, smoldering branches scattered about the place were all that remained of the blaze, save for the pitiful smoke which billowed up from the gray ashes in the center of the old pit. The nursing student was gone, and, even more strangely, so was the injured man. I called out for our lost companions, but received no response. "What happened here?" I said. "Where could they have gone?" The stranger, who stood closer to the mouth of the cave, looked deep into the darkness of the cavern. I stepped closer and followed his gaze. Though the black curtain beyond the mouth was impenetrable by human eyes, my ears caught the sound of a distant, familiar voice, one screaming in agony over his broken legs. "How'd he get in there?" I asked. "How else does a man with 2 broken legs get anywhere?" he said. "He certainly didn't move there himself." "You mean it took him there?" I said. He nodded. "And I think it'll take us too, if we let it." I looked into the darkness of the cave, then back to my companion. "We have to go help him." "Nothing we can do for him now," the stranger said. "That thing wants you to go after him, so it can get you alone too. Then you'll end up just like him." I listened to the injured man's cries of agony continuing to echo from somewhere deep within the cave. "But we can't just leave him in there." "We can," the stranger said. "Hell, I doubt if that's even his real voice." He picked up one of the smoldering branches. "That poor fella is likely already gone by now." "What are you going to do with that?" "Only thing I can do now," he said. "Gonna burn this whole place to the ground and pray that the fire is enough to purge the evil that rots here, or at the very least, keeps it contained to that cave." I looked at him, then once again turned my eyes back to the wailing cave. After another moment, I picked up one of the smoldering branches and turned toward the cavern's waiting lips. "I have to go after him." "You'll die," the stranger said plainly. "Die or worse. But I won't stop you." These were the last words I ever heard from him. Without looking back, I blew on my smoldering branch in order to reignite some of its flame, ducked into the shallow mouth of the cave, and allowed the darkness to take me. My makeshift torch did little to light the way ahead, and so I was forced to use the injured man's agonized cries to guide me through the squirming, smothering darkness. I thought about the presence. How long had it been on this island? Centuries? Eternities? Some time immemorial, just waiting for poor castaways like us to arrive on its demonic shores. I couldn't ever know, nor was I sure I even wanted to. I understood that the stranger was right about this most likely being a trap. I was almost certainly shuffling toward my own death, but I couldn't bring myself to turn back around. I had to know for sure whether the injured man was down there. If I abandoned him without knowing the truth, it would have haunted me for the rest of my life, as long or as short as that was meant to be. The injured man's voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Sometimes it seemed suddenly to grow louder, then just as quickly fade away. Soon it disappeared entirely, replaced by the sound of dripping water, which was itself replaced by the sound of a small, flowing stream. By now I was certain that the injured man wasn't actually down there, but I couldn't turn back. The presence was guiding me forward. The only reason it allowed me to continue on was because I was choosing to bend to its whim. To defy it would surely only bring about my premature doom. I saw the stream of water, which looked to flow out from a nearby wall, only to quickly disappear beyond my torch's glow, back into the waiting gloom. A silhouette crouched there, greedily drinking from the stream. As I drew within arm's length of the running water, I realized the silhouette had become, or it always was, my own shadow. Doing what I so desperately wished I could do. I suddenly forgot all about the injured man and his agonized cries. I forgot about wanting to leave that cave, about wanting to go home. All I could focus on was the insatiable desire to quench my thirst. The cool, rushing water beckoned my parched lips, sang to my crumbling tongue like a siren. I leaned closer, answering its sweet call, until I could feel its racing chill right in front of my face. All I had to do was lean just a little bit farther. But then I stopped. Something inside of me, something small but mighty, told me that I couldn't drink that water. It told me that I needed to get as far away from that stream as I possibly could. Heeding this inner voice, I sat up, pulling my face away from the stream with great, almost insurmountable difficulty, only to have it shoved back down, directly into the rushing deluge. The torch fell from my grip as my face slammed into the earthen surface beneath the waiting water. I heard the nursing student's whispering voice in my ear, telling me to open my mouth, to suckle from the vitality of the stream. I fought to keep my dry, crackled lips shut against the antagonizing flow for as long as I could, but soon the voice's suggestion, or maybe even my own, forced those same lips open and allowed the water to enter me freely. Its cool, soothing touch ran over my teeth and embraced my aching tongue. I sat there, my face pressed against the stream for close to 30 seconds, sure that my fate was to drown there in the dark, my body no longer my own. But then I felt the pressure against my skull lessen, and I managed to pull away. I sat there, soaking wet and gasping, for only a few short moments before I snatched up my torch, still barely alive with its red glow, and rushed away from the stream, back in the direction that I thought I had come from. I heard the woman's voice telling me to wait, but I ignored her. I just kept going, kept fighting my way through the dark, slicing through the shadows with my torch like a scythe through wheat. It was already dusk when I finally emerged from the cave. Hours somehow had passed while I was deep within the bowels of the island. I stood up and rushed past the remnants of the fire, calling for the stranger, asking him where he was. It wasn't until I found his own branch lying in the brush, no longer smoldering but dead and cold, that I understood his fate. And yet still I called for him. "Sir," I said, "where are you?" "Gone." I turned around at the sound of the nursing student's voice. She was in the mouth of the cave, her body having found a way to stand fully upright, despite the aperture only providing enough space for her to crouch. When she saw that I saw her, she smiled kindly at me, or perhaps he was never there to begin with. I stared at her for several long seconds. I had so many burning questions that I wanted to ask her, but no voice with which to ask them, and so I remembered some of the stranger's final words, and did the only thing I thought I could. I threw my torch into the nearby brush, and I watched the fresh blaze grow. I looked back at the nursing student. I expected her to recoil back into the cave, cursing in some ancient, furious language as the inferno began to consume the surrounding foliage. Instead, she just looked at me and continued to smile. It wasn't a sinister smile. Her lips didn't curl away from impossibly long, sharp fangs or twist into a devastating smirk. It was the subtle, close-lipped smile that you offer a stranger who you lock eyes with, while you both wait for your drink at a coffee shop. At the time, I didn't understand what she had to smile about, but I do now. She was smiling because she had won. The island was swallowed by the flame. Its bright blaze attracted the attention of a nearby fishing barge, which made its way to the unintended beacon, thus coming to my rescue. I stood on the ship watching the island disappear behind us, its all-consuming inferno visible for hours, before finally falling out of sight. The authorities found no sign of anybody else surviving that plane crash. As far as they understood it, I was the only person to make it to that island alive. An act of God, they said. I might have called it something else. With great difficulty, I returned to my normal life, and in the coming weeks, I thought that everything had gone back to how it was supposed to be. I thought I was free from whatever it was that tormented me on that island. I thought it was gone forever, but I was wrong. I started feeling that presence, that evil, rising up inside of me just a few days ago. It whispers in my ear while I try to sleep, torments me in my dreams. I had thought I'd escaped its terrible grasp, but I realize now that it had purposely let me go. It had let me go because it knew I was taking it with me. I can't help but think it would have been better if I had just died in that plane crash, had I simply perished like all the others. The presence would still be trapped on that island. It haunts me even now, as I struggle to write these final words. I feel it slithering down my throat and coiling in my stomach like some otherworldly parasite, or like a cold, flowing stream of water. Thanks to me, the presence from the island has escaped from its eternal prison. It's inside of me now, and I don't think it intends to stay there for long. $10,000 for pulling teeth. That was the job description. I don't think the words even registered before I clicked accept. I saw the pay and booked the gig as fast as my thumb could move. Within minutes, I was in my mom's pickup, heading out towards the address listed in the app. The infamous side gigs app, the latest craze in the gig economy. We've come to know and love. The jobs aren't always as weird and cryptic as this one, but the tame ones don't pay as well either. When I first signed up, I started with conventional stuff: food delivery, taxi service, amateur landscaping. Not a lot of effort if you're willing to accept minimal pay. But if you really want to make a living, you gotta scroll all the way to the bottom. That's where the good stuff lives. The odd jobs. The jobs that pay well because nobody is willing to do them. Now, it's not what you think. The app does its best to filter out the sexual stuff. The jobs are just odd. The first one I took had a heading that read, "Big pile of rocks need moving. No other details. $500 offer." $500 to move rocks? I could hardly believe it. The address alone was enough to scare off a casual browser. I showed up to a dusty trailer park with a wheelbarrow and some gloves in the back of my car. I thought I'd be met with some pet project. A new driveway, perhaps. Nope. A fidgety man with 2 teeth greeted me in dusty blue overalls. He packed his lip and pointed to the pile of boulders in his front lawn. Said I just needed to move them to the back. When I asked where, he simply replied, "Wherever," before hobbling back inside. I didn't understand, but I obliged. The job took about an hour. I offered to do more, but the man refused. He tossed me a stack of bills and waved me off. I sat in the truck in silence. The money felt heavy in my hand as I tried to make sense of what I'd just done. Just when I thought it couldn't get any stranger, the man came back out of his house. He must have thought I already left. Probably best he didn't see me lingering. I pulled out slow as he walked in a hurry to the back of his trailer. He approached the new pile of rubble and began carrying one of the boulders back to the same spot I moved it from. I couldn't believe it. What was the point? Why pay so much to move the pile? Did he just like watching dudes carry rocks to his backyard? I spent the whole drive home turning it over in my head and came up with nothing. Some jobs don't make sense. I learned to live with that. I didn't fret over this interaction for long. I took another job after that made me forget all about it. A woman paid me to come name her kittens. She claimed she made a deal with an entity a long time ago that would lay waste to all that she claimed in exchange for some heroin, having someone else name her belongings as a way to circumvent that. Or so she said. I sat on her shag carpet for an hour with a litter of 6 kittens, trying out names until she felt safe. I left with $600 and the smell of kitty litter on my clothes. That same day I was picking up a bouquet of flowers for someone's mom. You really never know what you're gonna get. Sure, the gigs can get a little creepy, but it honestly doesn't bother me. I'm making a good living and my days are interesting. That's good enough for me. Unfortunately, my family doesn't see it the same way. When they found out I flunked out of college and didn't have a real job, they had a lot to say about it. Shameless, disgraceful. My mom called me a loser during one of her wine-induced tirades. I'll admit, I'm not the son you brag about to your friends. I don't have a snazzy degree and trophy family like my siblings. But hey, I'm happy with who I am. That's more than most people can say. Sure, the work I do is strange, but it's not like I'm doing anything dangerous. Or so I thought. I was scrolling side gigs on my couch when I came across the job. $10,000 to pull a tooth. I drove to the address as quick as I could. Didn't want to risk someone trying to double book the gig. The house was nestled out in the woods on the nice part of town. A wall of sycamores opened up to reveal a white two-story sitting atop a grassy hill. The house was fancy looking, but the vibes were off. No cars in the driveway, not a single light on inside, and yet everything was clean and well kept. The yard, the exterior, the driveway, it just felt empty. I tried to knock 3 times, but the door cracked open on the second rap. "Are you here for the job?" The man was short, pasty, and wearing a robe. He had a small ring of hair around his head, and the bushiest eyebrows I think I've ever seen. His eyes were almost as large as his smile. Yeah, that smile was wicked. Thick, brick-like teeth jutted in every direction. It was hard to look anywhere else. "Oh, yeah, I'm Dave." I reached out my hand to shake his. He ignored the gesture and pulled back the door to let me inside. I stepped into the dimly lit entrance. "So the job said you needed a, tooth pulled?" I asked anxiously. He started down the hall in front of me and waved me to follow. The entrance was bare like the outside. The walls were a cold gray. Light from silver fixtures illuminated dark tile beneath us. There were no pictures, decor, or furniture of any kind. The aesthetic was surgical, clean and cold. "Let's talk when we get to the room," he said very calmly. His voice was chirpy like a cricket. I was starting to feel the pressure now. Every step further down the creepy hallway was a step further from safety. Everything about this felt wrong. We continued for a few long minutes before turning the corner into a room. Plastic wrap crunched under my feet as I entered. It looked like a scene out of Dexter. The room was gray like the rest of the house, bare except for an old chair sitting at the center, and a cracked porcelain bathtub in the corner. Beside the chair sat a tall metal desk. An array of surgical tools glinted under the fluorescent lighting. "Ugh." I started backing out before he interrupted me. I know. My apologies. This must appear sinister." He plopped himself in the chair and started adjusting against the seat back. "I'll cut to the chase. I need dental work." A chuckle escaped me. I'm no dentist, sir." He chuckled in response. "Yes, of course not. You see, I'm in a bit of a bind. I'm an immigrant. I came here a long time ago from a place I'm sure you've never heard of." His voice was chittery, like an insect. I couldn't pin down the accent. He pressed a small lever beneath the chair and leaned back. The fluorescent light dilated his pupils until his eyes were nearly completely black. "I've been tardy on my citizenship, and have gotten myself on our government's radar. I'd prefer to save myself a doctor's visit if I can. At least until my citizenship issue is dealt with. No need to raise any more eyebrows." Nothing about his rationale made sense. Even if all of this were true, why would anyone pay a random guy to do dental work? "So you're willing to pay me $10,000 just to pull a tooth?" I tried to quietly step back, but the crunch of plastic wrap gave away my unease. He laughed this time, a long, hearty laugh. No, dear boy. I'm going to pay you $20,000 to pull my tooth." My heart nearly skipped a beat. $20,000? No need to tell me twice. I quickly walked up to the metal tray beside him and picked up a small pair of surgical pliers. "Which tooth?" He grinned. "Top left, all the way back. It's infected and I'd prefer to just take out the whole thing. I have lots more after all." He laughed again, then opened his mouth wide. It was unnatural, like a serpent welcoming its next meal. I didn't waste any time. Within seconds I was clamping the pliers down on his large brick tooth. The tooth wasn't loose or discolored at all. It felt firm under the pliers. That's when I got a good look at the rest of his mouth. How many teeth does a normal adult have? 30-something? I counted 30 on the top alone. They were crowded. Some branched out of the gums like gnarled porcelain, while others simply budded between larger teeth. But they weren't dirty. They were clean. Pearly white. I was stuck in a trance until I heard him say, "Go ahead." The words were muffled from my hand in his mouth, but he sounded sure of himself. I clamped down and pulled. Nothing. I thought I must have heard him, but he simply offered a thumbs up and returned to staring at the ceiling with his mouth agape. I yanked again. No luck. Again. A little more give that time. One more. Plop. I almost fell backwards but caught my balance at the last moment. The large tooth was finally out. Bits of gum tissue and nerve endings hung loosely at the base. I dropped it on the metal table beside the chair and decided it was time to talk business. So, about the money. 40,000, he muttered. His body remained fixed in the chair. His eyes were glazed and blood dribbled down his chin from my handiwork. 40,000? For one tooth? He chuckled, blood spraying across my shirt and catching me in the face. I started frantically wiping it off. No, 40,000 for you to keep going. I smeared what remained of the blood off my forehead and took another step back. How many teeth? He spat a clot of blood onto the plastic wrapping below and sunk back into the operating chair. Until I say stop. He shot me a bloody grin and opened his mouth once more. A rational man would have ran. For some reason, I couldn't bring myself to. Maybe the other jobs just desensitized me. Maybe the money was too good to pass up. Whatever the reason, I decided to let it play out. I got to work on the other side of the mouth. This next tooth was smaller and round, not bricky like the first one. It popped out with a loud click. The blood really started to flow now. He didn't even wince, same as the first time. I pulled the tooth beside it, working my way around the morbid ring of enamel. 2, 3, 4 teeth. The blood was getting unmanageable. He kept having to take spit breaks, just so I could see what I was doing. The swelling in his head was gnarly. Then came the pain. Small whimpers and groans escaped the strange man. His hands were tight and pale as he gripped the armrests at his sides. The sight was unbearable. The bloody pliers were heavy in my shaking hand. Bile was building in the back of my throat. I took a shallow breath and started backing away, but he gripped me by the forearm before I could get far. Sick. His mouth was so swollen he could barely speak at this point. 60,000. Don't stop. 60,000? There's no way he's telling the truth. 60,000 for this? And yet, I chose to believe. I swallowed hard and got back to work. The next hour is hard to remember. I just kept going. I was on autopilot, mechanical, emotionless. His whole head was twice its original size now. He was choking and moaning in pain as I tore through whatever remained. I must have gone through 40 teeth at this point. About halfway through, I stopped collecting them on the metal tray. I let them fall to the waxy, plastic-covered floor. I tried to remain focused, but questions kept bubbling up in my mind. What kind of being chooses this? Who would pay thousands of dollars to have his own teeth torn out? I reached for the next tooth with my pliers, but nothing remained. I removed them all. Every single one. I turned away from the mess in front of me and vomited on the floor. I was trying to compose myself when the man began to stir. He stumbled out of the chair and began making his way toward the porcelain tub in the corner of the room. His whole body from the nose down was covered in crimson. The pain crippled him. Pressing his broken body to the floor, he got on his knees and felt his way to the rim of the tub. His eyes were swollen shut so he could no longer see. I watched in horror as he dropped the blood-stained robe and practically fell into the tub. Ice water splashed onto the wrapped floor, sending a wave of teeth and gore lapping at my feet. The broken enamel chattered at my blood-stained boots as if they were still anchored to a mouth. He sat himself up and rested his large head against the back of the tub. It was surreal watching this bobble-headed thing try to collect itself. Its eyes were swollen shut, gums spilling out of the middle of its stretched lips like loose intestines. Then I heard a sound. A wheezy laugh. His body jerked and spasmed as chuckles escaped the small gaps in his face. Just then, I heard loud raps upstairs. Tiny footprints were approaching from somewhere above. None of this was making any sense. I had to get out. I sprinted back the way I came. The fluorescent lights above pulsed overhead as I made my way to the exit. I could still hear the laugh, the sound of many things making their way to the bloody mess I helped create. I was a few strides from the front door when something snagged my foot and sent me tumbling into the door frame. I shook the fall off and frantically wrapped the culprit off my foot. It was a bag. A dark bag that blended into the black tile floor so well I could barely see it. Stacks of bills were spilling out the top. This was my payment. Someone, or something, arranged for me to have it. I grabbed the 2 black duffels and made my way out the door. Before I knew it, I was peeling down the long cement road under the cover of sycamores. I'm not sure what to think about what happened that night. I haven't even bothered to check the bags of cash. They're still in the back of my car. A bloody reminder of the hell I put myself through for money. When I close my eyes, I still see him. I can't get the image out of my head. The toothless thing convulsing in the bathtub. As I sit here in bed, a sound startles me. It's side gigs. I received a new message. It's the man from yesterday. Just a single line of text. An ominous 4 words. Same time next week.
Hey, Chris here. Thought the almighty internet might have some solution to my bizarre problem. Well, it's more of a situation than a problem, but I'm running out of time and I'm running out of options. I think my grandmother is about to get killed. I mean, should I say get killed? Or die? I don't know anymore. I should explain. It's a weird predicament I'm in, but I love my grandma and I want to save her. Help her somehow. The problem is that where I live, this town, whenever someone is born, someone has to die. And it's not just being born. If you ever come inside the perimeters of our town, you will inevitably kill someone in here. I know it's crazy, but I swear it's how it works. Trust me, I have enough evidence of that. It's called my life. And trust me, there's a reason our town is in the middle of nowhere. There's a reason we have the insane number of rules we have, and well, there's a reason I'm explaining all of this to the internet, even though it's strictly forbidden by law here. You might be wondering why I'd be worried about my grandma specifically. Well, the thing is, I'm going to have a baby sister. And if you're following so far, I think you know what that means. Or maybe you don't. I should probably explain myself because it sounds simple, but it's not. So let me explain how things work in this hellhole I call home. So, like I said before, outsiders are forbidden to come in. We have no tourists. So don't even think of trying to find me, please. We don't want outsiders. I don't want to be responsible for... I don't want to cause more trouble. We don't even let the people who carry our food and supplies to come in. It's all done with some weird long mechanical tunnels. So there's some basic rules around here. Having animals is not forbidden, but it's highly discouraged, and every animal has to be neutered. Anything from a parakeet to something bigger. Humans excluded, of course. I live with my mom, my dad, and there's me and my grandma. We used to have a bird. Relevant part. Used to. But well, it was my fault. I'm such an idiot. Let me illustrate how messed up this situation is. When I was young, I found a dog, a stray, outside the town's border. I was just a kid. I didn't consider it. I didn't consider the rules. I had some cheese on me and threw it at him. He of course started following me around, and I went home all happy and glad I had a new friend. When I got home, my bird was on the ground. I don't think I need to explain what happened, besides how dumb and naive I was as a kid. My parents, though, oh boy, I was never grounded so hard in my life. They were absolutely fuming. You know the rules here are more like guidelines, and each family has to fend for themselves. I didn't just kill my bird that day. I almost killed someone in my family. Like, each family is on their own. When someone is born, usually the person who dies belongs to the family. When I was born, my other grandma from my dad's side died. When someone new comes to town, as rare as that is, it's more random. When I brought the dog, he kind of became part of the family. Animals are different. Sometimes they take another animal's place. Sometimes someone else's. That's why they're highly discouraged. Don't ask me how it works with bugs or worms or something. I have no idea. We still have that dog. I guess we have to. So yeah, this isn't just some quirky little fun scenario for me. It's quite literally life and death. That's why I'm scared. I know what's going to happen. Oh, and by the way, I'm not scared for myself. I know my grandma is next. The older you are in the family, the more likely you are to be picked. It's almost guaranteed. Otherwise, it would be total chaos. So yeah, that's why I can't leave town. That's basically saying goodbye to my parents forever. Everyone in town has to stay, or we essentially get replaced. Which also means I can't really leave to take my grandma's place. Then I'd be gone forever. And maybe my grandma still dies. My sister is born and then some stranger takes my place. I love my family. I don't want to go. And I don't want to deprive them of their son. I don't want my sister to just replace me. But I want to save my grandma somehow. Or at least find some loophole or something. That's why I'm asking for help. Maybe you don't believe me. Let me give you more proof. I told you already, when I was born, my other grandma died. Everyone got upset in my family, but it's what's expected, I guess. Not my grandpa, though. He hated my guts after that. He was really rough with me. I remember him taunting and teasing me, saying one day he would have another kid and then I'd die. Or one time he took me to the border of town and kept pushing me near the lines so that I was almost out. He kept yelling at me. What are you scared of, huh? Scared you're gonna fall? God, I hated that man. The way he died was a joyous one for me. I know what you might be wondering. How did he die? He died of old age. We're not immortal here. That would be silly. The man was 95 years old and a chain smoker. That's not the bizarre part, however. There was a gruesome death in our town some years ago. A man had a girder hit him in the head and killed him straight off. I was one of the people who witnessed it. It messed me up. A lot. I remember being a kid and falling after seeing that. And I remember there was a little girl next to me. She couldn't have been more than 5 years old. She just came strolling by on a bicycle, not giving a crap that a man had just died. She just passed everyone and passed near me. I'll never forget what she said to me. What are you scared of? Scared another one is going to fall on you? I'll never forget her squeaky voice as she rode off in her stupid red bike. I hated that kid. Oh, the man hit by the girder. That's a whole other story. Apparently, everyone in town knew. The man who died, well, he cheated on his wife. And I'm pretty sure the day the kid was born, well, that's the day. The day I saw the girder hit his head and take his lower jaw clean off. He died on the spot, but everyone around, everyone near him, they didn't care. No one cared. It was like karma. Like everyone saying, you deserve it. People in this town are brutal. You obviously can't just have kids. Not out of wedlock and not out of city planning. Our version of Planned Parenthood is quite literally planned. You can't just have kids willy-nilly. There's rules. There's another story I recall of a man who did some, well, things I can't describe on the internet if I don't want to get banned, to his daughter. As soon as the town found out, they hanged him. Yes, we hanged him. Well, not me, I was just a kid, but this place, there's something different about it. It's old. It's sacred. Harming someone else like that, it's like doing that crime times 100. That's what my mom used to say when I was a kid. If you harm someone in town, you're harming everyone. I'm not sure what that means, but at this point, I don't want to think about it too much. I want to retain some of my sanity. And that's not what's weird about this story. When I was older, some of the even older kids told me what else the adults did. Like when the man who was hanged died, they say a stray dog walked into town. Fairly standard stuff, I guess. Thing is, the townspeople took that dog and killed it too. I hate violence towards animals, but they said they had this rage about them, like they knew something. Maybe there was something wrong about that dog, but it didn't end there. Once the dog died, a cat came to town. They killed it too. Then a possum, then a rat, a smaller mouse, a bird, and, well, that's it. That's as much as the older kids told me. They said one other thing that disturbed me a bit. They said afterwards they gathered together and ate every single animal they killed. Cooked, of course. Not that I'd have much interest in eating a cooked rat, I guess. I'm not really sure what happened after that day. Some people tell me the town used to have 1,000 people before that. I heard other rumors that there's something locked up in the basement of the mayor's office, serving some punishment. I'm not sure. Even after I became an adult, they wouldn't say. It's a sort of town secret. It doesn't really matter. You get my drift. Now you understand what's the deal with this place. I'll leave you with one more story if you don't believe me. There was a car crash some years ago. Pretty nasty stuff. 10 people died. Big tragedy for us. I'm not sure I believe what they say, but I was told that day a woman who was going to have a kid actually had quintuplets. The insane part is that she died. Right afterward, 4 people wandered into town. Said they'd been lost in the woods for weeks. We took them in and they became residents. One of them is a nice lady who makes the best pecan pies. You might be thinking, aha, it's not 999 people anymore. Well, the thing is, I sort of lied. The initial report said 10 people died, but that's not true. 2 of them survived. If you can call it surviving. Those people, those 2, what happened to them? Their faces, their bodies? It's no way to live. It's like they're being forced to stay alive. I don't want to talk about them, to be honest. So now you understand what's at stake. If someone dies, someone has to take their place. And when someone is born, well, someone is going to die. Someone in the family. Wait, hold up. My mom is yelling for me. Update. I have to go to this hospital. I'll talk to you later. Edit. Hey guys. I guess I was too late. My mom's water broke and the doctor said the baby is coming sooner than we expected. I seriously messed up. I thought I had another month. It's been a few days and I've talked to my grandma a lot in the meantime. I'm at the hospital writing this, waiting for my baby sister. At least my mom thinks it's a girl. I didn't mention this, but my mom is more traditional. She didn't get a lot of ultrasounds. She just let the baby develop naturally. I guess she's confident the baby is fine. Makes sense in this town. I exhausted all other options. I'm scared about what's going to happen. My grandmother is at peace with what's to come, but it's just so unfair. I really wish I could help her. Thanks for trying, guys, even though there was no time for suggestions. Wait, here comes the doctor now. He looks somewhat shocked. Why was he looking at me like that? I went to talk to the doctor. I can't believe this. I don't understand what's going on. My mom just had triplets.
Today was my last day of 8th grade. We do this thing called a clap out for the 8th graders to celebrate our last day. The 6th and 7th graders lined up in the halls and clap and throw confetti and spray silly string at us as we leave. It was pretty cool. Middle school wasn't easy, but on my very last time leaving, I felt like I was part of the group. In the parking lot, people high-fived me and asked me to sign their yearbooks. I had a really good day. The parking lot eventually emptied out. Other people had pool parties and barbecues to go to. When I finally got up to leave, I looked back one last time. Maybe high school would be better. I was halfway home when I realized I forgot my stupid retainer in my gym locker. I remember the time I accidentally threw it out. My mom made me dig through the trash to get it. I said it was gross. She said it was expensive. I headed back to school. There was only one car in the parking lot by the time I got back. It started to rain. So much for those pool parties and barbecues. The doors were still unlocked, but the halls were completely deserted. Mounds of confetti, silly string, and papers littered the floor. The lights were half off, flickering a little. An hour ago the place felt like a party. Now it made me feel weird. I thought there'd be a few teachers around, at least the janitor cleaning up. I got that feeling where the back of your neck tingles. I really wanted to go. I'm not sure why. As I turned the corner, I heard a faint noise. I realized it was singing. My walk turned into a jog. With each turn, the singing got louder and louder. I came to a stop right outside the locker room. It was coming from inside. The hair on my arm stood up. Then I felt kinda stupid. It's just music. I remembered how kids made fun of the janitor for listening to old people music on a little portable radio. I calmed down a little. He was probably sweeping in there. I looked at the massive mess all around me and felt bad. I pushed open the door. The room was empty, but the tinny music got louder with every step. I peeked around the corner. The wheelie garbage can and push broom were abandoned right in front of my locker. Where was the janitor? I don't know why, but I was hoping I could get in and out without seeing him. I crouched and grabbed the handle. My stomach dropped. The cold metal vibrated against my fingers. The music was coming from inside my locker. The skin on my neck prickled. I had to open it. In a messed up way, I had to know what was in there. Plus, if I went home without my retainer, my mom would kill me. I lifted the handle. The radio was in there. So was the janitor. His legs were crushed and folded up behind him the wrong way. The soles of his sneakers were up by his ears. One of his arms was twisted back at the elbow. His neck was bent at a right angle. His eyes were open. I thought he was dead. Then he took a deep breath and smiled at me. "Hey, kid," he said. I panicked and grabbed his hand. I thought someone had shoved him in there. I had to get him out. I put all my weight back on my heels and pulled, but he was stuck. He laughed at me. "You're going the wrong way." His rough hands dug into mine. "There's enough room for you." He hauled me forward. I stumbled and my face slammed into his crumpled torso. He was damp and smelled sour. His chest jiggled as he laughed again. "That's the spirit," he said. He wrapped his arm around my head and tugged me halfway into the locker. My head hit the cold metal in the back, and I heard a crack in my neck. I literally saw stars. I thought that was just in cartoons. I wanted to scream, but nothing came out. I thought about the one car in the parking lot. No one would hear me anyway. I'm a freshman now, I thought. I'm getting out of here. I drove my knees into the frame of the locker as hard as I could. I tasted blood in my mouth, but I didn't care. The janitor laughed and laughed, until I tore myself free and landed hard on the tile floor. He frowned. "Fine, go," he said. Then he pulled the locker closed. Inside, he sang along with the music. "When times get rough and friends just can't be found, like a bridge over troubled water, I will lay me down." Outside, the rain had passed. The air was dense and muggy, but it felt fresh to me. The single car in the parking lot roared to life. My 6th grade English teacher waved as she passed and pulled away. Then it was just me. In the quiet, I swore I could still hear him singing. When I got home, I told my mom I stepped on my retainer. She yelled at me, but I didn't care. I'd rather be grounded than stuck in middle school. Forever. I'm probably one of the oldest Reddit users around. I enjoy reading stories on here, and after everything that's happened to me, I think it's finally time to share one of my own. I'm 72 years old now, and most of my life has been unusual. Whenever I've told people about the things I've experienced, they've either laughed or assumed old age had finally caught up with me. Maybe you'll think the same. At this point, I don't really care. This is what happened. Before I tell you about yesterday, I need to take you back nearly 50 years. I was 26 years old and happily married to my wife, Alice. She was 22 back then. After her grandmother passed away, Alice inherited her house in a small town several hours away from where we'd been living. They hadn't been particularly close, but the house had been left to her regardless. 6 months after her grandmother's death, we packed our belongings and moved in. It was a beautiful old house with a large backyard. She adored gardening and spent countless hours planting flowers. By the end of our first summer there, every corner of the yard was bursting with color. Every evening we'd curl up together on the couch or lie in bed talking about our future. I used to tell her that I'd still love her when she was old and wrinkled. She'd laugh and tell me she'd never leave me. Alice also loved knitting. One Saturday afternoon, she was sitting in her favorite armchair, carefully knitting a blue winter cap for our son. The funny thing was, she wasn't even pregnant, but she wanted a son so badly that she'd already started preparing for him. I remember watching her from across the room, smiling to myself. When the doorbell rang, I answered it. An elderly woman stood at the porch. She had silver hair, kind eyes, and a warm smile. For a moment, she simply stared at me. Then she introduced herself. Her name was Celia. She told me she'd been a close friend of Alice's grandmother. I invited her inside. Alice made tea, and before long the three of us were sitting around the kitchen table talking. Celia spoke fondly about the town, shared stories about Alice's grandmother, and seemed genuinely happy to meet us. Alice and Celia hit it off immediately. Both of them loved gardening. Celia spent nearly half an hour describing the flowers growing around her purple house, while Alice listened with complete fascination. To be honest, I was bored out of my mind. Still, it was nice seeing Alice so happy. When Celia left, she promised to visit again, and she did. A few days later, she came back carrying a homemade cake. Then she visited again the following week. Then again, and again. At first we thought she was simply lonely. She lived by herself after all, but as the weeks passed, her visits became more frequent. Occasionally she'd show up when we'd just gotten home from work, exhausted and wanting nothing more than a quiet evening alone. We never said anything. Neither of us wanted to hurt her feelings. Looking back now, I wish we had, because eventually things started to feel wrong. The first moment that truly unsettled me happened during one of Celia's visits. I don't even remember what she and Alice were talking about. I only remember the way they suddenly turned towards me at exactly the same moment, and smiled. The smiles were identical. Not similar, identical. The same tilt of the head, the same expression. I told myself I was imagining things, but for some reason I couldn't stop thinking about it. A few days later, Alice and I went into town to buy groceries. While we were picking out vegetables, we started chatting with one of the employees. The conversation eventually turned to local residents. Naturally, Celia's name came up. The woman immediately recognized it. "Oh, Celia?" she said. She's lucky to be alive. When we asked what she meant, she told us that several months earlier, Celia had suffered a stroke right there in the middle of the store. According to her, everyone thought she was dead. Then suddenly she'd opened her eyes. It was a miracle, the woman said. Alice mentioned that Celia had been friends with her grandmother. The employee frowned. Really? That's what she told us. The woman shook her head. That's strange. I've lived here my whole life. I don't remember them ever spending time together. The comment bothered me more than I cared to admit. When we returned home that afternoon, things became even stranger. The front door was standing open. My stomach dropped immediately. I've always scared easily. Alice, on the other hand, has never been afraid of much. She stepped onto the porch and shouted, "Who's in there?" No answer. Then, after a few seconds, someone emerged from the hallway. It was Celia. For some reason, seeing her standing inside our house didn't make me feel relieved. It made me feel worse. She smiled awkwardly and explained that she'd brought us a cake. The door had apparently been unlocked, so she'd let herself in. Alice and I always lock the door. Always. Still, mistakes happen. That's what we told ourselves. At the time, we accepted her explanation. 5 days later, something even more unsettling happened. It was late at night, and Alice and I were getting ready for bed. I was walking past the window when I glanced outside, and I saw someone standing behind the tree. I screamed before I even had time to think. My heart started pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I told Alice we should turn off the lights and pretend we hadn't seen anything at all. Like, if we stayed still enough, whatever it was outside might simply disappear. But Alice didn't listen. She went outside. She checked the yard, came back, and said there was no one there. We concluded it must have been a woman. There had been a shape, a silhouette that looked like a dress. It was hard to see clearly from the window, but there was definitely someone there, watching. 2 days later, on a rainy night, I saw someone again. I had left my jacket outside earlier in the day, and when the rain started, I went to grab it before it got soaked. As I was walking back inside, I saw her, Celia. This time, I wasn't scared. I was just irritated, and something in me was certain she had been the one behind the tree that night. I don't know how I knew, but I did. Alice invited her in like nothing had happened. She made tea, as usual. I stayed quiet most of the time, letting Alice do the talking. Celia explained that her memory had been getting worse lately, that sometimes she got confused and thought places were hers when they weren't. It sounded reasonable, but I couldn't shake the feeling that she needed to stop coming to our house. On October 23rd, a tragedy happened. I'll never forget that day as long as I live. I was working my shift at the factory when one of my colleagues walked up to me. He looked unusually pale. He leaned in close and said quietly, "There was an explosion in the store your wife works in." My heart dropped immediately. When I arrived there, the entire place was gone. The store was torn apart. It didn't even look real. An officer stopped me from getting closer. I asked him if there were any survivors. He looked at me for a long moment before shaking his head. "I'm sorry," he said quietly. "We found no survivors, but we did find a wedding ring on the ground. Do you recognize it?" He held it out. The moment I saw it, I knew. It was hers. I collapsed right there on my knees. I don't remember when I started crying, only that I couldn't stop. They said it was a gas leak, old pipes, and I knew it was true. I had seen the condition of that place before. I had known it wasn't safe, and yet I let Alice work there. That thought destroyed me more than anything else. For days, I didn't speak to anyone. And then one day, Celia started coming back. At first, I tried to push her away. I didn't want anyone there. I didn't want comfort. I didn't want anything. But she kept showing up. Slowly, she began helping without asking, cleaning the house, cooking small meals, even watering Alice's flowers in the backyard. We barely spoke, and yet she never commented on my silence, never pressured me, never acted like anything was strange about it at all. She just stayed, and I let her. As time went on, we started talking again, small conversations at first, then longer ones. I even remember laughing for the first time since Alice died, but no matter how normal things seemed on the surface, I always had the same feeling, that Celia was near me, watching, listening, even when she wasn't in the room. Then one day she told me her house had a cockroach infestation. She asked if she could stay at mine for a few nights. I hesitated, but after everything she had done for me during my worst days, how could I say no? One morning I woke up in bed and instinctively turned to the other side. I hadn't opened my eyes yet, but I felt it immediately. Someone lying next to me. For a split second my mind filled in the blank the only way it knew how. Alice. I smiled faintly, almost on reflex. I reached out and hugged her like I used to, pulling her close, holding on to that familiar comfort I thought I had lost forever. But something was wrong. Her skin didn't feel right. It wasn't smooth. It wasn't warm in the way I remembered. There was a texture to it that made my stomach tighten before my mind even caught up. I opened my eyes. Celia was lying beside me. She was staring right at me with a wide, satisfied smile. And I was staring back at her with pure hatred. Something in me snapped. I started yelling at her, telling her she had crossed every possible line, that this was not acceptable, that she needed to get out of my house immediately. Celia went downstairs, while I stayed in my room, trying to calm myself down. I hoped she had left. When I finally came downstairs, she was sitting in the living room waiting for me. The moment she saw me, tears began forming in her eyes. Then she said something that made my blood run cold. I did all of this to be with you again. Again? I asked. I'm your wife, Alice. For a moment I just stared at her. You died 5 years ago. She continued. I'm actually 68 years old now. You have no idea what losing you did to me. I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep. She wiped her eyes. Then one day I met a woman with red hair. She told me she could move a soul from one body to another. She said I could even choose a point in time to return to. I stood frozen. I chose this year, she said. Celia died of a heart attack. The moment she died, my soul was transferred into her body. I gave that woman everything I owned. Every last penny. I even gave her permission to kill me, if that was what it took. She laughed weakly through her tears. I thought she was a scammer. I thought she would just murder me and disappear with my money. But it worked. My life meant nothing without you, she whispered. So I took the chance. I shook my head. How do I know you're Alice? Because I know your secret. A knot formed in my stomach. When you were a little boy, you and your brother were playing in a barn. You found a box of matches. You started a fire by accident. Your brother died in that fire. I desperately searched for another explanation, but deep down I already knew. I had never told this story to anyone else. This is insane, I said. You really thought this was going to work? You're crazy. Tears streamed down her face. Don't you remember what you used to tell me when we lay in bed together? You told me you'd love me forever. Her voice cracked. You said you'd still love me when I was old and wrinkled. A chill crawled up my spine, not because the words were unfamiliar, but because they were exactly the same words I had told Alice. Something inside me screamed that I needed to leave. I turned and rushed toward the front door, but it was locked. I knew then that I needed to get somewhere safe, So I decided to run upstairs and lock myself in the bedroom. As I backed towards the stairs, I glanced over my shoulder one last time. That's when I saw Celia holding a knife. "Did you kill Alice?" I asked. Tears were already filling my eyes. My voice trembled so badly, I barely recognized it as my own. For a moment, she just stared at me. Then she shook her head. "I couldn't do it." I didn't know what that meant. She took a step toward me, then another. I turned and ran. My feet pounded against the stairs as I raced upward. Behind me, I heard her following. Then, I heard her falling down the stairs. I stopped and turned around. Celia was lying at the bottom of the staircase. She wasn't moving. For several seconds, I could only stare. Then my mind started racing. The pieces suddenly seemed to fit together. If Celia truly was Alice from the future, then she must have somehow removed my Alice from the picture. She must have kidnapped her. Maybe even arranged the explosion at the store to make everyone believe she was dead. I needed answers, and I knew exactly where to look. Earlier, Celia had often talked about her house, the purple one with the beautiful garden. I didn't know the exact address, but I knew the neighborhood, so I searched until I found it. I used the keys I had taken from Celia's body. I was calling for Alice, and then finally, I heard her voice coming from the bathroom. I unlocked the door, and there she was. Alice. We just stared at each other. Then we both started crying. I wrapped my arms around her and held her tighter than I had ever held anyone before. I couldn't believe it. Once we had both calmed down, I told Alice everything. When I finished, she took a deep breath and told me what had happened on the day of the explosion. "I got to the store early that morning," she said. "You know how I always liked arriving before everyone else. I wanted a few quiet minutes to drink my coffee before work." I nodded. Celia was waiting outside. She told me she had a problem with a faucet in her bathroom and needed help turning it off. Since I had plenty of time before my shift started, I agreed to help. The moment I got inside, everything changed. She locked me in the bathroom. I screamed, I kicked the door, I tried everything I could think of, but I couldn't get out. There weren't any windows, no way to signal anyone outside. Tears formed in her eyes. We sat together for hours, talking, crying, filling in the gaps left by all those lost days. I should have felt complete. I should have felt like my nightmare was finally over, but I didn't. No matter how much I loved Alice, there was one thought I couldn't escape. The woman who had done those things, who had kidnapped her, who had manipulated me, watched me, lied to me, and nearly killed me, was Alice. Maybe not this Alice, but she was still a version of her. Every time I looked at her, a small part of me wondered what she might become one day. Eventually, I made a decision. I ended our marriage. 10 years passed after those events. I remarried. My wife's name was Eleanor, and together we had a son named Walt. We lived in a different city, far away from that town and everything that had happened there. I found a new job, built a new life. During all those years, I never saw Alice again. One afternoon, Eleanor came home from grocery shopping with Walt. "Look what I got," he shouted. He proudly held up a blue winter cap. My stomach dropped. I couldn't stop staring at it. The color, the pattern, the stitching. I knew that hat. 10 years ago, I had watched Alice sit in her favorite armchair and knit that exact same cap for a son she didn't even have yet. "Where did you get that?" I asked. Eleanor smiled. "We met a sweet old lady while shopping. She seemed lonely. We talked for a while. She told me she never had children of her own." Eleanor looked at the hat. She had this with her and insisted that Walt should have it. That night, I finally told Eleanor everything about Alice. For years, I had kept the story to myself because I knew how insane it sounded. And Eleanor reacted exactly how I expected. She didn't believe a word of it. We argued for hours. By the time we went to bed, neither of us were speaking to each other. I understood why she was angry, but she had to know. For nearly 2 hours, I lay awake staring at the ceiling. What if it really was Alice? What if she had found us? How was I supposed to protect my wife and son? Then I heard it. The front door opened. I immediately woke Eleanor. Someone's in the house. I told her to stay upstairs and lock the bedroom door, but she refused. Instead, she followed me. Together we walked downstairs. Then a light clicked on, and there she was. An old woman stood in our living room. She was holding a knife. At first glance, I knew she wasn't Celia. This was a different face. The woman tilted her head. "Hello, my love. We haven't seen each other in a very long time. For me, much longer than for you." I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. The old woman took a step forward. "You can probably guess how I got here. After you left me, I had no one. I spent years alone. Decades, actually. Every day I thought about you. I thought about revenge many times. Then I turned 68. One day I met the red-haired woman. I gave her my soul and decided it was time for my revenge." Her grip tightened around the knife. "Now you will suffer exactly as I did." When she finished speaking, we heard Walt crying at the top of the stairs. Neither of us had even noticed he had left his bedroom. He stood there frozen, staring at Alice, at the knife in her hand and listening to everything she had just confessed. Then Alice started walking toward us. We turned and ran for the stairs. That's when it happened again, like deja vu. I heard our footsteps pounding the steps, Alice behind us, and then I heard her falling down the stairs. Just like last time, it ended the same way. After everything went quiet, Eleanor and I sat together for a long time trying to understand what to do about Alice. Somewhere out there, in the correct version of our timeline, she still existed. What if she came back again? Eleanor wanted to make sure she never could. She said the only safe option was to remove her entirely, but I couldn't accept that. If we did that, we wouldn't be any different from her. So I suggested something else. We would go to her, not to confront her, but to help her. Over the years, we kept in contact with Alice. She became part of our lives in a way none of us had expected. We helped her through what she was going through, and somehow she helped us too, and eventually we became friends. Then when we grew old, Alice moved away and we eventually lost contact. That brings me to yesterday. I'm 72 now. Eleanor passed away a year ago, and I live in the same house we once shared. It was an ordinary morning. I made coffee, sat down, and watched television. Then the doorbell rang. I was surprised because I don't really get visitors anymore. When I opened the door, I saw her. Alice. She was 68 now, but this time she was fully herself. For a moment, I didn't know what I felt more, happiness or fear. Everything we had lived through came back at once. The stairs, the knife, the screaming, the impossible version of her that should have never existed. But I let her in anyway. I ordered her coffee. At first I felt uneasy, but slowly the tension faded. We talked about where life had taken us, about everything that happened over the years we haven't seen each other. Eventually we left the house and I walked her to her hotel. As we crossed the road, I noticed a woman with red hair standing on the corner. She looked at us. For a brief second, her expression hardened. And then she smiled. In that moment, I knew. If things had gone differently, she would have been the one to take Alice's soul. But this time, nothing happened. An odd man gave me a strange gift. It is a box that I can't open. I was walking to the subway station. It was raining, which hadn't been foretold on the Weather Channel, so I plastered a stolen newspaper over my head. I looked down towards the wet pavement and away from the onslaught so that my glasses would stay dry. This didn't work. The water was sliding down my forehead and dripping off of my cheeks. There was a jingling sound. Rattle, rattle. Several coins bounced around a paper cup. I didn't look up. I just patted my pants pocket as if to say, nothing here, and kept moving. "You've got $8.75, the man shouted. His voice boomed above the sound of the downpour. Yes, I had exactly that. That's twice the subway fare, I thought. 4 loonies and a quarter multiplied by 2 trips. It was a smart trick. I wondered, though, how he knew I was carrying an extra quarter. I'd brought it for the shopping cart at the supermarket, where I'd stop after work. "You have something for me," he cooed. His gimmick had stopped me, and now, well, I was stood still. He stepped in front of me. His grin showed his horse's teeth, yellowed and jutting outward. He had a nose like an eagle's beak, curved, sloped into a drooping point. His ears stuck out and sagged like a crow's, and his long neck arched like a swan's. He had flaming orange hair that, where it had become damp from the rain, faded into a murky copper color. He was a very ugly man. "I'm sorry. I need it," I said. I peered at him from above the frames of my glasses. My eyes were cautious. I tried not to portray my frustration. The newspaper flapped angrily as the wind picked up speed. I moved to continue my path. Splash. The sole of my rubber boot slapping against a cloudy puddle. "I've got something for you." I paused again. His smile was wider, toothier, and the golden caps that decorated his molars peeked around the corners of his upturned mouth. He spun and stooped down to his sleeping place. His bed was a rain-soaked and sun-bleached blanket. On it there was a scattering of items. Sodden strips of cardboard, a dirty yellow bucket full up with water, an assortment of pens, pencils, and markers. A folded gray jumper served as a pillow. There was one more thing. A large box made of wood. He scooped it up and thrust the heavy trunk into my chest and, wanting not for it to crash down onto my flimsy shoes, should he let go, I gripped it firmly with both hands. I watched as the newspaper was ripped away by the tempest, thrashing about in the air, flashing the words Toronto Star at me before disappearing behind the fog. "Don't look inside. Keep the lid shut." "I don't want this. I can't take it on the train," I stammered, and I looked up towards him, but he wasn't there. My head swiveled left and right. I couldn't spot him, but I could feel that the ugly man's gaze was on me, his figure obscured by the sheet of falling water. My glasses were of no use, streaked with rain. Crack. A thunderclap sounded, and a bolt of lightning illuminated the street, so I broke out in a run for the metro without another word. I was at the turnstile. I tried to fetch the fare that was tucked in my pocket. I couldn't reach it, I realized, because my hands were full with the box. A curt "hello" attracted the attention of the ticket inspector, and I passed the chest to him as I slotted the change into the machine. Clink, clink. The gate opened. For a moment, a few seconds at least, I thought I might leave the box with the attendant. The wet trunk had begun to soak his crisp white shirt sleeves. He gazed at it intently, his face revealing a mixture of confusion and interest. He was inspecting it in more depth than I had, and I became curious of it myself, so I snatched it back from him. I stepped onto the platform and didn't meet his eye as he watched me depart. While I sat on the train, I tried not to stare at the obtuse, cumbersome thing. I thought that, the less attention it received from me, the less it would receive from other nosy commuters. I glanced around at the weary expressions worn by the train car's passengers, explained by a quick check of my digital watch. 7:34 a.m. Some of their tired eyes twitched towards my box. My head had begun to ache. I was clenching my jaw. I watched the dreary cityscape slide by as the train surfaced. The wet window concealed the finer details, but I was familiar with the view. This was my usual route, of course. Slick concrete littered with colorful graffiti filled the foreground. Mirrored high-rises spiraled towards plump, rain-filled clouds and echoed the harsh gray of the overcast sky. Lake Ontario could be glimpsed where a crumbling brick wall had been hastily replaced by a chain-link fence. Without the sun to illuminate its rippling waters, the Great Lake resembled a slab of smooth stone. The window was consumed by darkness as the subway dipped back beneath the street. Reflected in the black glass was me, my box, and the man who had silently taken his place next to me. "I'll take that from you," he said to me. His voice was a low grumble. He was a large man. His hulking figure occupied 1.5 seats, and though one sat vacant to his right, his bulk encroached upon my space. He dwarfed me in height. Where I was a measly 5 feet and 4 inches, his sturdy frame surely exceeded 6 feet. I tore my eyes from his reflection and did not look at him. I shook my head. No. "Please?" He stretched a thick, meaty hand towards the box, caressing the damp wood. I slapped it away. "Mine." As he recoiled, I rose from the bench. The metal doors creaked open shortly after I stood. I scurried off the train, several stops before my own, to thwart the would-be thief. I walked the rest of the way to work, 1/2 of a mile, pelted by the steady downpour. My rubber boots squelched on the elevator's carpeted floor. Drip, drip. Water slid off of my drenched suit jacket and trickled onto the rug. I pressed 9 with my elbow. I had a meeting, some hubbub about an upcoming project, but I wanted to visit my office first. Numbers flashed on a red 7-segment display as the elevator rose slowly. 1, 2, 3, and then the elevator stopped. The door slid open. There was a scoff. "Gee, look at you," Deuce said. He lifted his arm to his face, covering his mouth, and disguised his mocking laughter as a cough. I couldn't stand Deuce. I did not offer any pleasantries in response. He gripped his suitcase firmly and entered the elevator without another word, though I could see the edge of his lips tightening into a smirk. His boss, Helen, stood behind him. Her gaze was fixated on him, a scowl forming on her face. She nodded to me in greeting. I nodded back. The elevator began up, 6 floors until mine. But just 2 floors had passed when I began to feel uneasy. Deuce and Helen's eyes were on me. I could feel it. On my box. I squeezed the chest so tightly that a wooden splinter lodged in my pointer finger. It burned red. Painful. Ouch. To protect me and to protect my box, I turned around. I tucked my head and huddled around the trunk. I stared at the blank metal panels that decorated the elevator walls and the thin black seam between them where they met in the corner. The two shifted. They shuffled their feet, and their heads turned to me, but I shielded the box with my shivering body. 6, 7, 8, and then 9. I sprinted into my office. I locked the door. I pulled the blinds shut and turned the lights off. I closed the curtains on the window that overlooked the city. I sat at the desk, the old chair groaning beneath our weight, and really looked at the box for the first time. It was wood, yes, but what kind I couldn't know. As the rain had changed the color and texture of the grain, there were 2 leather straps with brass knuckles that secured the lid. The edges were worn and faded, the uncured hide visible through the cracks. There were 2 zip ties, made of ribbed white plastic. There were many elastic bands wrapped around the box, 100 or more thin strips of tan rubber. There was a very, very small lock on the box's golden clasp. It was no bigger than the tip of my pinky finger. This strange gift is a box that I shouldn't open. He told me, do not open it. But what was inside? When I rattled the chest, there was no sound. It sounded empty. Was nothing inside? Why had the man given it away so eagerly? Why had everyone wanted it so badly? I wanted to know. I had to know. In this box, what was there? I undid the metal fasteners and removed the strips of leather. I turned them over in my hands, and on the soft back, they had been branded with one word each. The first read, greed. The second read, envy. I tossed them in the plastic wastebasket. Then I plucked them back out and stuffed them in the locked desk drawer so nobody else would find them. I took a pair of scissors to the cable ties. They had text too. Black permanent marker had inscribed on them, hunger and yearning. They went into the drawer too. I used the scissors again on the rubber bands. I could have stretched them around the box, one by one, but I needed to know what was inside of it. I needed to know now. As they shrunk back into tiny fragments of stretchy cord, they made a noise which, if I were crazy, I would say sounded like the word curiosity. But I'm not crazy, so it sounded like elastic bands breaking. Their remnants went into the drawer. I stuffed a bent paper clip into the tiny lock. I wiggled it around, jammed it in there, stabbed at the mechanism wildly. It didn't work. I turned the box onto its side and picked up my metal stapler. I slammed it down and down and down again onto the little lock. I held it in place with my left hand, pinching it between my splintered finger and my sweaty thumb. I brought the stapler down again. I brought it down on my thumb. Foolishness, I cursed beneath my breath. But the lock had sprung open. I threw it into the drawer so quickly that it nearly bounced out. I righted the box and wrenched the lid apart. Creak. The hinges squealed. I was vibrating with excitement, my teeth chattering when I peered inside. There was emptiness. There was certainly nothing at all. I reached into the box, thrashing my hand about, and grasped at the lack of anything. But there was something. There was a word engraved in the bottom of the box. I traced it carefully with my finger, felt each letter, searched for more on the four walls and on the top, but there was just one. Hope, it said. I started working the night shift at an old factory in 2019. The place shut down in 1991. Nobody ever explained why. Some company still owns the land and they pay me to walk the perimeter, check the locks on the gates, and sit in the security hut until sunrise. The money is fine. The rules aren't written down anywhere. The guy I replaced told them to me on my first night. He made me repeat them back until I got every word right. Rule 1. Do not go onto the main floor after 2 a.m. Rule 2. If you hear the conveyor belt, count your steps. Keep counting until it stops. Rule 3. Do not look at the second shadow. I laughed when he finished. He didn't. For 2 years I followed the rules and nothing happened. The conveyor belt never moved. The power had been cut decades ago. The second shadow was just a trick of the emergency lights. At least that's what I told myself. Then they sent me a partner. His name was Ellis. Young guy, quiet, didn't ask any questions. I told him the rules on his first night. He rolled his eyes. Sure, he said. Anything else? No. He looks at me and asks, you actually believe this stuff? I believe you should follow it. That was the end of the conversation. The first week went smoothly. We split the grounds between us. He took the west side, I took the east. Every night before we separated, I'd remind him, don't go on to the main floor after 2 a.m. Every night he'd wave me off. Yeah. On the 8th night, my watch stopped. I didn't notice until I checked the clock inside the hut. My watch read 1:47. The wall clock read 2:14. I radioed Ellis. No answer. I tried again. Nothing. The west gate was empty. The main floor entrance wasn't. The chain was lying on the ground, the padlock open. I broke Rule 1. I told myself I was only going in long enough to drag him back out. The factory floor stretched into darkness. Moonlight spilled through the high windows. The conveyor belt was moving. There was no sound, no motors, no grinding gears. But I could feel it through my boots, a slow vibration beneath the concrete, like a heartbeat. Ellis stood at the far end of the belt, facing the wall. His shoulders shook. I shouted his name. He turned. His face looked normal. His shadow didn't. It had 2 heads. I looked down. My own shadow was gone. For a second I couldn't move. Then I grabbed Ellis and ran. I counted every step. 31, 32. The vibration followed us. 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. The conveyor belt stopped. The silence hit so hard it felt physical. I slammed the door behind us and locked it. Ellis didn't say a word for the rest of the shift. The next night he remembered none of it. Not the belt, not the factory floor, not me dragging him outside. But something had changed. His shadow lagged behind him. Only half a second at most. Enough to notice, not enough to explain. I started noticing other things. The air in the hut tasted different after midnight. Metallic, like old coins. The lights flickered sometimes, not only in my peripheral vision. When I looked directly at them, they were steady. The floor of the west gate room was always warm, even in winter. No heat source, just warm. After that, the nights stopped behaving properly. Patrols that should take 20 minutes took 3 hours. The clocks never agreed. My phone showed different dates, depending on which room I checked it in. Sometimes the sun rose too early, sometimes it didn't rise at all. The sky would just go from black to gray and stay there. One night Ellis went to check the west gate alone. He was gone 5 minutes by his watch, 7 hours by mine. When he came back, he was crying. He said he'd walked the same hallway over and over. Every door led back to the same door. The only way out was to count his steps backward. He wouldn't tell me what was in the hallway. He just kept saying, "I don't know," over and over. I stopped sleeping. Not because I wasn't tired, but because every time I closed my eyes, I dreamed about the conveyor belt. In the dream, it was silent. But I could feel it, and my feet were already counting. After that, the conveyor belt started moving more often. Sometimes we'd hear it while standing outside. Sometimes we'd hear it inside the hut. Whenever it started, we'd count. Neither of us questioned it anymore, especially Ellis. He followed the rules perfectly. He never looked at shadows, never approached the main floor, never missed a count. But his shadow kept growing. Every week it stretched farther. No matter where he stood, it pointed toward the main floor. I stopped looking at my own shadow. I don't know what it's doing anymore. I tried leaving. I took the company truck and drove down the access road. The road bent left, then left again, then left a 3rd time. I passed the same rusted sign 3 times. I stopped the truck and turned around. The sign was still there, but the words weren't. Welcome back. The letters looked wet. I drove back. I haven't tried leaving since. Now I'm sitting in the security hut writing this. Ellis sits across from me. The wall clock says 1:47. It has said 1:47 for 3 days. Neither of us mentions it. We just repeat the rules over and over. Our voices are hoarse. I can't remember the last time we drank anything. A few hours ago, a truck came down the access road. A young guy stepped out. Clipboard, badge, company uniform. He asked if this was the factory. Ellis looked at me, then back at him. "Yeah," he said. "You need to listen to the rules." The man smiled. "I wrote the rules." Then he walked past us towards the main floor. The conveyor belt started moving. I felt it through the floor of the hut. Ellis's shadow stretched across the room, past the door, past the wall, out of sight. The man never looked back. The conveyor belt stopped. The clock still said 1:47. Ellis turned toward me. His face was calm. Too calm. "That's the fourth one," he said. "The first three were me." Then he walked after the man. The door shut behind them. The padlock clicked closed on its own. The chain twisted itself into a knot. I've been trying to undo it ever since. My fingers are bleeding. The knot doesn't change. I'm alone now. The rules are still written on the wall. I don't remember writing them, but the handwriting is mine. There are 4 rules. I swear there used to be 3. Rule 1. It's forbidden to go onto the main floor after 2 a.m. Rule 2. If the conveyor belt is heard, count steps. Rule 3. It is forbidden to look at the second shadow. Rule 4. When the next one comes, do not speak. You are the new guy now. I just heard the truck engine start outside. Then stop. Then start again. Then stop. Footsteps on the gravel. Someone is coming up the path.
I'm posting this from my car. I've already filed a missing persons report with the police for my parents, and they've cleared it as a crime scene, but there's no way I'm ever going back inside. This all started back in February. Maybe that's why, because of how dreary and sunless that month is. My dad is a good man. I need you to understand that before any of the rest of it. After his mom passed 2 years ago, he got quiet in a way that scared me more than crying could have. And when he found these forums last winter, these wellness communities, I was relieved. He was back to exercising, dieting, sleeping better. He was excited about something again. He'd come down to breakfast and tell me about circadian hygiene and ancestral light environments, and how our eyes evolved for firelight and starlight, not the blue glow from screens and 6500 Kelvin bulbs we drown in now. Honestly, some of it made sense. That's the part nobody warns you about, that it starts off less than harmless. The first simple healthy habit was showering in the dark. He read that artificial light at night wrecks your melatonin, and the bathroom was the worst offender. So we started showering with night lights for minimum light. I went along with it. I didn't have to read shampoo bottles anyway. My sleep even improved. Then it was no screens after sunset. The emitted light causes dark circles. This was a huge issue. My mom and I felt we shouldn't have to change our routines and give up creature comforts for his lifestyle choices. What sucked was he was understanding, and compromised to sequestering himself in rooms with no screens after sunset. It upset us. And eventually we cut back on our screen time just so he could spend more time with us. We ended up bonding more. Who could have guessed phones and streaming services separated families? Even after he changed all the bulbs in the house to the lowest Kelvin, he still refused to turn on a light unless it was absolutely necessary. It deeply irritated me and my mom, because he'd still use his laptop, on the lowest brightness setting with blue light blockers, however, to spend his days on the wellness forums, researching. He started talking at dinners about how even fire and candlelight was a compromise our ancestors wouldn't recognize. How the truly restored nervous system needs real dark, total dark, the dark of a cave, a womb, a place where your sunset melt into the environment and your edges blur. Your bodily systems balance out and synchronize, and you go back. We didn't have a response. That's where I should have said something, though. Anything. 2 weeks ago, he taped contractor bags over my bedroom window while I was at school. When I got home, he was proud. He showed me the seams, how he'd gotten it so that there wasn't a single pinhole. "Cassie, I'm getting a 2 on the lux meter." 2? The guys on the forums are gonna love this. Staring at his phone, posting it. 3 days ago I came downstairs and tried to flip the kitchen switch. No 2000K melatonin improving infrared bulb. Gone. Every light bulb in the house was gone. He'd gone around with a stepladder and a trash bag and collected all of them. Even the one in the oven. Even the little one in the fridge that you'd have to break the door mechanism to reach. The bag was filled with shattered bulbs in the bin outside. I came back inside and found him reading the forums. Before he could open his mouth, I screamed at him. Thank God Mom had already gone to work. I screamed and cried and begged him to just please be normal. Please stop looking at his laptop while I talk to him. He just looked sad. Like I had hurt his feelings over something he was proud of. He looked normal. He said he would fix things and put everything back to how it was originally. He promised and hugged me. I went to school worried for him and Mom all day. A part of me truly believed I'd come home and the house would be bright, with clear windows and televisions blaring. During the day I tried to call my mom, hoping to prep her on the latest piece of insanity, but kept getting sent to voicemail. My vision stung driving into the sun on the way home. My eyes, all too well chronically adjusted to the dark. I kept thinking about being so exposed in the light, and how my dad was right, that being in the dark made you lose your sense of bodily self. I wish I could have crawled under my blankets in bed, and let the feeling of sensory deprivation dissolve the knot in my stomach. When I got home, Mom's car was already in the driveway. The house looked like a bad dream, a perfectly normal exterior with flat black windows. I went inside, and even leaving the front door open did nothing to pierce the all-encompassing darkness. I went to the front window to tear the contractor bags with my nails, and winced as I scraped something hard and gritty. I shined my phone light and saw he had painted some kind of truck bed liner over the windows in thick layers. I turned to the interior. Dad? Mom? The phone flashlight was all I had. Living in darkness made it feel less like a beacon, and more like a trespasser. I checked all upstairs, calling for them. As I made my way back down near the kitchen, I froze. The basement door was open. I hadn't checked the basement yet. Dad? Mom? Please. Please say something. Nothing. The stairs go down into the unfinished part. Bare studs, concrete floor, the furnace ticking. I was imagining that. No need for a furnace when it has that pesky pilot light. He had disconnected it and snuffed it out before. The basement was huge. At the far end, there's a little room Dad always meant to finish. Just concrete with a shallow alcove in the back where all the previous owners had a safe flush to the wall. Pitch black. My flashlight couldn't find the back of it from where I stood. Something about the room was oppressive. I didn't cross past the threshold. I just did my best to shine the light in. That's the part I keep snagging on. The light went in and didn't come out, like the alcove was deeper than the house. And from inside it, my father's voice, calm, close. Cassie. I couldn't see him. I want to be precise because the police asked me 4 times and I gave the same answer every time. I was pointing my light directly into that room and there was no one in it. Cassie? Mom's in here with me. Come here. I started crying. I asked him to come out. I begged him. I told him I'd take him anywhere. I'd stop fighting him about the lights. I'd beg every window myself. Just come out, Dad, please. If you come in here, he said, everything will go back to how it was before it all began. I asked him what he meant. I asked him how. I stood there in the dark, asking the alcove how, and there was no answer. There was never an answer again. I walked in. I did. I pointed the flashlight into every corner of that concrete room, and it was empty. No alcove deep as a well. Just a shallow dent in the wall not even a foot deep. No father, no mother. Concrete and dust and the smell of cold concrete in my own breathing. I searched the whole house. Both floors, closets, the attic crawl space, under beds, the backyard. I checked the alcove again and stared at the wall. I screamed myself hoarse. I called the police. They were kind. They were thorough. 6 officers swept that house with real flashlights, not a phone, and a canine. And they found nothing. No sign of forced entry, no sign of him or Mom. They asked about the windows and I watched them decide quietly. What kind of man spray paints truck bed liner on his windows? And what kind of daughter waits this long to call? The part I can't explain, why it's being posted here and not a news source, is the center of this. I explained why I took so long to call, that my dad started off getting better rather than worse. I went to show them the forums on his laptop, his reasoning for altering the house, and they were gone. I checked his search history, even searching the forum names and keywords. You couldn't burn those images of deep wine red text on black boxes out of my brain. I know what I saw. They shrugged and said they would look into it, and took his laptop. I finished filing the report this evening. 2 missing persons, house clear and safe to enter again. No signs of intruders. So that's everything. That's the whole thing, start to finish in order, the way I needed it down before the doubt finishes settling in. If you are just finishing this, scroll up to where it all began, where my dad was still just a grieving family man getting too into a wellness trend, where the worst thing in the house was no Netflix after sunset. I want you to read it knowing how it ends. I've started sleeping with the dome lights of my car on, never any dark. I think about what he said the dark would help undo, how it would feel like a return to a womb, something where you would blur and meld with the universe in desensitized harmony. Before even the Big Bang brought light, going back to how it was before it all began. And some nights I lie in that careful light, and I find myself wondering what would happen if I'd walked into the dark a little faster. I think about it more than I should.
I'm writing this because all of the shrinks I've visited think I'm delusional. They believe something happened to me, but I dissociated the entire event and instead imagined this place. I didn't. Nothing I felt or experienced was imaginary. I don't know how I caught its eye, or if it will come back for me, and I live in fear of that simple thought every day. So here I am, writing this down to warn others, to tell them of the nightmare I experienced. Though honestly, I don't think this is really a warning, so much as it is a victim statement. On my 21st birthday, I disappeared for 3.5 years. I only know this because I've been told nearly 1,000 times. I've been poked and prodded with so many needles that I've made voodoo dolls jealous. No one understood what happened to me. Hell, I don't understand what happened, but I know it was real. It was around 3 in the afternoon. I was excited to finally be able to drink at the bar with my friends. They had always teased me because I was the youngest, and the de facto designated driver because of it. But tonight it was my turn to get so drunk I wouldn't remember where I put my feet. It never came. I was going to stop by my best friend's place before we headed out. He lived just a few blocks away, so I figured I'd walk over. And when the time came, he'd be the designated driver for the evening. As I rounded the corner to his street, things changed. The world around me seemed like it was made of liquid. The air felt oppressively thick, and I had trouble finding my breath. I choked and gasped, clawing for air as everything around me seemed to shimmer and undulate. It was suddenly like I was swimming. Air seemed to vacate the space I was in quickly, and I felt the world darkening around me. Nausea gripped my gut to the point that I had fallen to my knees, gripping my stomach as the world spun. Then, everything blacked out. When I came to, I was somewhere else. It was a room. Everything looked like it was made from polished steel. There was no door, no windows, and nothing to indicate what time it was. There was just a single metal bench on the far end of the room, long enough to fit 3 people. As I explored and tried to get a sense of my surroundings, another overwhelming wave of nausea gripped me. The world spun as I clung desperately to consciousness, only to see one of the walls open and a pair of human-looking figures step into the room. I didn't see them fully, though. The world faded with my consciousness. The next time I woke, I was in a lying position. My head was throbbing, and there was some intense light burning into my eyes. I couldn't reach for my forehead, though. My hands had been secured to whatever I was on. I panicked. Desperately, began to thrash and pull at my restraints, but I couldn't move. I wanted to cry out, but something was covering my mouth. "Relax," a voice said from somewhere I couldn't see. "We understand there may be some confusion, but that is part of the experiment." I struggled against the bonds, cries for help muffled by whatever was over my face. "This will go far more smoothly if you just relax," the voice spoke again. "We cannot accurately determine the level of stress you are under if you are already under so much of it." It was cold, clinical. Finally, something entered my vision. I wanted to scream when I saw it. I wanted to deny it was real, but I couldn't. It had no face to speak of, just a mass of flesh with what looked like a long, thin line traveling from top to bottom. The top of its head was crowned with strange, fleshy tendrils that opened to small rolls at the end of each. I counted 5 on the thing's head as it seemed to regard me. This will, unfortunately, be quite painful. However, it is of utmost importance to us that in the end you answer honestly. Hampering our experiments will only lengthen the process. For this reason, we recommend you comply. There was a click, and whatever covered my mouth was removed. "What are you? What is this place? I didn't sign up for whatever your experiments are." "Most test subjects don't volunteer to be tested upon." The thing spoke, but it had no face. There were no moving lips. I think it was at this point that I realized it wasn't talking to me. It was thinking at me. "Let me go, just let me go, and we can forget this happened," I begged. "That would yield unsatisfactory results," it replied. "Now, I would recommend preparing yourself, but we are unsure how prepared you will be able to make yourself." The soft electrical hum of machinery filled my ears as I felt my arm beginning to move on its own. The machine extended it outward at first, so that it was parallel with my shoulder. It conducted a few more experiments, testing this range of motion in my arm. Then the machine started to bend downward. Before I could call out, before I could tell this thing to stop, my arm snapped, broken in two like a branch, the bone spiking from my flesh. I screamed. Agony flooded my system. Adrenaline flooded my veins. My breath was suddenly ragged in my chest as I fought back tears, groaning in absolute anguish. "Please, explain what you are experiencing," the entity demanded. I could only scream. Pain flooded my system, and all I could think about was how much it hurt. "On a scale of 1 to 10, please rate your pain." It kept going, completely ignoring my screams. Eventually, shock started to settle in. The pain was still there, but I could think. "It's an 11. Is that what you wanted me to say? Will you let me go now? You broke my arm. You have your data." The creature tilted its head as it looked at me. "We have only just begun our experimentation. You are already unable to continue." Yes, for the love of God, I cannot keep going," I begged. "Please, please, please just let me go." There was another click, and soon my other arm snapped, sending agonizing jolts of electric pain through my body again. Again I screamed. Again I was racked with agony. "Please, please, for the love of God, let me go." The entity regarded me the same way. Cold, methodical, like a scientist taking notes on a lab rat. Because that's all I was. I was a lab rat, a toy, and this thing was gauging what it felt like when it broke me. My leg was next, and again the pain was excruciating. I passed out at this point. The world went white around me as my body tried to cope with the sheer amount of trauma it was being put through. Evidently, though, these things had something for that too. I snapped back awake as it broke my other leg, the creature watching with some sort of bizarre fascination. At least, I think it was. There was no real way for me to determine what this thing was doing. At this point, your body has suffered severe trauma. The levels of pain you are experiencing will have flooded your body with extreme levels of adrenaline. If it weren't for the fact that this thing was talking in my head, I wouldn't have heard it through the haze of suffering it cast over my thoughts. Another click. Another whir. I felt my head being pulled upward. The pain in my neck was growing more intense as the machine continued to pull. Then suddenly there was nothing. No pain, no voices, no anything. The world around me faded and there was black. That was the first time I died. I woke on the ground an indeterminate amount of time later. No broken bones, no bruises, no cuts, nothing. It was as if the brutal agony I had just gone through never existed. The problem with that mindset, with those thoughts, was that it did happen. I remembered every second of it vividly. Getting over the shock of things, I decided to get my bearings. I was in another room. From what I could tell, there was a bench, much like the one I had seen when I first arrived in this place, and everything was that same polished metal. There were no signs of anything else, just the bench, what looked like a sink, and that was essentially it. So I moved to the bench, sat down, and waited. All I had were my thoughts, and those weren't doing me much good at the moment. Outwardly, I seemed calm enough, but inside I was panicking. None of this made any sense. Where was I? How did I get here? Didn't I just literally have my head ripped off my shoulders? I didn't have much time to think. I was hit by another wave of that crippling nausea. I tried to fight it, to maintain my consciousness, but eventually I was still overtaken. When I woke, I was on some sort of fleshy mass, and as my vision focused, my stomach rolled. The entire room looked like it was made of living flesh. The walls undulated and pulsed with an unseen energy. The ground was soft and a little difficult to move across. There was a smell in the air, clean and chemical, but underneath it, there was another odor, one I couldn't quite place. I wasn't restrained this time, but I almost wish I was. The place I was in was unlike anything I had ever seen before, and that only made me want to run. "Do not be so frightened," I heard a clinical voice call out. "Your last test went smoothly enough, so we are going to continue experimentation. Please, be prepared to give us a thorough explanation of what you are feeling." "I'm feeling terrified is what I'm feeling. You guys killed me. You ripped my head off. You broke my arms and legs. Now you've got me here. Let me go." "When the experiments are finished, you will be free to leave," the voice patiently responded. "Remember, compliance drives progress. The more information you give us, the less you will have to endure." They killed me again that night. I was mauled by some sort of ravenous dog-like creature. All the while, they continued to ask me to rate my pain, to explain exactly what I was feeling. All in all, they killed me 1,278 times. Every morning I'd wake up alive, no damage, but the scars on my mind remained. I was shot, stabbed, poisoned, starved, infected, drowned, burned, and brutalized. Each time it only took a day for me to die. Anything that slowly killed me would be accelerated as they tried to gather more data. Sometimes my death was quick, and those were the ones I learned to appreciate. Other times, though, it dragged on for what felt like an eternity of pure and utter pain. I learned a lot about life, religion, the soul, and all of that superstitious BS. You want to know what happens when you die? Where you go? The answer is terrible. It's not just a ceasing of existence like the atheists believe, but there's also no paradise or pit. It's nothing. I don't mean that in a nihilistic sense. I mean it literally. It's blackness. There's no smells, no sound, nothing to feel or taste. It's just a vast emptiness. The horrifying part, though? You're aware, you're present, just a consciousness in utter nothingness, floating through the void. The worst death? The worst thing I ever experienced in my time being killed daily? Drowning. The whole time your body is screaming at you, telling you are dying, begging you to find air so it can reset itself and keep you moving, but it can't. So you start to get this. Pins and needles feeling all over your body. Your ears start to ring and then everything starts to go dark. Then you're in the void. Dead. Sometimes it felt like they let me stay dead for longer, but in the end I'd always wake up in the same place. Cool, metal room with nothing but a bench and a sink in it. Nothing changed about their demeanor. They simply continued to ask questions, and if my death was quick, they'd inquire about what I felt when they brought me back. Ask me questions about my mindset, to rate my pain. The same things over and over. I eventually became numb to dying. I'd wake up, knowing that the day held another way for me to be annihilated. The creatures would gas me, take me into one of their experimentation rooms and kill me. For 3.5 years, they killed me. Then, one day I was brought into one of the test chambers. The entity was already in there. I wasn't restrained or gassed, just brought before it. I wanted to lunge at it, to make it experience a modicum of the death I had tasted at its hands, but something was preventing it, like my mind wasn't going to let me move against it. After this, testing will have concluded. We've gathered all of the information we need from you. It thawed at me. My heart skipped a beat, and for the first time since my arrival, I felt the bitter taste of hope in my mouth again. You mean you're going to let me go? You will be released when testing is concluded. We had promised this when testing began. I couldn't believe it. All right then, let's get this over with. The entity said nothing else. It turned to me. It wore no clothes. Its body was this mixed hue of light purples and pinks, almost like bruised flesh. Its skin wrinkled in strange places and its arms were too long. They nearly touched the ground. Its knees bent in the opposite direction, but that didn't seem to slow it as it bent and moved forward at an alarming speed. I felt it place a hand on my shoulder, felt the familiar agony of a vice-like grip lifting me into the air to meet its face. I had seen what was hidden behind that slit in the head once. I never wanted to again. One of the tendrils on its head moved into my view, and I watched as a long, bone-colored needle slid from the hole in it. I slit my throat with that needle, and I bled out on the ground in front of it. My last thought hearing, "Thank you for your cooperation." I woke on the ground the same place I had disappeared, the corner of the street near my buddy's house. I didn't know how long I'd been gone at this point, or how many times I had died, only that it was over. The relief I felt was overwhelming. I couldn't believe I was free. I laid there in the road staring at the sky and not a chrome ceiling. For the first time since I had been taken, I began to weep. I was so overwhelmed with everything that had happened that I just broke down and sobbed in the middle of the road. I don't know how long I cried for, but God, it was cathartic. I did eventually head over to my friend's house, and I scared the crap out of him. That was when I had found out I was gone for 3 years, that no one knew what happened to me. I tried to explain what had happened, but as I did, I realized how crazy it sounded. Yeah, man, I was coming to your place so we could go get smashed, and I was abducted by some alien thing that killed me every day for the 3.5 years I was gone. Doesn't exactly come off as something a sane person would tell anyone. The police were contacted. My parents were contacted. The news showed up. I was a local celebrity for a while. No one believed me about the alien, though. If that's even what it was. Maybe it was a demon. Maybe it was something else entirely. All I know is that it was able to kill me and bring me back completely unharmed. Eventually, it was suggested I talk to a psychiatrist. Everyone believes something happened to me, that I was kidnapped and taken somewhere, maybe feed copious amounts of psychoactive drugs, so that I'd think it was all aliens and dying. But when I explained what happened to the shrink, when I went into graphic detail about dying in so many different ways, I could see the concern on the doc's face. They tried all sorts of therapies, tried to get me to open up about what happened, but every time the story was the same. I was abducted, and some weird alien thing killed me, over and over again. They couldn't get the breakthrough they were hoping for. So I was tested, medically. Doctors wanted to know if I had been dosed with psychotropic medicines, or some such BS. No one could accept my story. I still don't think anyone believes me, and I don't blame them. I mean, if I had been told by someone they had been killed over 1,000 times in over 1,000 different ways, I don't think I'd believe them either. I don't know what it was that they were trying to determine, or why it involved killing one person, but I know that it was a nightmare. I'm terrified of heat mirages at this point. I don't know if these things are done with me, or if they're just luring me into a false sense of security. It doesn't matter though. If they came again, I couldn't stop them. And if they come for you, you won't be able to stop them either. If you are camping in Baxter State Park and you see trees marked with red paint, please pack your bags and leave before it's too late. Let me preface this by saying I'm not the one who believes in cryptids or supernatural stuff. I want to believe that there is a logical explanation for what happened to me and my friend, but for the life of me, I can't find a rational answer. I've been camping since I was a kid, but now I can't find the courage to go back into the wilderness ever again. I'm a pretty experienced camper. I love traveling to different parks and staying out there for 4 to 5 nights at a time. My friend Aaron and I had planned on staying 5 nights in Baxter State Park in Maine. Aaron is also very experienced and has gone with me on countless previous trips. He knows these particular woods better than I do, so when he picked a spot pretty far off from any trails, I didn't question his decision. We chose a spot near a tree that was marked with red spray paint. We planned to leave the site every day to go hiking, so the paints made it an easy landmark that would help us locate our campsite. The campsite was in a small open field about 30 yards north of the tree with red paint. The first night was completely fine. We hiked out to a nice fishing spot and then headed back to camp when the sun was setting. I distinctly remember passing the painted tree on the way back. Unfortunately, this was the last normal experience I'd have in that forest. Later that night, I woke up to the sound of what seemed like a tree about to fall. I could hear the cracking of branches followed by loud creaking noises. The odd part was that there was no thud. It's as if the tree never hit the ground. What made it weirder was that the forest still seemed to be rustling, although now more faint. I could still hear the cracking of branches and lots of commotion. I was still half asleep, so I chalked it up to there just being a large animal making noise. In the morning, we went out on another hike. As we left camp, I glanced around for any recently fallen trees, just to be sure. There was nothing. We continued with our day as usual, until deciding to cut it short and head back in order to prepare dinner. On the way back, we couldn't spot the tree with red paint. It was odd, but we still managed to make our way back to camp based on memory. Aaron was more confused by the absence of the tree than I was. He kept going on about how he was certain the path he had us on would have taken us right by the tree. To confirm, he walked back over to the location of the tree, but it was nowhere to be seen. When he told me this, I thought he must have missed it, so I also investigated. Sure enough, the tree wasn't anywhere to be seen. I trust our spatial awareness, and I wholeheartedly believe we were in the exact spot where the tree should have been. I remembered the sounds from the previous night having come from the direction of the tree, so I thought that maybe it was the one that had fallen over. However, after scanning the area, there was no sign of a fallen tree. It's as if the tree had just completely vanished. Although we were confused, we didn't keep looking for much longer and returned to the campsite and went to bed. Later, in the middle of the night, I was once again awoken by the same sounds. It sounded like the forest was moving. The sound of trees breaking and snapping was unnaturally loud. It was much louder than small branches snapping. It was like a whole trunk was being broken in two. I still told myself that it was just a large animal, most likely a bear. I should have investigated it to be sure, but it sounded distant, and I didn't want to risk an encounter with an animal. That morning we went hiking to another fishing spot nearby. This is when things got really strange. On our way back, we took the main trail and walked past an older couple who were also out camping. They saw our fishing gear and asked if we caught anything. We started having a pretty casual conversation, but the whole tone shifted when the husband brought up hearing trees fall in the night. It was their first night camping, and I told him that we had been hearing loud noises in the night for multiple days now. I asked him if he was able to find the fallen trees, but he said they couldn't find anything. Then I asked him what direction he heard it from. It was right over there, near the tree with red paint on it, he said as he pointed off toward the distant tree line. Aaron and I looked at each other with confusion and an uneasy feeling. It's very possible that multiple trees had been marked with paint in these woods. Maybe there was a logging scheduled soon. Despite all logical conclusions, both of us were put on edge by the mention of a tree with red paint. All four of us walked over to look for a fallen tree, but I was more interested in finding this tree with red paint. When we got closer, I asked the man where the tree with red paint was. In a confused tone, he said, "It should be right here. That's strange. Maybe I'm mistaken." His wife chimed in. No, it was definitely here. It was pretty easy to spot because of the bright red. Now things felt really off. What are the chances that two different groups spot a tree with red paint, and then both trees seem to vanish into thin air? We continued on our hike to the fishing spot. On the way, all we could talk about was the tree with red paint. It was such a strange coincidence, and we couldn't figure out a logical explanation. Despite this, we tried to forget about it and focus on fishing and the beautiful scenery. We didn't want these strange events to ruin the vibe of the trip. The day came to an end, and I was once again awoken by loud rustling in the forest. I ignored it and went back to bed. When morning arrived, Aaron and I decided to take a break from hiking and spend the day at camp. While eating lunch, Aaron got up to take a piss. He walked over to the tree line which was close by. It was maybe 20 yards away at most. One thing I feel I need to stress was that he had walked in the opposite direction of where we had initially spotted the tree with red paint. I didn't think anything of it, and continued eating with my back facing the direction where Aaron was peeing. In a shocked voice, Aaron shouted to me, "I found the tree with red paint. It's over here." Immediately after he said this, the forest began to rumble again. It was the same sounds I had been hearing every night. I could hear loud snaps of branches and deafening creaking noise, the kind you hear from large trees swaying in heavy winds. I couldn't see Aaron anymore, and I became concerned, so I started calling out his name. My guess was that the tree couldn't have been far from the tree line, so if he walked into the woods to investigate it, he only would have walked a few feet. He was definitely close by, given the fact that I could hear him. However, as I called out his name, I didn't get a response. I began to panic. I thought maybe a bear or something had attacked him in the woods, and that's what caused the loud noises coming from the forest. But I didn't hear any screaming or cries for help. It's like he vanished. I ran over to where he was, and I couldn't find him anywhere. By now, the loud crashing of branches had reduced to a distant rustling of leaves. I continued calling out his name, but there was nothing. It didn't make sense. How could he go from within earshot to completely gone in less than 30 seconds? My heart was racing. I didn't know what was happening, but I knew something was terribly wrong. I began to sprint through the forest. following the sound of distant commotion in the trees. Unfortunately, the dense woods slowed me down, and eventually the forest returned to silence. I ran back to camp, all while screaming out for Aaron. I went to investigate the spot where I last heard him. I thought that if something happened, maybe I could track him by tracing his steps. I walked back to the tree line and found his canteen, which he had laid next to him on the ground. I even found the puddle of pee where he had been doing his business, but that's about it. His footprints were only a couple more feet before coming to an abrupt stop. What made it stranger was that I couldn't even find the tree with red paint. It's a very bright red and it's easy to spot, so if he spotted it while peeing, it must be extremely close by. I circled the area multiple times but found nothing. No tree, no Aaron. In all the confusion, my heart was racing, but I tried to stay calm and called 911. I didn't sleep for the next 72 hours. A search and rescue operation started 30 minutes after I dialed 911. I tried to help as much as I could. I gave a description of Aaron and described where I last saw him and what had occurred just moments before his disappearance. I felt crazy for doing it, but I even brought up the tree and tried to stress that I believed it had something to do with his disappearance. As I expected, the police disregarded the whole tree thing. Under normal circumstances, I would have as well, but something felt deeply wrong in my soul. I don't know what it was, but I know that tree had something to do with Aaron's disappearance. To make matters worse, the couple we had spoken to was also reported missing. Apparently, police estimate that they disappeared just a few hours before Aaron did. They were only reported missing after they didn't show up to a guided hiking session they had scheduled that day. How strange is that? The couple also vanished without a trace. As far as I know, they were the only other people who had a strange encounter with a tree with red paint, and now they are missing as well. After multiple nights, I had to get some sleep. I was at the point of exhaustion. I packed mine and Aaron's things and decided to get a motel room. I wanted to be nearby the forest as the search continued. As of writing this, it's been just over a month since he went missing. So far, all the rescue team has found is one of Aaron's shoes. It was discovered about 15 miles from where he had vanished. Nothing has been recovered from the older couple. I'm still at the motel. I can't find it in me to leave Aaron in those woods. I feel so distraught and angry. I honestly just want an answer as to what happened. None of it makes sense. I can't find any logical explanation as to how or why he vanished. But all I know is that there is something dark in that forest. I know that somehow that tree is connected to all of this. It tears me up inside knowing that Aaron may never come back, and I'll have no rational explanation as to why this happened to him. All I can do now is warn others from experiencing the same fate. If you are out in the woods and you find a tree with red paint, please, for the love of God, turn around and go home. Someone brought a camera into work recently. He was likely a homeless man who found it lying around and figured he could get a pretty penny for it. For being 10 years old, it was in decent shape. So, we agreed I'd pay $30 for it. While taking it apart, I realized the SD card had never been removed. It didn't seem out of the ordinary, but it was enough to spark my curiosity. You see, I'd like to believe that I'm the type of guy to keep my head down and stay out of people's personal lives. But business has been slow recently. I have to keep my mind occupied somehow, don't I? One night, I plugged it into my laptop and was quite taken aback by what I had found. Hundreds, if not thousands, of videos were on this thing. Not just any videos. They were vlogs, like a diary someone had kept up to date for the past 6 years. I clicked on the first clip, like anyone would, and quickly found out that this camera belonged to a young woman. She didn't look any older than 19. She had blonde curly hair, bright green eyes, and a smile that radiated innocence and kindness. She had a factor that made her addictive through the screen. It wasn't just her face or her voice. There was something else that made it nearly impossible for me to look away. For the next 3 weeks, I would watch her recordings daily. It was like a TV show that kept you wanting more at the end of every episode. Every evening, I'd close the shop, crack open a beer, and watch for hours while she talked about her life in medical school, this guy she found cute, and her hobbies as a painter. I felt guilty though. I wouldn't get home until almost 11 o'clock. By that time, my wife had already gone to bed. One night she prepared a nice meal with candles and everything, but by the time I was home, everything was cold and the candles had burnt out. It was our 10-year anniversary. Oh well. As I kept watching, things became odd. What started off as innocent vlogs turned into footage of yelling and screaming. It was like she was arguing with somebody, except nobody was in the room with her. In one video, she just sat in her dorm filming herself crying for over an hour, followed by footage of her laughing like nothing had happened. Her smile seemed a bit different, maybe a bit wider than usual. I couldn't put my finger on it. I no longer felt the warmth and innocence I felt before. It almost seemed forced or performed. But performed for who? It was just her, alone in her room. But what if it wasn't? What if she wasn't alone? I felt bad. I felt invasive. I felt possessive. But I couldn't stop. The videos gradually kept getting darker and more strange. In some of the footage, she would walk around her dorm covering the mirrors with white towels. She would also film herself painting. It was the same portrait of the same person in every video, but with minor tweaks. There were times I questioned if any of this was even real. There were times it got disturbing. In one piece of footage, she grabbed her curls and stretched them behind her head as far as she could before pinning the skin in place with tacks. My stomach turned as she forcefully inserted the sharp needles into her head, her hands shaking aggressively. I questioned whether I should contact the police or whether this was all just some sick prank. I kept watching anyway. At this point, there were now dozens of portraits scattered throughout her room. I watched while she crawled around, looking through them frantically, like she was searching for an image that didn't exist. She started yelling. I tried to make out what she was saying until... that was it. The video had ended. I tried to click to the next piece of footage, but that was the last one. I pulled out the card and reinserted it, hoping it would give me more. Desperately, I went back to the first video. My chest tightened so hard I forgot how to breathe. Over time, she changed. Not in a gradual way. Not in a natural way. Even early on, there were faint markings on her face. Measurements for something. Her teeth became straighter. Too straight. Sharper. Her cheeks sunk into her skull, folding over one another while she forced a smile. I wanted more. This couldn't be the end. I began searching online profiles that matched her image. I would sit for hours looking through student directories, social media profiles, and missing persons cases. The blue light of my laptop began burning my eyes, but I kept going. I searched for names, numbers, dates, schools, everything. I found nothing. It started consuming me. I stopped eating. I forgot about my family. I forgot about my store. I had to find this girl. I noticed my appearance in the reflection of the shop window. I was paler. My cheeks were sharper, sinking into my face like hers had. I could even see blue veins peeking through my forehead. My eyes seemed deeper into my skull. My body was gray, a familiar gray. It doesn't matter. It was all probably just in my head. I needed to focus on finding her. I was sitting in my room. I stood the old camera on my desk. The blonde wig sat awkwardly on my head. Not perfect, but close enough. My name is... I paused for a moment. What was my name again? I heard a faint call from upstairs. It was my wife. I ignored her. Anyway, I said to the camera. The red recording light blinked almost like it was in sync with my heartbeat. Today was my first day of medical school. On a laminated A4 sheet, there was a logo on the upper corners. Some kind of bird or something similar. But that wasn't what caught my attention the most. What really caught my attention was... God, what a nuisance. There was a hellish amount of text. Are you kidding me? How the hell did they manage to fit so much text into this thing? And here I was thinking Manuel knew how to write small and make use of space when taking surgery notes. Let's see. What does this thing say? In impeccable print, golden and ridiculously large letters headed the document. O Market Family Rules. Omni Market Branch. Night shift. What the hell? Rule number 1. During the night shift, all employees must be inside the facilities before the designated time. 10 p.m. Note: Joel recommends arriving 30 minutes before 10 p.m. What the hell? That is a very curious way of encouraging employees to arrive way earlier than the legal starting time. Rule number... I'm already bored. Yep. I'm definitely not planning to read all that. Could it be that the idiot who hired me gave me this thing as a joke? Because if it was a joke, well, yeah. It was pretty funny. I had to give him that. But if he thought I was going to swallow such an obvious troll and follow all those absurd rules, then the joke was on him. I wasn't going to do it. So I grabbed my bicycle and headed to the supermarket. I ended up arriving 10 minutes before my shift. One of the perks of being obsessed with punctuality, I guess. That means I followed rule number 1. So scary. Jokes aside, I walked through the automatic doors which announced my arrival with a cheerful ding-dong. The store was practically empty. There was only one person. The security guard, a pretty ordinary man. He didn't seem particularly fit, nor was he tall. That was a relief. I wouldn't want to run into someone intimidating. His name tag read, Joel. So this was the famous Joel mentioned in the ridiculous recommendations on the paper. Well, I was glad to know he was just the guard. If I did my job properly, I probably wouldn't have to interact with him much. I don't know why, but I got a bad feeling the moment I saw him. He looked like a jerk. Wait, thinking that about someone I didn't know made me the jerk, didn't it? Whatever. I walked over to him. It's better to know who you'll probably be spending so many hours with several times a week, and to find out whether he was mean or not. Hello, Mr. Joel. How are things going? Normal. By the way, just call me Joel. Right, I almost forgot. They told me your uniform is in the back. The boss's? Yeah, let's say yes. An awkward silence followed. By the way, did you receive this? He pulled out the exact same laminated sheet I had. That thing? Yeah, I thought it was a joke. I folded it and stuffed it in my back pocket. Joel stared at me for a few seconds. Not at all. Read it. Sure. Good. Oh, and one more thing. Yeah? Don't enter or knock on the dairy room door. What? At least not today. Weirdo alert. Okay. Confirmed. The less I talked to this guy, the better. I headed towards the employee area to change. On the way, I couldn't help but notice how empty everything was. I understand it was a medium-sized supermarket, a little far from town. Not some huge hypermarket chain or anything like that. But even so, there were only 2 of us. That made the place feel much bigger than it really was, and also much quieter. It was the kind of silence that makes you think someone is watching you from somewhere. What a creepy feeling. Dang. I hope they're not recording me. I finished changing. A few minutes passed, then a few more, and more. My boredom eventually defeated my discomfort, so I went back to Joel. Quiet night, huh? Pretty much. It's usually like this on the shift. That's a good thing. You should be grateful, like I am. What? The day shift has worse rules. I laughed. Again with that? Do you seriously think those things are real? You don't believe them? He asked, tilting his head and scratching beneath his cap. Of course not. Come on, man. They're just jokes, right? I mean, yeah, I'll admit this all sounds suspiciously similar to those weird internet stories. But that's all they are. Internet stories. Joel remained silent. Could you come with me? Huh? Let's go to aisle 6. Why? Joel seemed to think about it for a few seconds. I can't think of a good reason. Because I'm your boss? He said it like a question. Why the hell did he say it like a question? What a weird guy. Wait, are security guards the bosses of cashiers? I had no idea. But I didn't want to make enemies on my first day. Fine, let's go. Good. We headed to aisle 6. During the walk I confirmed something. Joel was even stranger than I had imagined. It wasn't just because he barely talked. I wasn't exactly sociable either. It was something else. Something difficult to explain. I feel like he's a very apathetic person. Yeah, that was the word. He seemed incapable of caring about anything, as if absolutely everything meant the same to him. Eventually we arrived. Stand here. He positioned me in the middle of the aisle. So, you don't believe in this supermarket's rules, right? Not at all. Come on, don't tell me you do. Obviously not. I'm not an idiot. Oh, here, take this please. He tossed something at me. I caught it on reflex. A teddy bear? Wait, did you call me an idiot? Joel ignored me. He walked over to a shelf and grabbed a package of salt. Joel? He tore it open. Joel? He started pouring the salt onto the floor. He was drawing a circle around me. An uncomfortable knot formed in my stomach. What the hell are you doing? Joel answered without looking at me. Rule number 22. Avoid destroying any stuffed animals, especially the bears in aisle 6, after 10:30. Joel, what the hell? I already know you're an idiot incapable of following instructions. He finished closing the circle. And I also know you're skeptical. His voice remained completely flat, almost bored, while I was trapped in an entirely different world of confusion. But if you value your life even a little, or at least value not dying violently, and if you have a little consideration for me, since I'll be the one cleaning up your guts, you'll stay inside the salt circle. Huh? Then, without giving me any time to process what was happening, Joel pulled out a black knife with a green handle. He shoved it into my free hand and grabbed my wrist. Using my own arm, he drove the blade into the teddy bear's chest. What the hell? Are you crazy? Remember, don't leave the circle. I stepped back. God, I need to request a shift change. I'd quit, but I need the money to pay my student loans. Before I could continue thinking about how much I hated that guy, I heard a crack above my head, a dry sound, slow, like something splitting apart. I looked up. In the spotless white ceiling was a black crack, not black like a shadow, truly black, so black it seemed to devour the light around it. Joel? I think we should report that crack. The crack widened a few more inches. What the hell? The sound changed. It was no longer cracking. It was something wet and viscous. It reminded me of the sound of muscles separating during surgery. But it was coming from the ceiling. How was that possible? A chill ran up my spine from its base to the back of my neck. That didn't look like a crack. It looked like a wound, and it kept opening. More and more and more. until something gave way. The opening tore apart all at once. A cascade of black liquid fell directly onto me. Ugh! The impact made me stumble. But the worst part, the absolute worst part, was the smell. It hit me a moment later. I gagged. It was an unbearable stench, a mixture of sewage, rotting meat, and chemicals. It felt like it was burning my nostrils. Drain water? That was my first thought, but it didn't make sense. There weren't pipes like that up there, right? Then I heard the sound. I froze. What was that groaning sound? Huh? The noise came again, louder. Did it come from above? It came from above, very high above. Slowly, very slowly, I looked up and my brain stopped working. I felt the air leave my lungs. God! The crack was no longer a crack. It was a huge hole, and inside it there was an eye. A gigantic eye. An eye? I took a step back on pure reflex. No. That wasn't an eye. There had to be an explanation. It had to be an illusion. Some effect from the liquid and from not having eaten dinner before coming to work. Yeah, that was it. I just needed to look closer. The supposed sclera wasn't white. It was violet, and the iris? God, the iris looked like it was made of layers of impossible colors. Green, yellow, blue, red, all changing at the same time. Like a defective screen. That wasn't an eye. It couldn't be. But it blinked. I felt my heart stop. The iris moved. Left, right, up, down, and finally, toward me. Several seconds of silence passed before the pupil pulsed, releasing more liquid, and then contracted. Its color changed to a sickly shade, something similar to vomit. The entire surface of the eye began to distort. The colors spun, merged, warped, as if I were looking at something that didn't belong in this world. And then it screamed. It screamed. The sound was so brutal that I felt physical pain. My ears started ringing. What the hell is that thing? I wanted to run, get out of there, escape, but then I remembered Joel's words. Don't leave the circle. My gaze dropped to the floor and I noticed something impossible. The salt remained intact, completely dry. I was soaked. The floor was covered in that black substance, yet the line of salt remained perfect as though the liquid refused to touch it. I didn't have time to think further. The eye screamed again so loudly I thought my eardrums would burst. Something exploded inside the hole. A wet sound. Another wave of liquid poured down from above. I crouched instinctively. The black liquid never reached the circle. The moment it touched the salt, it simply vanished, evaporating as though it had struck an invisible wall. What? A strange man echoed from the ceiling. I looked up, and the eye was gone. Now it was a hand. A massive black hand attached to an arm that disappeared into the darkness of the hole. That thing seemed to be made of layer upon layer of twisted muscles that bled that black liquid whenever they writhed. The hand remained closed for several seconds. Then it began to open. First the pinky finger, and what was beneath the nail made me want to tear my own eyes out. A tongue. A two-colored tongue covered in eyes, covered with hundreds, thousands of tiny eyes. The tongue slithered toward me, dripping purple liquid, but it stopped. Then the ring finger opened. Instead of a nail, there was a pulsing cavity, like some sort of vulva. The rotten stench that came from it was so intense that my eyes watered. The index and middle fingers unfolded next. Both revealed more eyes, the same impossible eyes, spinning, watching, blinking, all at once. And then I saw the thumb. No, I don't want to describe it. Let's just say it was something so obscene and disgusting that I ended up vomiting. I collapsed to my knees. The retching doubled me over. Fortunately, not a single drop landed on the salt. The thing let out another moan, and finally opened its palm. The flesh split apart like a blooming flower. The joints cracked, and a mouth appeared in the center. A gigantic mouth filled with deformed teeth, and in the middle, deep inside, an eye connected to a black mass like the lures of deep-sea fish. For a few seconds we stared at each other. It at me at it. The entire supermarket fell silent, and then it attacked. The mouth lunged forward, like a starving predator. No! I curled into myself, crouching in my own vomit, wailing to feel the teeth tear through me. But it never happened. I opened my eyes. The monstrosity had stopped, barely millimeters away from the salt line, drooling, shaking, desperate, unable to cross it. So, Joel was telling the truth. That thing was actually protecting me. What's happening? I looked around frantically and found Joel. He was sitting there reading a book. Reading a book. Help, Joel, please. Huh? He looked up. Oh, right. He turned a page. I'd forgotten you were there. I wanted to murder him. Seriously, I wanted to murder him. But before I could say anything, Joel sighed, cleared his throat, and shouted with an intensity completely at odds with his apathetic attitude. Oh my god, is that Beyonce? I froze. What? What the hell had he just said? The creature reacted instantly. The shriek it let out was horrifying. It sounded like a crying girl mixed with a pig being slaughtered. Its skin began to bristle. Bulges spread across its entire body. The muscles twisted beneath the surface. The thousands of eyes became bloodshot. Some started crying. Others simply exploded. The creature shuddered and then fled. Its entire arm melted into a bubbling mass. It retreated into the hole and disappeared, sealing the opening as though nothing had happened. The smell left behind was acidic, like laboratory chemicals. I collapsed to the floor, my knees giving out from fear. What the hell was that? Oh, that? Joel had finally stopped reading his stupid book and walked over to where I was. With a lazy movement of his foot, he erased the salt line and extended a hand toward me. Don't worry. I named the eldest one Amara. It seems that thing used to be a teenage girl who was in love with Beyonce. Turns out she was very shy. So that's a good way to scare her off when you screw up. How do you know that? Well, just 'cause. Just 'cause? That's all you're going to tell me? No. Well, yes. Actually, yes. That's all. His attitude made me forget all the fear I felt. My body kept shaking, but not from fear. From anger. I have an overwhelming urge to punch you. Go ahead. I blinked. What? But if you do, I'll take it as a formal acknowledgement that you understand something important. You're not in a normal place, and I don't want to spend overtime cleaning up your remains. Okay? Silence fell between us. You're a weirdo. Obviously. That empty smile returned. How do you think I've survived in this place with all those weird rules? I'm sure that was pretty obvious. Now I'm wondering, are you sure you're not an idiot? I thought about it for a few seconds. Then I sighed. Fine, I get it. It's all real. It's all dangerous. And this place is hell. I accept all of that. I just want to punch that empty smile off your face. Correct. Can I hit you now? Okie dokie. Joel spread his arms as though he were expecting a hug and closed his eyes. His expression said, "Give me your best shot." Curiously, at that moment, I was more annoyed with him than frightened by the infernal abomination that had almost devoured me because of him. So I threw the best right hook of my life. And I have to admit, it felt pretty good.
Perfect.
Joel rubbed his cheek. Your shift starts tomorrow, partner. Don't be late. You know, this time it's not just the usual motivational phrase. You really can't be late. Not even one day. For a second, I thought I saw something move between the lights. I swallowed hard. I ran a hand over my face, still covered in that black substance. I think I already regret accepting this job.
I don't know how to start this. I've been staring at my screen for 20 minutes trying to figure out where exactly things went wrong. Maybe it started the night of the accident. Maybe it started before that. I honestly don't know anymore. My name doesn't matter. What matters is that 3 months ago, I had a perfect life. Sarah and I had been married for 6 years. 6 quiet, boring, beautiful years. We lived in a small house in Denton Street. She worked at a school. I worked from home doing accounting stuff. We had a cat named Biscuit. We watched movies on Friday nights. We argued about who left the kitchen light on. Normal. Everything was so normal. Then came October 14th. I was driving home from my cousin's place around 11 p.m. Rain was coming down heavy that night. I remember the wipers going like crazy and the road looking like a black mirror. I don't remember the exact moment it happened. 1 second I was driving. Next second, a flash of white light. A sound like the world cracking open. And then nothing. I woke up in the hospital. Sarah was sitting right beside me, holding my hand so tight her knuckles were white. She had clearly been crying for hours. Her mascara was all the way down her cheeks. "You're okay," she kept saying. "You're okay. You're okay." I had a cracked rib, a gash on my forehead, and a concussion. The doctor said I was lucky to be alive. A truck had drifted into my lane. The car was totaled. I spent 2 days in the hospital. Sarah stayed both nights, sleeping in that horrible chair beside my bed. She was the most caring person I had ever known, and I loved her more in those 2 days than I ever had before. Things felt normal when I got home. For about a week, the first thing I noticed was the smell. Sarah always smelled like this vanilla body lotion. She'd been using it since before we even got married. It was one of those small things I loved about her. Whenever she walked into a room, there was this soft, warm smell. About a week after I came home from the hospital, she walked past me in the hallway and I smelled something else. Something cold, like wet earth. Like a basement that hadn't been opened in years. I didn't say anything. I thought maybe it was something she'd picked up outside. Maybe from the garden. I let it go. But it kept happening. The second thing was the way she slept. I've slept next to Sarah for 6 years. I know how she sleeps. She always curls up on her left side facing away from me, with one hand tucked under the pillow. Always, without fail. About 10 days after the accident, I woke up at 2 a.m. for no reason. Sarah was lying flat on her back, completely straight, arms at her sides, eyes closed. She wasn't snoring, she wasn't shifting, she wasn't doing anything. She looked like she was laid out in a coffin. I told myself people sleep in weird positions sometimes. I rolled over and closed my eyes, but the next night, I woke up at 2 a.m. again. Same position, flat, still, arms down. I put my hand near her mouth to feel if she was breathing. She was, but just barely. Tiny little shallow breaths. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I want to say something here because I know how this sounds. I was not going crazy. I had no history of mental illness. Yes, I had a concussion, but the doctors had cleared me completely. I was not imagining things. I know what I saw. The third thing was the photographs. Sarah loved photos. Our house is full of them. Framed pictures on every wall. Our wedding, our holidays, random Tuesday afternoons she found beautiful enough to capture. She's always been like that. One evening I was dusting the shelves in the living room and I stopped in front of our wedding photo. It's a big one, right above the fireplace. The two of us outside the church, me in my gray suit, her in her white dress, laughing at something one of the guests had said. I looked at it for a long time, then I felt my stomach drop. In the photo, my arm is around Sarah's shoulder. Her hand is up near her face, laughing. Everything normal. Except, Sarah's shadow on the ground behind her was pointing in the wrong direction. My shadow stretched behind me away from the sun. Normal. Her shadow pointed toward the sun, toward the light. Shadows don't do that. Shadows can't do that. I took the photo off the wall. I stared at it for a long time under the kitchen light. I told myself it was a camera trick. A lighting thing. Something with the way the photo was printed. I put it back on the wall and I never looked at it again directly. But sometimes from across the room, I could feel it. Like it was wrong in a way I couldn't explain with words. I started watching her. Not in a crazy way, just paying attention. She never ate much. I noticed that. She used to love food. She could finish a whole pizza by herself on bad days. Now she moved food around her plate. She drank water, but I never once saw her actually swallow a bite. She stopped going to bed before me. She used to fall asleep on the couch by 10 p.m. Now she sat in the chair in the corner of the bedroom just waiting until I got into bed. Then she would lie down. Her phone? Sarah used to be on her phone constantly, texting her sister, scrolling through cooking videos. One day I picked up her phone while she was in the shower. No messages, no call history, no app usage. Like the phone had never been touched. I called her sister, Mira, from my work phone. "Hey," I said, trying to sound casual. "How are you? Have you talked to Sarah lately?" There was a pause on the other end. "What do you mean?" Mira said slowly. "I just mean recently, like this week." Another pause, longer this time. "Are you okay?" Mira asked. Her voice sounded strange, tight. "I'm fine, why?" "Sarah hasn't..." She stopped. "Can you come over? Can you come here right now?" I told Sarah I was going to the pharmacy. She smiled at me from the couch, that warm smile I had fallen in love with. "Don't be long," she said. Mira opened the door before I even knocked. Her eyes were red. She looked like she hadn't slept. She sat me down at her kitchen table, and she put her hands flat on the table and she looked at me. "She's been calling me," she said. "Every day. Twice a day sometimes." I stared at her. "Okay." "She's been calling me from a number I don't recognize. Not her number." Mira's voice was barely above a whisper now. "She keeps saying the same thing every time." I didn't want to ask. I asked anyway. "What does she say?" Mira's eyes filled with tears. "She says he survived the accident, but I didn't. Please tell him I love him. Please tell him to look at who came home." I drove home in a state I cannot describe. I walked through the front door. The woman on the couch looked up and smiled at me. "You're back," she said. I looked at her face, the same eyes, the same smile I had kissed 1,000 times. "Who are you?" I whispered. She tilted her head slightly like she was confused by the question. Then she smiled again, wider this time. "I'm your wife," she said softly. And somewhere in the house I heard Biscuit, our cat, let out a long and terrible scream from under the bed. He had been hiding there for weeks. He never hid from Sarah, not once in 6 years. I'm writing this from Mira's house. I haven't gone back. The thing in my house still calls me, from Sarah's number, every night at 2 a.m. I never answer. But last night it left a voicemail. I played it this morning with shaking hands. It was Sarah's voice. My real Sarah's voice, crying. She said only 4 words. Don't let it stay. I don't know what came home with me from that accident, but it's still in my house, sleeping in my bed, feeding my cat who screams every time it comes near, and I don't know how to make it leave. If anyone has experienced anything like this, please, I need help. I will try to update when I can. Please stay safe. Hug the people you love, and if something feels wrong, even something small, even something you can't explain, trust that feeling. Trust it.
My husband is the perfect man. Every woman I know has told me so. I just found out why. We met 3 years ago. He was everything. Attentive, funny, remembered the name of my childhood dog on the second date. My friends were almost annoyed at how good he was. Nobody's that perfect. My best friend Kara said. I laughed. I should have listened. The wedding was beautiful. The house came next. A Victorian fixer-upper in a small town 2 hours from the city. His idea. We need space, he said. Away from all the noise. I agreed. I was in love. I would have agreed to anything. The first year was good. He cooked, he cleaned, he left notes on my pillow. He planned surprise trips. He never raised his voice. He never forgot an anniversary or a birthday or a random Tuesday he declared us day. My mother adored him. My coworkers envied him. Kara stopped warning me and started saying she wished she could find someone like him. I noticed the first thing about 6 months ago. It was small. So small I almost didn't register it. He was chopping vegetables and I saw him switch the knife from his right hand to his left. I said something like, I didn't know you were ambidextrous. He smiled and said, I'm full of surprises. I let it go. But I'd known him for 2.5 years at that point. I'd watched him write, eat, drive, throw a football, open jars, brush his teeth. He was right-handed. He had always been right-handed. Now he was left-handed. Like a switch had flipped. I started watching. His handwriting changed. Not dramatically. The slant was slightly different. The pressure was lighter. If you weren't looking for it, you'd never notice. I was looking. He started sleeping on the other side of the bed. He started taking his coffee black instead of with cream. He started humming songs I'd never heard him hum before. Old songs. Songs from before he was born. Small things. Tiny things. A dozen tiny things that each meant nothing on their own. I asked him about the coffee one morning. Since when do you drink it black? He looked at me with this expression I'd never seen before. Not anger, not confusion. Something else. Something circulating. Like I'd asked a question he'd been expecting, and he was deciding which answer to use. Trying something new, he said. New year, new me. It was June. I started keeping notes in a private document on my phone. A list of changes. The handedness, the handwriting, the coffee, the sleeping position, the humming. I added to it every time I noticed something. By August, the list had 47 entries. 47. I know what the number means now, but I didn't then. The dog knew first. We have a golden retriever named Gus. I've had him since before I met my husband. Gus loved him from day one. Would sleep at his feet, would bring him toys, would whine when he left for work. Around the time I started my list, Gus had stopped doing any of that. He wouldn't enter the same room as my husband. He'd freeze in doorways, he'd growl in his throat, a sound I'd never heard him make. At night he'd press himself against my side of the bed and stare at the bedroom door. All night, every night. My husband said Gus was getting old. Dogs get weird in their senior years, he said. Gus is 4. Last month I woke up at 3 a.m. and my husband wasn't in bed. I found him in the basement. He was standing in the dark facing the wall completely still. Not moving, not speaking, just standing there like someone had paused him. I said his name. He turned around and his face was wrong. For just a second, less than a second, his features were slightly off. The eyes a little too far apart, the mouth a little too wide, like someone wearing a mask that had slipped. Then it was gone and he was my husband again. Smiling. Couldn't sleep? He said. Came down here to think. He kissed my forehead and went back to bed. I stood in the basement for 10 minutes after he left, trying to convince myself I'd imagined it, trying to unsee what I'd seen. I couldn't. That night, I added entry 48 to my list. Face slipped. The next morning, I called Kara. I hadn't talked to her in months. He'd slowly separated me from everyone. Not dramatically, not with rules or demands, just with suggestions. Kara's kind of negative, don't you think? Your mom stresses you out. Maybe we skip this visit. Your coworkers don't respect you. You should look for something remote. One thread at a time until I was alone in a Victorian house 2 hours from anyone I knew. Kara didn't answer. I tried my mom. No answer. I tried 3 other friends. Nothing. I checked my texts, my calls, my emails. I'd been reaching out. I had the sent messages to prove it. But nobody had responded in weeks. I checked my husband's phone while he was in the shower. I found a blocked numbers list. Kara, my mom, my dad, my brother, every friend I'd ever had, every coworker I'd ever mentioned. Blocked. Not on my phone, on his. He'd been intercepting. He'd been responding to them as me, telling them I needed space, telling them I was going through something, telling them not to contact me. There were hundreds of messages, months of them. He'd been both of us, the perfect husband and the wife who was pushing everyone away, building a cage out of my own voice. I didn't confront him. I pretended everything was normal. I smiled at dinner. I kissed him goodnight. I waited until he was asleep and then I went to the basement. I don't know what made me look behind the water heater. Some instinct, some part of my brain that had been putting pieces together while the rest of me was playing wife. There was a door. Not a real door. A hole in the wall covered by a piece of drywall that had been cut to fit. Behind it was a space. A small room, maybe 6 feet by 4 feet. Concrete floor, no windows. A single light bulb hanging from a wire. And on the floor was a phone. My phone. My old phone. The one I'd lost at the airport 6 months ago. He'd helped me look for it. He'd been so concerned. He'd bought me a replacement the next day. The phone was still on. It was plugged into a charger that ran through the wall. The screen showed a messaging app, open to a conversation with someone named Collector. The last message was from 3 hours ago. Specimen 47 is fully integrated. Subject has not detected the transition. Recommend proceeding to harvest phase. Estimated yield, 94% compatibility. Previous specimens, 46. Success rate, 100%. Above that were photos. Dozens of photos. All of women. All taken without their knowledge. Sleeping, showering, reading, crying. Living their lives while something documented them. One of the photos was of me, from last night, asleep in my bed, taken from the doorway of my bedroom. I scrolled up. The conversation went back years. There were 46 previous specimens. Each one had a name. Each one had photos. Each one had a final message. Harvest complete. Specimen number processed. Replacement deployed. I looked up the names. My hands were shaking so hard I could barely type. Every single one was a missing woman. Different states, different years, all unsolved. All last seen with a boyfriend or husband who was described by everyone as the perfect man. I heard footsteps above me. He was awake. I'm in the bathroom now. The door is locked. He's knocking, softly, patiently. The way he does everything. Babe, come out. Let's talk about this. His voice is exactly right. Exactly the voice I fell in love with. Warm, concerned, loving. But I can hear something underneath it now. Something I never noticed before. A second voice. Quieter behind the first one. Like two people speaking at the same time, but one of them is farther away. Babe, I'm not going to hurt you. You know me. You know I'd never hurt you. The door handle is turning. Slowly. The lock is holding, but I don't know for how long. I'm posting this because I need someone to know. If you're reading this and you're in a relationship with a man who's perfect, too perfect, if he remembers everything, if he never gets angry, if he's slowly separated you from everyone you used to know, if your dog won't look at him, if you've noticed small things that don't add up, check his phone, check the basement, check behind the water heater, and count the changes. If you've noticed exactly 47 of them, run. We were 4 days into a week-long camping trip in the Chuska Mountains when Danny first heard it. I want to be clear about something before I get into this. Danny is not the kind of person who spooks easily. He grew up in rural New Mexico. He's been hunting since he was 9. He's the guy who stays calm when everyone else is panicking. The guy you want next to you when things go wrong. When Danny says something scared him, you listen. We were sitting around the fire, me, Danny, his girlfriend Priya, and our friend Marcus, when Danny went quiet in the middle of a sentence. Just stopped talking and stared out past the tree line. What? Marcus said. Did you hear that? We listened. Wind in the pines, the fire crackling. Nothing else. Hear what? Priya said. Danny shook his head slowly. Probably nothing. But he didn't look like it was nothing. He looked like a man doing math in his head and not liking the answer. We were all in our late 20s. The trip was Marcus's idea. He'd been going through a rough divorce and needed to get out of the city. And we'd all agreed that a week off the grid was exactly what everyone needed. No cell service, no internet, nothing but mountains and trees and the kind of silence that cleans you out. The Chuskas sit on the Navajo Nation. Danny has Dinah ancestry on his mother's side, which is part of why he suggested the specific location. He knows the land. He respects it in a way that the rest of us, raised on concrete and convenience, don't entirely understand but try to follow his lead on. He had one rule when we arrived. Don't be loud after dark. Don't draw attention. We thought he meant bears. The second night was when I heard it. We'd gone to bed around 10. I was in the tent I was sharing with Marcus, almost asleep when it drifted in from somewhere out in the dark. A voice. Human. Distant. Help me. I sat up. Help me. I unzipped the tent before I'd fully thought it through. Danny was already outside, standing perfectly still, facing the trees. He'd clearly been awake. Someone's out there, I said. We have to. No. His voice was flat, final. Danny, someone is... Keep your voice down. He turned to look at me and his expression stopped me cold. I have known Danny for 11 years. I have never seen him look like that. Get back in the tent. Don't make any noise. Don't use your flashlight. There's someone out there asking for help. No, he said very quietly. There isn't. I stood there for a moment listening. The voice came again from a slightly different direction than before. Help me. Something was wrong with it. I couldn't name it at first. It was clearly a human voice. The right pitch, the right cadence, 2 recognizable English words. But there was something underneath it that made my spine go cold. Something about the way it landed, like a recording of the words rather than someone actually saying them. like something that had heard the words and was producing the sounds without understanding what they meant. I got back in the tent. I didn't sleep. In the morning, Danny explained. Not everything. I don't think he was willing to say everything, but enough. He told us about the Yi Naldalushi, what outsiders call skinwalkers. He told us they were real, that his grandmother had told him about them since he was small, that there were things in these mountains that were not what they appeared to be. Marcus laughed. Not meanly, more nervously. You're telling me a skinwalker was outside our camp last night? I'm telling you something was, Danny said. And I'm telling you that if you had gone out there, it would have been very bad. How do you know it wasn't just someone who needed help? Danny looked at him for a long moment, because of what it was saying. He let that sit. Then he said, these things, they learn sounds. They mimic what they hear. They're not like animals that learn calls. They specifically learn human sounds. He paused. Think about what sounds a human makes when one of these things finds them. The fire popped. Help me, Priya said quietly. She'd gone pale. Danny nodded. That's what it knows. That's what it's heard, over and over for a long time. He looked out at the trees. That's the only reason it says it. Nobody spoke for a while. Marcus, to his credit, did not laugh again. We should have left that morning. I want to be honest about that. We had enough information to make the right call and we didn't make it. And what happened next is partly on us for that reason. Danny wanted to go. Priya wanted to go. Marcus and I convinced them to stay. One more day, we said. We'd be careful. We'd be quiet. We wouldn't go out after dark. I think we both still hadn't fully accepted what Danny was telling us. Not really. It's one thing to hear something wrong in the dark and feel afraid. It's another thing in the daylight, with the fire going and coffee in your hand, to truly believe that something inhuman spent the night circling your camp. We stayed. The third night, it got closer. I know this because I could hear it moving, not in an animal way. Animals have a logic to how they move through underbrush, a pattern that makes sense. This was different. It would be still for a long time, and then it would be somewhere else, with no sound of transition, as though it had decided to be in a different place and simply was. Help me. Closer now, maybe 40 feet from the tent. Help me. 30. I was lying completely still with my eyes open in the dark, listening to Marcus breathe beside me, when I became aware of something that made every hair on my body stand up at once. The voice was coming from two directions. Not alternating, simultaneously. Two voices, identical, both sang the same words, slightly out of sync with each other. Help me. Help me. I grabbed Marcus's arm. He was already awake. Neither of us moved. It stayed outside the tent for what felt like an hour. Probably wasn't. Probably 15 minutes at most, but time moves differently when you are lying still in the dark, trying not to breathe too loud, listening to something that learned its only words from dying people circle your tent in the dark. Then it was gone. Not gradually, just gone. We left before dawn. Danny had us packed and moving while it was still dark, which felt wrong. I wanted light. I wanted to be able to see, but he said movement was safer than anything. He let us out with one small flashlight, keeping the beam low, and none of us spoke the entire 2-mile walk to the trailhead. We were almost to the cars when Priya grabbed Danny's arm. At the edge of the tree line, maybe 60 feet away, something was standing in the pre-dawn gray. It was tall. Too tall. The proportions were almost human, but not quite. The limbs a little too long, the head sitting at a slight angle on the neck, like something that had learned the shape of a person from a description rather than observation. It was still. It was watching us. Danny kept walking. Slow, steady. He didn't look at it directly. He said quietly, without turning his head, "Don't look at it. Don't stop walking. Get in the cars." I looked anyway. I wish I hadn't, because in the moment before I forced my eyes away, it moved. Not toward us, just shifted its weight. A small adjustment, and I heard it very softly from across the 60 feet of gray morning air. "Help me." And the thing that will stay with me, the thing I can't stop thinking about even now, weeks later, safe in my apartment with the lights on, it sounded hopeful. Like something that had been saying those words for a very long time, to many people, in many situations, and had learned that the words worked, had learned that those words made people come closer. We've talked about it since, the four of us. Danny more than anyone. He told me something a few days after we got back, when we were alone, that he hadn't said in front of the others. He said his grandmother told him that the reason they learn those words, specifically those words, is because of frequency. They learn what they hear most often, and what they hear most often from humans, in the specific situations where they encounter humans, is a person at the end of their options. A person realizing in the last moments before the end that they need someone to come. Help me. He said his grandmother told him the worst part isn't that they say it. The worst part is that at some point in the very beginning, a very long time ago, one of them heard it for the first time and came closer to see what it meant and learned. I don't go camping anymore, and sometimes late at night when I'm most of the way asleep and the apartment is quiet, I think about that thing standing at the tree line in the gray morning light. I think about how still it was. I think about how long it must have been doing this, how many camps it had circled, how many people had heard those two words drift out of the dark and made the same mistake of going toward them. I think about how it sounded hopeful. And I turn on the lights, and I wait for morning. I want to start by saying my daughter is a completely normal kid. She's 4. She draws horses that look like lumpy clouds. She asks why the sky is blue at least 3 times a week, even though we've answered it. And her current thing is stickers. She puts them on everything. I found one on the bathroom mirror this morning. She is not a weird child. She is not an anxious child. She does not watch things she isn't supposed to watch. I want all of that on the record before I tell you what happened. She was at the kitchen table when I came downstairs. She does this every morning. She gets herself set up with a piece of paper and her crayon box before anyone else is even awake. I'm used to walking down to find her mid-drawing, totally focused, not even noticing I'm there. I made coffee. She slid a piece of paper across the table at me without looking up. It was our house. She draws it the same every time. Same boxy shape, same lopsided chimney in the corner that she's weirdly proud of. Our family lined up in front of it in a row. Stick figures with her little scribbled attempt at our names floating above each head. I counted the figures. 6. I have 3 kids. My wife and I make 5. I counted again. Still 6. The extra figure was at the back, half tucked behind the house like it was leaning out from behind the wall. It was taller than all the others. She'd drawn it in black crayon and pressed down hard enough that the paper had torn slightly along some of the lines. She hadn't put a name above it. I sat down across from her. "Hey," I said. "Who's this one?" She didn't look up from what she was working on. "That's the one who watches from the yard," she said. I kept my voice even. "What do you mean, watches from the yard?" "At night," she said, like it was obvious. "When you turn the lights off, she stands out in the yard and watches the windows." I asked her what the figure looked like. "She," I said, because my daughter had said she without hesitating. My daughter looked up at me then. She does this thing when she thinks you're being slow about something, where she tilts her head a little to the side. She looks like Mom, she said, but her eyes are wrong. I picked up the drawing and went upstairs. My wife was still in bed. I sat on the edge and handed her the picture without saying anything. I watched her look at it, watched her face. She went quiet in a way that wasn't normal quiet. I had a dream last week, she said, her voice slower than usual. I was standing in the backyard. It was nighttime. I was looking up at the house, at the windows, looking in at all of you. She stopped for a second. I don't think it was a dream. We haven't said anything to the kids. I've been checking the locks at night. I don't know what else to do with this. I don't know how my 4-year-old knew what my wife dreamed, or whether she did know somehow, or whether there's something else going on that I don't want to think about too hard. The drawing is still on the kitchen table. I haven't moved it. I don't really want to touch it again. My name is Thomas. I'm 34. I live in a 1-bedroom flat on the edge of the city, and I've spent the last 9 years processing claims at Sentinel Insurance. Cubicle 14B, 4th floor. The beige carpet still smells faintly of burnt coffee, no matter how many times they clean it. The job is exactly as exciting as it sounds. I scan forms, check boxes, forward to compliance. I wear the same gray trousers every Monday. I eat the same limp ham sandwich at 12:13, even though the bread gets stuck to the roof of my mouth. The clock above the break room sink runs 3 minutes fast, and we've all silently agreed never to mention it. Nothing ever changed. That was the comfort. Until last Tuesday. I arrived at 8:47 like always, nodded at Petra from accounting. She never nods back, and dropped into my chair. My monitor was already on. Someone must have logged me in already. On the screen was a new email, new subject, sender, compliance.sentinel. Effective immediately. All employees will now report their dreams to the 7th floor. Failure to comply will result in retroactive non-existence. Thank you for your continued cooperation. I laughed once, a short, ugly bark that made the guy in 14C glance over. I deleted it, checked trash, sent items, server log, gone. Fine. Corporate spam gets weirder every quarter. At 9:15, the printer in the corner started spitting paper. Not forms, blank sheets. Hundreds. Maybe 1,000. Each one had a single line typed in the exact font we use for policies. You already dreamed this. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I dropped half the stack and had to crawl under the desk, smelling that old carpet mixed with something sour, like the inside of my gym bag after I stopped going. I fed them into the shredder. It made a wet chewing sound, then died from a soft pop. When I sat back down, the email was back. Subject now, Thomas L. Dream report due. I didn't tell anyone. What would I even say? The building is gaslighting me? Petra was staring at her screen with her usual dead expression, but her hands weren't moving, just resting there, like she'd forgotten fingers had a purpose. By lunch, the absurdity had settled in my chest like a second, heavier heartbeat. I took the elevator to the 7th floor. The button hadn't existed yesterday. Now it glowed a soft, embarrassed red, like it knew it shouldn't be there. The doors opened onto a hallway that looked exactly like mine, except the carpet was soaked. Not damp, but wet. My shoes made this pathetic squelching sound with every step. I stood there for a weirdly long time. It reminded me of stepping in dog crap on the way to my dad's funeral, and then sitting through the whole service smelling like it while everyone hugged me. At the far end was one door, golden plaque, Dream compliance. I knocked. No answer. I tried the handle. It turned, and I stepped into my own cubicle. Same coffee stain, same photo of my ex-wife I keep forgetting to throw away. Only I was already sitting there. The other me looked up, smiling the way I smile when I'm pretending everything is fine, and said, "You are late with your report." I bolted, heart hammering, breathing loud in my own ears, shoes squelching all the way back to the elevator. The hallway walls started to look soft, like they might cave in. Then suddenly I was back on 4, standing in front of the printer. It was printing my childhood bedroom, one sheet at a time, blue wallpaper with sailboats, the crack in the ceiling, the stupid nightlight I was ashamed to still need at 9. I just stood there watching the pages come out. For a long time, didn't move, didn't speak, just let the warm paper pile up against my shoes. That night I didn't sleep. I sat on my balcony smoking the last 3 cigarettes I swore I'd quit, crying a little but mostly just staring while the city lights blinked in perfect unison, like they were all breathing together. I kept thinking about how my ex said I lived like a ghost who was scared of his own apartment. She was probably right. Wednesday, everything got worse. Every meeting now had an extra chair. No one sat in it, but the chair was always warm. During the 10 a.m. sync, my boss, Mr. Heller, announced that quarterly targets were adjusted upward by 300%. He said it while staring at the empty chair like it was taking notes. Then, without turning his head, he asked me, "Have you filed your non-existence paperwork yet, Thomas?" I laughed. He didn't. At 14:30, the lights dimmed until the whole office looked bruised. The air tasted metallic. I walked to the window and pressed my forehead against the glass for what felt like forever, just breathing fog onto it and wiping it away again and again. Down below, the trams glided in total silence. No tracks, no effort. That's when I felt it. Not a presence exactly, more like the negative space where a presence should be. The office itself had noticed I was still here. Every time I tried to name it, entity, hallucination, breakdown, the thought got gently crossed out and replaced with the next item on my to-do list, like it was erasing my own thoughts. I went back to my desk and typed this dream report with shaking fingers, full of typos I didn't bother fixing. I dreamed the universe was a filing cabinet. One drawer was stuck. Inside it was me, still trying to close it, while my ex yelled at me, and the whole thing smelled like burnt coffee and dog crap. I hit send. The reply came instantly. Approved. Please report to the 7th floor for processing. Now the entire floor was empty. Not abandoned, but erased. Cubicles still there, but all the personal touches gone. No photos, no plants, no half-eaten protein bars. Just perfect, humming nothing. I took the elevator again. This time the button for floor 7 was the only one that worked. The door opened into my childhood bedroom, wallpaper and all. The crack in the ceiling had become a river of stars. The night light was a black sun that somehow still glowed. The other me was waiting on the bed, legs crossed, holding a single sheet of paper. "You're the last one," he said. His voice was mine, but older. The rest filed their non-existence weeks ago. They're happier now. No more sandwiches, no more clocks. I sat down beside him. The mattress didn't sink. "What happens if I don't file?" I asked. He shrugged like it was normal. "Then you keep rolling. Forever. Conscious, aware. The only employee who still shows up." I looked at the paper in my hands. It was blank except for my signature. Already there. Already dry. Outside the window, somehow both my childhood window and the 4th floor office window at once. The city kept breathing. Lights in perfect sync. Trams without tracks. I took the paper, folded it once, and put it in my pocket next to the cigarettes I no longer needed, and I walked out. The elevator is still going down. I can hear it humming. I haven't decided yet whether I'll get off on 4, or keep riding until the doors open onto whatever comes after non-existence. Either way, the report is filed. See you at the 10 a.m. sync.
I got the security cameras for my 40th birthday. My wife said it was a stupid gift. She said we lived in a safe neighborhood. She said I was being paranoid. She was right, but I installed them anyway. The cameras cover the front door, the driveway, and the backyard. I check the footage every morning while I drink my coffee. It's become a routine, a habit. I don't even think about it anymore. I notice the figure on day 12. The backyard camera catches the whole yard. Fence on both sides. A small shed in the corner. Woods behind the fence. The footage from 3:11 a.m. showed something standing near the shed. I paused it, zoomed in. It was tall, thin, dark, just standing there, not moving. I stared at it for a long time. It didn't move in the footage. It didn't move on the live feed when I pulled that up either. I checked the footage from the night before. Same spot, same time, same figure. I checked the night before that. Same thing. I checked the entire week. Every night at 3:11 a.m., the figure appeared. It would stand near the shed until 4:03 a.m. Then it would disappear between frames. 1 second there, the next second gone. I didn't tell my wife. I told myself I was being paranoid. I told myself it was a trick of the light, a reflection, a tree branch. I told myself a lot of things. I started staying up. I'd sit in the dark living room with my laptop open, watching the live feed. Every night at 3:11 a.m., the figure would appear, just standing there, not moving, not looking at the house, just present. I started noticing things about it. It was always facing the same direction, not toward the house, toward the fence, toward the woods behind the yard. I wondered what it was looking at. I checked the footage from the other cameras, the front door, the driveway. The figure never appeared on those, just the backyard, just near the shed, just facing the woods. I asked my neighbor about it. He's lived next door for 20 years. He said he'd never seen anything unusual. He said the woods had always been quiet. He said it with a look on his face that made me think he was lying. I asked my wife if she'd ever noticed anything in the backyard at night. She said I was spending too much time on those cameras. She said I needed to relax. She said it with a tone that made me stop asking. I didn't stop watching. I started marking the dates. Every night it appeared. Every night it faced the woods. Then I started noticing the changes. Small at first. Almost unnoticeable. On night 23, it was a foot closer to the fence. On night 27, its head was slightly tilted, like it was listening. On night 31, its arms were stretched towards the woods. Both of them. Fingers extended, almost reaching. On night 39, it was standing at the fence line, right up against it, still facing the woods. I took a walk out there one afternoon. The woods were quiet, too quiet. No birds, no animals, just the sound of my own footsteps. I walked for about 20 minutes before I turned back. I didn't go into the woods again. The figure kept appearing, every night, different positions, different postures, but always facing the same direction, always facing the tree. Then last night, I checked the footage. 3:11 a.m. The backyard was empty. I scrolled back. The figure had appeared at 3:11 a.m. as usual, but at 3:41 a.m., it had turned. For the first time in all the footage I'd watched, it had turned. It looked toward the house, then it disappeared between frames. It never came back. I stayed up until morning. I watched the live feed. Nothing. I spent 3 hours staring at the footage from the night before. Then I noticed something I should have seen weeks ago. The figure never once looked at the house. Not even when the porch light came on. Not even when I walked into the yard one night, stupidly brave, and stood 20 feet from it. Not even when I shouted at it. Whatever it was watching wasn't here. I don't know why it left. I don't know what made it turn. I told myself it was a good thing. It was gone. The thing that had been standing in my backyard every night was finally gone. I should be relieved. I'm not relieved. I woke up this morning and checked the footage from last night. Something was standing near the shed, facing the house, standing exactly where the other one used to stand. The first creature is gone. Something else took its place, and now it's looking directly at the room I'm sitting in. I rewound the video to see when it appeared. It was there at 3:11 a.m., but it started moving at 3:47 a.m. One step toward the house. Then another at 3:48. Another at 3:49. I kept watching. The camera never showed it reach the house. It just disappeared between frames. I checked the front door camera. Nothing. The driveway cam. Nothing. Then I checked the backyard feed again. The shed was empty. The yard was empty. But something was standing directly in front of the camera, close enough that all I could see was a dark shape, looking into the lens, looking past it, looking at me. And for the first time since I bought these cameras, the image wasn't recorded footage. It was live.
My therapist wants me to write it down. She's been patient about it, more patient than I deserve, but last week she said that sometimes the story needs somewhere to live outside of you, and that maybe I should find it a place. I don't think she means Reddit, but I've tried talking about it, and I've tried writing it in a journal that sits on my nightstand, and I've tried just letting it be quiet inside me, and none of that has worked, so here we are. I want to be clear about something before we start. The police have everything. Once I could write it down, I wrote it down, and they have all of it. This isn't about that. This is for me, and maybe for my therapist, if she ever goes looking. My name is Frank. I have a stutter. I've had it since I was 5 years old, and I will probably have it until I die. And for most of my life, I have treated that fact like a verdict. Like something a jury handed down about who I am and what I'm worth. I know that's not healthy. My therapist has a lot to say about it, but knowing something isn't healthy and being able to stop doing it are two different things. And anyone who stutters will tell you the same. Rob and Stephanie were the first friends I'd had who just waited. Not in a performative, look how patient I am way. They just waited. The way you wait for a sentence to finish. Because that's what it was. A sentence finishing. They'd been my people since sophomore year, and on the Friday this happened, we had a plan. I was going to get dropped home, tell my dad I was going to Rob's for the weekend, pack a bag, and be back out the door before anything could go wrong. Rob had a new game. Stephanie was already there. It was the kind of plan that felt airtight at 16. There was one problem. I'd gotten a C- on my chemistry exam that morning, and my dad hadn't seen it yet. It wasn't a catastrophic grade. My dad wasn't a catastrophic man, but he cared about school in the specific, tired way that parents who worked hard and didn't go to college care about school. And I knew that if he saw it before I left, the weekend would become a conversation, and the conversation would become a negotiation. And I'd end up at home all weekend, staring at a chemistry textbook while Rob and Stephanie sent me screenshots of the game without me. So I was nervous. That's the context. I was a 16-year-old kid, nervous about a bad grade, which is the most ordinary thing in the world, and I want you to hold on to that because everything that comes after is easier to understand if you remember that's where I started. Rob pressed something into my palm before I left their house. Small, white. Cyclobenzaprine, he said. Like he'd practiced the word. My mom's, for her back. It just takes the edge off, Frank. You'll stop clenching. Stephanie was leaning against the doorframe with her arms crossed, watching me look at it. You've been wound up since third period, she said. Just take it. It's not a big deal. I looked at the pill for a moment, then I put it on my tongue, picked up my bag, and at the door turned back. I'll see you guys tomorrow, I said. Rob pointed at me. Text when you're on your way. I nodded and went to meet my dad. He had the radio on low. Country, which I didn't love. But I'd learned to think of it as his music the same way he'd learned to think of my silence as normal. We pulled out of Rob's neighborhood, and the streetlights started coming, one after another, sliding across the windshield in a rhythm that was almost nice. And I noticed something. I felt easy, not tired, not foggy, just easy. Like someone had turned down a dial I'd forgotten was always turned up. The tight thing I carried in my chest and my throat and my jaw, the thing I'd stopped noticing because it was always there, was quieter than usual. I took a breath just to feel how far down it went. My dad asked about Rob's mom, whether her back was better. I told him I thought so. He asked if Stephanie was the girl from the soccer team, and I said no. Different Stephanie. And he nodded like he was filing that away. Then he asked what we were planning to do all weekend, and I said we were going to play video games mostly. And he made the face he always made about video games. And I said Rob just got this new one. It's supposed to have a really good story. Apparently it won a bunch of awards. And I heard myself say the whole sentence and I realized I hadn't blocked once. My dad glanced over at me. He didn't say anything. He just looked at me for a second with this expression I didn't have a name for. Something quiet and sideways. Almost a grin, but smaller than that. Then he looked back at the road. I know what it was now. It was just a father watching his kid talk. Easy and unguarded. And being glad about it. At the time, I felt something shift in my chest. Not pride exactly. More like relief. That I had been given a glimpse of something I didn't usually get to have. And I looked out the window and let myself feel it without analyzing it. We were almost home. The chemistry exam sat in my backpack and I thought about it distantly. The way you think about something you've decided not to deal with yet. He hadn't asked. Maybe he wouldn't. Maybe we'd just have this. The radio and the streetlights and that small moment. And I'd be at Rob's by 9. Those friends of yours, my dad said. He tapped his fingers on the wheel once. They good kids? Yeah, I said. They look out for me. He was quiet for a moment. Good, he said. That's good, Frank. He pulled up to the house. He reached for the door handle. The crash from inside was heavy enough that I felt it in my seat. My dad moved fast. Faster than I'd ever seen him move. Already reaching for the knob before I'd fully processed the sound. I was still sitting there with my seatbelt when the door opened and the shots came. 3 of them. He dropped. I don't remember getting out of the car. I remember being on the porch. I remember the man inside looking at me with pure surprise. Not guilt. Just the surprise of someone who hadn't known there was a passenger. And then he was gone. Through the back somewhere. And it was just me and my dad and the porch light humming. I got down next to him. I pressed my hands against him the way you're supposed to. Or the way I thought you were supposed to. And I could feel warmth and I didn't let myself think about what that meant. I just pressed down. His face was turned toward me, and his eyes were open, and I talked to him. Or I tried to. I said his name and some other things I can't remember. And somewhere in there I had my phone out and I was dialing. 911. What is your emergency? I knew exactly what to say. I have always had the words. That is the thing about stuttering that I have never been able to make anyone understand. The words are right there. They are always right there. And there is something that stands between knowing them and saying them that has no name and no logic and no mercy. Hello? What is your emergency? The... I could feel my neck straining, the tendons pulling taut under my jaw, my chest locking up, every muscle involved in speech tightening around nothing while my hands kept pressing down. Kept pressing. My arms shaking from holding the position. Sir, I need you to tell me what's happening. My father. Sir, is someone there? Are you okay? The muscle relaxer was still in my system. I know that now. I've read enough about it since. The adrenaline was fighting it and losing in certain places and winning in others. And one of the places it was losing was my throat. My tongue. The muscles that were supposed to push words out into the air. My body was doing everything it could and my voice just wouldn't. I kept pressing my hands down. I kept trying. A neighbor called it in. Sirens came about 4 minutes later and I was still on the porch, phone to my ear. Hands where they were, still trying. Long past the point where I knew help was coming. I don't entirely know why. Maybe because stopping felt like admitting something I wasn't ready to admit. Maybe because trying was the only thing left I could do for him, and I wasn't ready to stop doing it. They found us like that. I've been in therapy for 3 months. I've read about stuttering under stress, about muscle relaxers and adrenaline, about how none of what happened was my fault. My therapist's words, attributable to no failure on my part. I understand the argument, I can follow the logic, but I keep coming back to that car ride. How easy it felt. My dad's face when I finished that sentence without blocking. That small sideways thing that wasn't quite a smile. And I think about how I was sitting there in the warmth of it, quietly relieved about a chemistry exam, thinking maybe the weekend was going to be okay. He was going to find out about the grade eventually. I know that. We would have argued about it, or not argued. And either way, we would have gotten past it. There was time for all of that. There was supposed to be time. Muffled voices bleed up through the floor. I can't make out the words from here, but I don't think they're actually speaking. It's just sound. I can imagine my family sitting in a circle, blank-faced, the sounds of laughter and nonsensical speech flowing from their mouths. Their jaws wrenched open wide. My family isn't real anymore. I don't know when it happened. Maybe today, maybe a year ago, but they aren't in there anymore. The bathroom is dark except for a candle on the counter. My skin barely registers the lukewarm bath water I'm soaking in. I still feel dirty, like my not family is sticking to me. I rise from the tub, careful to not make a sound. Towel off and press my ear against the floor. The things that replaced my family try to keep up appearances, but whenever I've been out of the room for long enough, their voices begin to slur and jumble together. That's what I hear now. Incoherent noise. It still sends chills down my spine, listening to their idle voices chatter on like this. They overlap one another, laughter interjecting at random. As bad as it is hearing this, their behavior when I am around is 1,000 times worse. They're all smiles and pats on my back, making sure I'm okay or that I've eaten enough. They don't seem to want to let me out of their sight. A couple hours ago, when I came upstairs to take my bath, they stood outside the door with hushed voices for several minutes until they finally decided to go back downstairs. I decided I'm leaving. I don't drive yet, I'm just 15, but I have a friend about 2 miles away whose parents are on vacation. I don't have a long-term plan, but this'll be fine for now. In my bedroom I pack light, 2 changes of clothes, phone charger, the pocket knife my dad gave me when I turned 13, a water bottle. David will have everything else. My heart is in my throat. If I breathe too loudly, my not family will be at my door, forcing me to pick what we're eating tonight. I shoulder my backpack and slide open the window. The screen pops out easy enough. I toss my bag to the grass below and lower myself out the window before dropping to the ground. The side gate would be too loud to use, so I creep across the lawn toward the back fence. I can use the neighbor's gate on the other side. Peter? It's my mom's voice. I turn just enough to see she's running towards me from the back door, arms as wide as her smile. Just have dinner with me, please. One last time. I'm sprinting as fast as I can, backpack bouncing awkwardly as I go. I jump and pull at the top of the fence, but her grippy hands wrap around my waist and pull. Mexican beef tacos with chili powder and cumin and cilantro for topping. I land a kick in her chest and she falls away with a gasp of pain. Peter! She's crying. How could you do that to your mother, Peter? I almost feel bad. It's her real voice. This thing is using. I pull myself up the rest of the way and take a look back. She's flat on her back, dirt on her blouse, but she's smiling. That thing isn't my mother. Dad and Lily are smiling at me from the back porch, too. I swing over the fence, hurry across the neighbor's yard, and stride out into the street. After a few minutes, I slow to a walk. It doesn't seem like they followed. The whole way to David's, I'm glancing over my shoulder, but they aren't back there. The steady mid-afternoon traffic eases my fear, like there's still something sane in the world. There's a birthday party at the park, and then I'm ringing David's doorbell. Family trouble? I try to act nonchalant, chuckle. Parents are being annoying. He smiles, but it's just a normal smile. Thank God. You have no idea, he says. We're on the couch scrolling when he turns to me. Dude, you seen this? It's everywhere. It's one of those stupid viral rituals. I've seen them in my feed a lot recently. The girl on screen is in a dark bathroom lit only by a candle. She stares at her face in the mirror. She takes out a Sharpie and draws a weird symbol on the glass. I feel like I've seen it before. I invoke thee, dandelion. Let my hands and legs do your bidding. Let my breath and life be yours forever. She screws up her face, her lips twitching. Then the phone drops to the floor, still pointing at her. She looks scared, eyes darting in every direction. Yeah, so after this she clicked post, I ask. Obviously it's not real, but it has 1 million likes. You know the ad revenue on that? Don't. Just don't. He laughs. Bro, you're such a lightweight. I did it like a week ago. It's fake. I smirk, brushing it off. Yeah, I know. The rest of the day is quiet. After boxed mac and cheese, hot dogs, and a stupid comedy, David heads to bed. I'm on the couch, the moon crawling in through the windows, casting eerie shadows outlined in silver. I keep seeing my mom chasing me across the yard, but it's all messed up. There's blood smeared across her face. I'm not sleeping tonight, so I scroll. My For You page is full of this ritual crap. I try to scroll past it all, but it's video after video, symbol after symbol. One comment stands out. Don't do this. My family is hunting me down now. I close the app and get up to go to the bathroom. I splash my face with water. I almost don't recognize myself in the mirror. Then I see the symbol scrawled in Sharpie before me. I'd forgotten I'd done it. David whispers from his bedroom door down the hall. I startle and lock eyes with him. A slash of moonlight separates him from the shadows. You killed your family too, didn't you? No, I didn't. They were after me. I thought my parents were too. That's why you came here, right? It wasn't until mine were dead that I remembered doing the ritual. He nods towards the bathroom. When did you do it? I shove out into the hall and sprint out into the living room, not wanting him behind my back for a second. My knife is in my bag somewhere. I know it. I'm digging and digging. He's slowly walking toward me. Just admit it. Stay back. I can see the evil in his eyes. It felt good, didn't it? Carving into their annoying, pestering flesh. I didn't. My heart is bobbing up into my throat. He chuckles, then takes a deep breath. But you're free now. It's all over. I lay hands on my knife, flick it open and hold it out toward him. Then I feel the layers of sticky, dried blood on its handle. I see the sheen of crimson across the blade in the moonlight. Who did you enjoy killing the most? I see my dad and sister. Their throats slit, staring up at me from the back porch. Those jagged red lines are almost like smiles. I see Mom round the house, stumbling toward me across the yard, bleeding from her neck, but still alive. Peter, just have dinner with me, please. One last time. She's crying when I kick her in the chest. I see the symbol still scrawled across my bathroom mirror before I bathe their sticky blood from my body. I didn't enjoy any of it. I'm crying now, but it's too late. I run a paranormal blog. Yeah, I know. I started it after my ex-husband died. I needed somewhere to put all the noise in my head, I guess. And it helped. Mostly I debunk things. I try to give people closure. Doesn't always work. In my experience, most ghosts are just bad pipes. Demons are usually raccoons or whatever. So when people started messaging me about Lucent Lake, I didn't immediately pack a bag. The rumors talked about a killer, a slasher, or something. Didn't raise any red flags for me, but then people started sending screenshots from local Facebook groups and sad and angry posts from relatives. 4 people had died in 3 weeks. Something felt off, so I guess I took the hook. Nobody had seen anyone. No footprints, no weapon, no suspect. The police kept saying it might be an animal, but you could feel nobody believed that. They were just saying stuff into cameras so people wouldn't panic or something. Lucent Lake is a nice place. Picnic tables, trails, teenagers hiding beer, couples posing on the old dock like it wasn't half rotted. Normal place. Safe enough. When I got there, the place was empty. The woods felt completely abandoned. I got there after dark. Yeah, I know. But I knew the area. And I couldn't exactly tell my boss I had to leave early because people online were saying there was an invisible slasher. And yeah, to be honest, I knew it would be good for the blog. The road was narrow and annoying. Every branch in my headlights looked like a hand or something. Every shadow looked like a person. Great, Liv. Very professional. About a mile from the lake, there was this half-assed barricade across the road. 2 rangers stood next to it, or at least they were dressed like rangers. The man came over first. Older guy, gray beard, big jacket, and already looking disappointed in me before I'd even rolled down the window. Park Dad. Park Dad leaned toward the window. Road's closed. Yeah, I saw. Then turn around. I was hoping to just take a look. No. Okay, warm guy. He did not love that. The woman ranger came over then. She was maybe my age, maybe a little younger. Hard to tell in flashlight light. She looked tired in the way people look tired when they've been polite for too long. Wait, she said. You're Liv from Grave Doubts. I smiled. Park Dad said, Doubts or no doubts, you need to leave. The woman ignored him. You can't go in there tonight. I'm not trying to be a problem. Park Dad said, You are literally a problem. Fair. The woman lowered her flashlight so it wasn't in my eyes. People are dead. The sheriff asked us to close this road. We don't know what did it. Could be a person, could be an animal, could be some idiot with a machete hiding out there. We don't know. A bear doesn't usually use a machete, I said. Park Dad stared at me. The woman looked at me for a second. Aren't you scared? I almost answered honestly. Yes, obviously yes. But scared doesn't mean what people think it means. Scared doesn't always make you run. Sometimes scared makes you very, very focused. So I shrugged. I do this kind of thing. That's not really an answer. No, I said. She sighed. Please just go home. That almost worked, because she said it like a person, not like an order. But I couldn't just go home. I was going to be gone for a whole week after this, so tonight was it. So I turned the car around like a normal adult. I even gave them a little wave. Then I drove half a mile back, parked in a muddy little clearing, and walked into the trees. Yes, I understand how dumb that was. I understood it then, too. I had no choice. I had my phone, my flashlight, my camera, pepper spray, and that little cloth pouch in my jacket pocket. To be honest, the pouch was the reason I was really there. Lucent Lake wasn't random for me. I had been there before, years ago, with Daniel. Daniel was my husband. Ex-husband. Daniel's dead now. People get very soft when I say that. They do the, oh, you poor thing face. Truth is, when Daniel died, grief wasn't what I felt first. It was relief. I'm not going to give you a list of what he did or didn't do. I hate when people want examples. Like they know anything or could be the judge of anything. Like whether I'm allowed to hate him or not. I'll say this much. My kids knew the sound of his car. The second he drove in, the whole house stopped breathing. And leaving him did not fix it. Most people love saying, "At least you got out." Like sick men respect locks, school pickup schedules, changed phone numbers, court orders, any of it. Daniel didn't, of course. Calling, waiting, showing up, finding reasons, making sure the kids and I understood that out was not the same thing as free. I couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't keep living like that. Every window was a threat, every phone call, every car slowing near the house. Enough. So I went to a woman a friend knew. She lived above a dentist. She wore sweatpants. Her tea was terrible, and I wasn't completely sure it was just tea. She listened, then said, "You need closure." I said, "I want him to get what he deserves and out of our life." She said, "Those are not always the same thing." I remember that very clearly. She said, "If it's closure, it closes. If it isn't, it just keeps bleeding." I thought, lady, I have 2 kids and a man who won't stop circling my life. I don't have time for fortune cookie stuff. So I said, "I want him gone." She gave me the strange smelling white powder and words. A week later, Daniel drove into a tree in the rain so hard they had to identify him by his teeth. Coincidence, maybe. I told myself that for a whole year. Now I have this feeling about Lucent Lake. So I went. The trail was dark but not weird. Just woods, leaves, mud, branches catching on my sleeves. I moved slowly because I kept my flashlight off most of the time. Last thing I needed was someone spotting me and dragging me back again. Then I heard my name. Not a whisper exactly, just very quiet. Quiet enough that, for a second, I thought I'd made it up. Then it came again. "Liv." I stopped. It sounded like his voice. My first thought was very stupid. It was, no thank you. Like I could unsubscribe. "Liv." My hand closed around the pouch in my pocket. Then someone grabbed my arm. I made a noise I will not be describing because I have some pride left. "It was Park, Dad." "Are you serious?" he said. "Don't grab me. Then don't sneak past a roadblock." "I was leaving. You're walking toward the lake." "I got turned around." He just looked at me. "Fine," I said. "Bad lie." He took his radio. "Found her. South Trail. Yeah, I've got her." Then he looked at me again. "This isn't some stupid internet social media. You get that, right?" I know. I don't think you do. People are dead. I said I know. And I did know. Better than he did, probably. He still had my sleeve. Then his expression changed. Not scared. Confused. He looked down at his chest. His jacket opened. Just opened. A red line opened across him, and then blood hit my face. Too much of it. He made this small sound, like he was embarrassed. Another cut opened under his jaw. I stepped back. He reached toward me, maybe for help, maybe because people do weird things when they're dying. Then his face came apart. There was nothing there. No bear, no man, no shape in the air. Nothing. Parkdad dropped, and his flashlight rolled into the leaves. I ran. Not away from the lake. I know. Believe me, I know. But Daniel's voice came again from ahead, and in that moment it made sense. I didn't want to leave what was left of Parkdad there, but I couldn't stay. That was Daniel all over. Hurt someone else and somehow make it my fault. I reached the lake out of breath and tasting and spitting someone else's blood. The water was black. The dock was still half collapsed. He was standing in the water, where the lake met the mud. Daniel. He didn't look like a person, a human. No, his clothes were wet and dark. His face seemed intact, but his skin looked wrong. His head tilted slightly, like he was listening to something I couldn't hear. But it was him. I felt chills prickling all over my body when I saw that smile. That stupid, patient smile he wore when he knew everyone in the house was afraid of what he might do next. I pulled out the pouch. My fingers shook so badly I almost dropped it. He stepped toward me. "Stay there," I said. He didn't. Of course he didn't. I thought of Donnie and Ben, my kids, not in some soft, glowing way. I thought of the real things, how long it took them to make noise in the house after he died, how fast they still say sorry, how Donnie still watches doors when people argue. He kept coming. "Why are you here? Why are you back? Get away from me, Daniel. Get away." I untied the pouch with my teeth. That was when he slowed, then stopped. He muttered something. I froze for half a second. I didn't understand it. I didn't want to understand it. I threw the powder in his face and said the words. Nothing happened. For a moment I thought, great, this is it. The thing that looked like Daniel is going to kill me by a lake, and tomorrow I'll be a sad little social media post people skim over at lunch. Then Daniel folded inward. I don't know how else to say it. He collapsed into himself. Shoulders caving, face sinking, mouth open. No sound. His whole body shrank into this dark, wet lump in the water, then thinned out into a oily stain floating there. I stood there waiting. I didn't want to move, or I couldn't. I didn't feel relief. Maybe I was still in shock. The lake was quiet, no slashing, no whispering. I actually said, "Okay," out loud, like I'd finished paying a bill or something. I suddenly had this strong urge to just go home, really badly. Then I heard crying. The woman ranger came through the trees with her gun out, both hands shaking. "Where's Tom?" she said. I raised my hands. "Don't shoot." "Where is he?" "I'm sorry." "What? Where is he?" "He's dead." She looked at the blood on me. "What did you do?" "I didn't. Listen, there was something here. I stopped it. I think I stopped it." "You think?" I know how that sounds." "Get on your knees." "Okay." I started to kneel. Then she flinched. A cut opened on her cheek. I froze. Another cut opened across her jacket. "No," I said. She looked at me. Not behind me, not into the trees. At me. Then her throat opened. She dropped into the leaves. The forest went quiet again. I got up and started running like hell. I didn't look back. I think I fell several times, but just kept going, ignoring all the pain in my legs and hands and face. I got in the car and drove like mad until I hit the main road back to town. Then I had this weird feeling. Chills from my forehead to my shoulders and down my spine. I don't know why, but I remembered what the powder woman told me. If it isn't closure, it keeps bleeding. I realized that this thing out there, this invisible thing, is not anyone else's. It's mine. It's the opposite of closure. It had dragged me back there because it knew I'd come. It knew I wasn't going there to forgive him, or let go, or any of that clean, pretty BS people say when they've never had to go through what I did, what the kids did. And I knew I was right because the second I thought it, I felt something for it. I knew it wouldn't hurt me. Not me. I'm home now. I desperately need a shower. It's 3 in the morning. My kids are at my sister's. I lied and said my flight was tonight. It's here with me. I know it is. There are scratches on the inside of my front door. They weren't there before, and that's the part I can't handle. Not that it followed me, that it thinks it's helping. Then someone screamed outside. A real scream, short and wet and cut off too fast. It sounded like Jerry, the old guy next door, the one who watches me from his porch when I'm sunbathing in the yard, and sprays neighborhood kids with his hose if they get too close to his grass. Oh, God. I go out to the cliffs, like I have every Wednesday for the past 10 years. The gravel crunches under my boots, the wind catching my hair with rough fingers. I keep pulling strands out of my mouth as I climb, my thighs aching. The path up to the top of the cliffs was steep when I was 16, and every year it's felt steeper. People ask me sometimes why I bother to keep coming out like this, when my legs don't show any sign of getting better. But it's worth it for the vantage point. There's a few signs up at the top warning people to stay away from the very edge of the rocks. There's even a picnic table, although it's weathered and worn from lack of use. No one comes here anymore, not since the boat started to come. My reflection in the bathroom mirror stole my wife 3 days ago. I know how that sounds. If someone else posted those words, I'd assume they were insane. But before you decide if I'm crazy or not, let me tell you what happened. I'd been standing in the bathroom admiring the progress in my weight loss journey. 30 pounds gone. My torso looked tighter, my shoulders broader. Everything was looking good. Maybe not my face. I had a strange look. I remember thinking it was judgmental. Not what I thought my normal face looked like. It was more like I was looking down at someone. Anyway, just then my wife came into the bathroom behind me and wrapped her arms around my waist. She told me I looked good. She started kissing my neck and running her hands slowly up my thigh. She started guiding me toward the bedroom. Before I followed her, I turned back to turn off the bathroom light and glanced back at the mirror. My reflection was screaming. Its mouth stretched wide, eyes bulged and angry, fist pounding against the glass. There was no sound, just the reflection trying to rip through the mirror. I closed my eyes and shook my head real fast, trying to rattle something loose in my brain. I opened my eyes again. The reflection was normal. I laughed it off. Blood wasn't exactly flowing to my brain at the moment. I turned off the light and closed the bathroom door. The next morning, I nearly died trying to shave. I still shave the old-fashioned way, scalding hot water in the sink, a brush with cream and a straight razor. When I finished, I leaned down to rinse my face. Suddenly my head slammed into the sink. Scalding water flooded my eyes. I tried to pull back, but something forced me down. The underside of the faucet smashed into the back of my head. The air escaped my lungs in an underwater scream. Panic exploded through me. I crawled blindly through the water until I found the drain stopper and yanked it free. The water finally began to drain. I staggered backward, gasping for air. My face felt like it was on fire. The mirror above the sink was fogged from steam, but through the haze, I could have sworn my reflection was smirking, like it knew exactly what had happened. I splashed cold water from the faucet on my burning face and eyes and looked up at the mirror again. The expression on my reflection was gone. It was just me. It had been my imagination. Or that's what I kept telling myself anyway. Later that afternoon, I decided to prove it. I locked myself in the bathroom and stood in front of the mirror. The reflection looked immediately angry. It wasn't me, though. It was the thing in the mirror. Its face wasn't burned like mine, which was red and blistered. Then it raised its hand and gave me the middle finger. I froze. The reflection started shouting and gesturing like it wanted to fight. Still no sound, just a pissed-off version of me. So in typical angry me fashion, I returned the gesture, flipping it off. That was not a good idea. Its face filled with rage. It began slamming its fists against the inside of the mirror. Crack. A spiderweb of fractures exploded across the glass. At the same instant, pain shot through my hand. I looked down. My hand was balled into a tight fist. Blood dripped from my knuckles. When I looked back up, there was a bloody smear across the mirror. The thing behind the glass held up its hands. They were clean. No blood. I don't remember deciding to remove the mirror. I just remember running to the garage for tools. When I returned, the reflection looked afraid. It pressed its face against the glass, desperately watching me unscrew the mounting bolts. It hammered against the inside harder and harder, creating new cracks. I finally removed the last bolt. The mirror came free. The reflection screamed silently as I carried it outside. I threw it into the dumpster. The glass, and the reflection with it, shattered. For a few days, we went without a mirror. My wife hated it. Eventually, she convinced me to install a new one, which I finally did a couple of days ago. I never told her why I'd gotten rid of the first mirror. Who would believe me? Hell, I barely believe myself. This morning, after my workout, I found myself standing in front of the new mirror, admiring my progress. The exact same thing I had been doing when this all started. This time, however, my face carried a bit of disappointment from all that had happened. Not to mention the pain from the burns. My wife walked into the bathroom. I saw her reflection before I felt her touch. Her hand slid around my waist. Her lips brushed my neck. I smiled. Then something felt wrong. I turned around. The bathroom was empty. My wife wasn't there. My stomach dropped. I looked back at the mirror. Inside it, my wife was still kissing me. My reflection turned and smiled. The two of them began walking toward the bedroom. I started screaming, banging on the glass, yelling at them to stop. My reflection reached back toward the bathroom door, toward the side of the mirror I was standing on. It switched off the light and closed the door behind it, leaving me standing alone in the dark.